Handheld mic check. 6 minutes and 30 seconds till showtime. Streaming. Podium level check. Podium microphone level check.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy
All right.
New Year.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to PIXERA Santa Monica. We really appreciate all of you who have come to visit us in person during SIGGRAPH Week and also those who are joining us on the live stream. My name's Conor McGill. I'm the director of PIXERA USA, and on behalf of the entire global PIXERA team, welcome and thank you. We are here today to talk about digital color in real-time video and lighting workflows. We have heard a lot of the use of the term HDR recently, and when we start to hear a critical mass of these kind of buzzy words, we try to assemble a group of experts to come and address them, practitioners, and really from an academic and a practice-led standpoint. So last year we did an event here themed around ST2110, and today the theme is HDR. So we have an incredible lineup of speakers all day. We're going to be doing our best to stay on track with the streaming time because we do have people joining remotely that may be logging in. So we ask that you listen to our team as they kind of direct you around. But yeah, we'll do myself. We'll go right into Camon Crocker, and then we have Angel Banks, Tim Kang. We have lunch, and then we have a presentation from our partners at Panasonic Kairos, and then we'll go into Paul DeBevic, followed by Michael Kohler, and then Chris Murray from Seismic will wrap up the day. We'll have breaks throughout, and then after we're going to head over to Santa Monica Brew Works for discussion and Detroit-style pizza, and they have really good beer. Cool. So I am going to do some slides today, and then I'm going to do a little live demo of PIXERA to try to tee up the day. We want to especially thank our partners in this production, Rowe, Aperture, Panasonic Kairos, Astra Productions, and Megapixel. They were very generous to provide gear and production support, especially Panasonic and their Kairos team and their Luminance team has been very, very involved with the production, and we really thank them. We couldn't have done it without any of them. So that is the partner thank you. So the first thing I want to talk about is what is the unique challenge of our industry when it comes to color. So we all, at least in some way, or maybe you don't, but what we do is we manage large amounts of video, audio, lighting, controlled data in real-time environments, whether that's a concert tour or a virtual production or immersive experience. And in many cases, we find that the color space or the color gamut or the transfer function of the input, whether it's camera or real-time DCC or a piece of rendered video content, may differ from what you were expecting or what you were hoping or what the display is expecting. And you may end up being in a situation where you have multiple display output color spaces because you're doing an LED and a projector or two different types of LED. So we, as the media server, believe it's our job to expose the color pipeline from the rendering server and the source management, along with technology like Kairos that does screens management, expose that to the user and allow them to make informed decisions that harmonize the content, the input sources, and the output display surfaces. So one of the examples of that was the Adele show in Munich, where PIXERA was used in conjunction with other media servers and many other pieces of technology. PIXERA was used specifically to host a notch block which did IMAG for Adele, and they were using the Astra Color Toolkit, which is an API-connected color grading tool for basically making sure that Adele's angelic glow was perfectly color matched with the sunset as it set over the Munich hills. So that was a pretty cool one to be part of. It's the largest temporary LED screen ever. Before we get into too much detail, I just want to always start with the company so you guys know who we are. We are AV Stumpfel. We were founded in 1975 by this man, Reinhold Stumpfel, who was a tinkerer and would do slideshows, or his friends would do slideshows. So he started in the imaging world making these Leica slide projector crossfade units. And that same spirit of commitment to quality in the presentation of visual imagery has carried us all the way through to where we are today, which is a global company with many offices and a huge team. We have an office in Wallern in Upper Austria outside of Wels, which is outside of Linz. It is a beautiful place, and if you ever are in Central Europe, we insist that you visit. We also have an office in Atlanta, and we have, of course, this office and our newly opened office in London to serve the community there. We are in the Golden Mile of Brentford, up the Bees, and we are really pleased to be there. So what is PIXERA? Well, I've already kind of mentioned that we are all about real-time management for particularly large pixel spaces where frame accuracy, pixel accuracy is really important. So if you don't care what your content looks like and you've got a tiny screen, PIXERA is probably overpriced for your project or overkill. But if you have a big screen, you need to synchronize multiple servers, you really care what every frame, what every pixel looks like, you cannot afford to drop anything or see any artifacts, that's where PIXERA really comes into its own. We also take a user-centric approach, which sounds like kind of self-evident for a piece of software, but no. In fact, there are many softwares involved in our industry that are outcome-oriented, and they don't really consider the user. So we really take a user-first approach. And that means that we are circumspect with things that we add. We're not always the first people to have a new whiz-bang feature, but when it comes in, it protects the integrity of the ideas that sit at the core of the usability of the software. We also make our own very nice computing hardware to run the software that's fully optimized for the applications where PIXERA is used. And yeah, we have a full lineup. So we have a small one, a medium small, a medium big, and a big one. And you can team them together as big as you want. And finally, we're all about community here. So this is one example of many where we really invest in bringing together our users, our designers, our consultants, business people that work with PIXERA to really elevate them. I mean, PIXERA is a platform for APIs, it's a platform for rendering, but it's really a platform for people and business and creation as well. So, we're involved with a lot of fixed installation projects, a lot of themed attractions, a lot of immersive entertainment venues, house of worship, live shows, corporate shows, touring, anywhere, again, that you have those characteristics of a very large pixel space where you need frame accuracy and pixel accuracy. We want to be there. And we're going to continue to develop in all directions because we believe that just because a market doesn't necessarily have huge revenue potential, that it's not worth pursuing on a technical basis, because we feel like the gains that we've made in virtual production with color have greatly benefited those in live events and virtual production. And those benefits that we've added to the software for large-scale airport digital signage to run flawlessly 24/7 for years and years on end, that level of stability also benefits people in other industries. So we want to be the one platform for all of those projects. And the product really comes down to three main components. So we have the render engine, which is where the magic happens. So that's where the media is cached, the synchronized flawless playback is ensured no matter what your sources are. If it's a network stream like NDR 2110, if it's a Nacho C encoded video, ProRes, if it's a real-time engine that we've integrated with like Touch Designer, Unreal, or Notch, then that happens there. Now, the user interface on top of that is really the one-size-fits-all, quote unquote, way to harness the power of that. And it's a nonlinear editor, you'll see in a second. But really what sets us apart in a lot of ways is how open the platform is. So everything in the UI is exposed in the API. And I mean everything. I mean, you can query or set almost any value in the software. And if it's not in there, it's our philosophy to add it. So we're not necessarily going to add it immediately or right away as soon as you ask, but we will try to add it, and it's part of our philosophy to have every piece of functionality exposed to the network. Finally, we're just going to get into the subject matter for today, so that's the overview. We have a new slate of color controls that have been added in the recent beta version. So some of these are part of the software already, some are not, but they really represent the state of the art with PIXERA. So we have a new OCIO-based color pipeline by default. So in the past, and again, this will come out in a future version of the software. This is not the case today, but this is where we're building towards. You will, in the past, you would have default color space settings that were basically obscure to you and were picked by our developers and had been kind of amalgamated from a bunch of different sources. But now we've basically taken the ACES OCIO config and we've reduced from it the color spaces that we just think are completely not ever going to be used by any of our users, and we've retained them. So you know you're using the industry standard ACES workflow. You can also still include a custom OCIO config to override all of that. We have SDR to HDR scaling workflow. So again, in that situation I mentioned earlier where you have HDR pipe, but somebody handed you SDR content and you need to be able to scale that, you can actually do that in a variable way so that you can get it to look exactly the way you want before you tone map it. We did recently add the ability to do real-time color correction per screen mapping. So before, everything was at the content level when you're talking about real-time, but sometimes you would have meticulously tone mapped everything for your concert, and then all of a sudden you're doing a festival gig at 3 in the afternoon and there's sun shining directly on your LED screen. So you don't want to do it on a per clip basis, you want to do the whole screen. Maybe it's just upstage right that has the sun on it, but upstage left is under shade. So that's what that's about. We do have a keyframing workflow in the timeline, which allows you to do per frame or animated color corrections with our GLSL workflow. We support 3D LUTs on both the output and the clip level. And we do have an open shader pipeline, so you can write your own GLSL shaders. Those shader parameters are exposed on the timeline for our show control tool and also for the API. So that is how our partners at Astra wrote the Astra Color Toolkit. They wrote a set of custom shaders with tone mapping math, and they wrote their own custom user interface that was more familiar to DITs, and they connected that custom user interface to those parameters running on the timeline in real time. Now, we don't expect everybody to do that, but now with maybe a Claude Code session, you can start to play around with making some modifications or making little software tools as plugins for PIXERA. PIXERA's API is very natively API or AI friendly. We do have real-time integrations with all the major platforms in our industry, which we would constitute Notch, Touch Designer, and Unreal. And we have a new integration to add with Pomfret LiveGrade, which we'll preview at the end, which we're very excited about. We want to thank our friends at Pomfret. They took a huge amount of initiative in this project, and they delivered very, very quick results. So we're excited to see what our users are able to do with that new integration. And then there's a new sanity check feature, which was built in collaboration with Tucker Downs at Rowe, who unfortunately can't be here, but was a big part of the conception of this event. So we want to thank him and that company again. All right, so quickly, in touring, I've kind of gone over this, so I'll just buzz through it, but we find a lot of unique challenges there. So in a live event, you need to be able to make color correction very quickly on the fly based on an artist or based on changing lighting conditions or set order, or the content may be changing up to the minute. So we find that our ability to integrate PIXERA with diverse control surfaces, whether it's a Stream Deck or a custom iPad app or a lighting desk, is really critical in those environments. So we have a full lighting desk workflow. And then the WYSIWYG workflow, being able to play with a slider on the software and see the real-time color correction of the output is really critically important. And we build everything in PIXERA to be real-time. The live color grading per screen object, I already explained that use case. And then we do a lot of work with, for example, Notch in live events, where Notch is actually used to do the color grading because they have a whole another level of capability. So we end up being that stable last mile host to go to screen to be able to manage the sequencing. But the Notch is the kind of the deep into the color pipeline with the iMag as a sampler. And then the layer reference resource is another little amazingly useful feature that is used to allow you to refer to a texture that's already been rendered and map it somewhere else. So if you're doing iMag looks, for example, maybe the artist wants red, green, blue, purple, pink, yellow, but it's all through Notch. So you can actually just reference the rendered Notch texture, and then you can just basically color correct these different references instead. So it's very, very performance optimized. Corporate events. Of course, these are very, very important for color representation. So having that transparent OCIO workflow, we think, allows our users to understand exactly what color math is happening under the hood and getting that perfect red or that perfect purple for that company's brand standards. Also, obviously, LUT support allows third parties like Camon or any other software to take control of the color or understand what's happening in the color pipeline. The built-in shaders, the built-in effects that are non-destructive are also really useful in this workflow because you can basically, take whatever the client's given you and at least do something with it. If not, make it perfect, make it very, very good so that they don't complain. The I/O control granularity, again, that's just being able to control every input and every output separately in every screen. And then the visualization tools, again, using the preview render engine, using the output render engine, as well as the control UI builder is very helpful for corporate clients. Oh, virtual production. Wow, this is a whole universe, and I'll let our amazing speakers who are much more involved with this than I speak to the unique challenges of color on set, but all I can tell you is when you point a cinema camera at an LED screen, all hell breaks loose. And there's, of course, lighting, which is often overlooked, but is probably more important than anything. So I'm really excited that you'll be able to hear from some of the true industry luminaries on this topic today. But for PIXERA's role, we obviously see our responsibility for harmonizing content that's on the LED wall, or in some cases the lights. We will take on an image-based lighting workflow with the camera color space and with the existing upstream and downstream VFX pipeline. And then we also support EXR and third-party integrations like Unreal come into play here. We've done recent productions where the ST2110 protocol was used to transit texture data between PIXERA and Unreal using the RiverMax technology from NVIDIA, and they were able to do front plate graphics with Unreal, but use PIXERA's video rendering as a back plate to be able to have flawless frame reproduction there. And then the light card workflow is very popular as well in PIXERA to handle those kind of in-production changes or set changes, so you can easily combine a 3D or a 2.5D compositing workflow with just a straight 2D. So you can have your cool 3D scenery, but then you can just move a light card across the LED volume. This is a very cool volume that we just built in Korea. Tavia Mora from our team was over there, and it's a giant. I think it has over 20 PIXERA servers powering it. And then the final one I'll talk about is architectural installations. So this is a recent installation in the Houston airport. If you saw any of the CNN coverage of the TSA shutdown earlier this year, it got a lot of screen time, but for not a good reason. This is running Unreal. This was done with the partner Gentilhomme in Montreal that does really beautiful content for these things. And we worked with them over the course of 18 months to make sure that their Unreal capsules would run flawlessly, and there was very smooth Notch LC encoded video transitions between each Unreal capsule. So this is a stably running 24/7 op. I think it shuts down in the middle of the night, but it's running almost every hour of the day, and it's transitioning between different Unreal capsules, and it has a full upstream content management pipeline from Isaac that basically can dump new Unreal scenes onto the PIXERA timeline without the user ever having to open PIXERA, which is pretty neato. So in these places, obviously, plug-and-play functionality is very important. Being able to support broad codecs, we know in corporate briefing centers or lobbies, sometimes the CEO comes in and they go, oh, I have this video that my nephew sent me, and I want it up on the wall, and it could be H.264, it could be ProRes, it could be HAP, or not, definitely not HAP if his nephew sent it to him, but it could be any number of formats, and PIXERA will be able to handle that no problem and allow you to work with it in the color space. And then finally, the robust display calibration workflows are very important here as well to make sure that everything looks great on day one and beyond. So that is our pitch about why PIXERA is useful in the management of color, and I will show you a demo in a second, but before that, I do want to shill for an upcoming event we have. We're very excited about. It's going to be very much this ilk, where we'll be elevating users, operators, programmers, designers, engineers in the community to speak in front of the whole community. It's our first ever US user conference. Base camp is what we call it. We lean into the mountain theme. We've done these in Austria at our headquarters. They've been very successful, so we're going to bring them to the US. We'd love for you all to come. It's 3 days in October, which is a beautiful time to be in Nashville. We've got a lot of social events planned, music, food, dancing, and of course, lots of nerding out on PIXERA and video stuff. And right across all the industries. So virtual production, live event, fixed installation, house of worship, everything that we work with will be there. Okay, so now I'm going to just quickly run you through some of the features in PIXERA UI. Great. So the first thing is the new OCIO-based workflow. So you'll notice in this new beta version of PIXERA 26.323, which is not publicly available, if I come to the color settings, I see a new top option of a workflow preset. So this is a defined set of preset values for the input color space, the intermediary color space, the output preview or output transforms, and the preview and timeline export color space. So if I change these, which I'm not going to do because we've got this dialed in for the show, you can see those defaults change in real time. And then we also have an SDR legacy, which brings you back to the old color workflow if you must. But you'll see you can also still upload a custom OCIO config, which will override all the default options and upload all of your color math from that JSON file. You'll notice that in this HDR workflow, the standard content is SDR because the color space is detected as Rec 709. So PIXERA by default will turn on SDR to HDR scaling. So that if I have a nice, beautiful, deep blacks background video like we had earlier, but I want to pop an SDR video on it, PIXERA will apply an SDR scaling factor, which you can define here. There's an industry standard value I learned how it was derived 2 days ago, and it's already out of my smooth pea brain. But it is a value that you can adjust per clip as well. The real-time color correction per screen now is under the mapping tab. So if I come to mapping and I make sure I'm screen selected mode, I can select this screen and you can see there's now a color correction in real time, which I can do on the output. And that would be, again, per screen object. So if I've got a big row LED wall that I want to color correct, it will touch that. The correction will touch every pixel on that wall. The keyframeable color correction uses our built-in GLSL shaders. So I'm going to grab another video here and show you that, like, if I bring this onto a layer, right, I can bring a color, a CDL. I'll grab a different one. So the CDL is one of them. Let's do color channels. Bring that right there. Come up to my effects. I can zoom in on my timeline. You can see that once I drag the effect on there, it shows up as a... so then I can basically mix this up to 100, save it, and then I can change the red mix. So I can save that there, and then I can change the mix down to 0. And of course, with PIXERA's keyframing workflow, I can either have an interpolation, a linear interpolation, or a step keyframe. So I can do frame by frame color correction this way, or animate it, which is really useful. The 3D LUT support, so you'll notice that each clip has a place for you to place a LUT, like 32 by 32 by 32 LUT, and that'll come up later when we hook into that LUT with Pomfret LiveGrid. The custom shaders and Open API, I encourage you, if you're interested in learning about that, the AstroColor Toolkit is online, documented on GitHub, and you can, I believe is it open source, Jay? It is open source, so you can reverse engineer it, and or you can just call Jay's company, and they can do all your color workflow needs. The real-time content integration with Notch, we're not going to demonstrate, but we encourage you, if you're interested, to reach out. We can show that to you. You can host a Notch block right on the timeline and then pull in an IMAG source or pull in a video source, and that will then round trip to Notch, get all the crazy treatments, and come back, and PIXERA will map it as needed. All right. And then I'm going to quickly show the sanity check before I jump into Pomfret. So this new sanity check feature is helpful for really kind of complex color workflows, or even if you're just basic. So I think it's helpful for everybody. But if I click sanity check, I'll get this pop-up instead of showing me, okay, the output color space doesn't match the workflow. So that tells me, okay, I need to go take a look at that, and I can even press a button to do that. So it brings me right to the place in the software, right to the output where it is selected. And I can do apply defaults to selected, ignore selected, or reset selected. It's just telling me that the color space here is not harmonized, which I could change, but again, not going to. The last thing that the sanity check will do is, like, if I have SDR to HDR scaling turned off for this clip, PIXERA is going to notice, okay, there is one resource here that needs to be scaled up to the native workflow or the native pipeline, otherwise it's going to appear incorrectly. So again, I could apply, I can do that here, and then it will disappear. So that is that, and then the last thing we're going to show you is the new exciting integration with Pomfret. So I'm going to pull up my MacBook Air over here, and you'll see that I have Pomfret open with the documentation open in the background. And I am going to select the slot manager, and all I need to do in PIXERA is bring in this new live grade receiver module into control. The Pomfret team has written all of the code to initialize a connection with their software. And once I initialize this, and I then reconnect in Pomfret, it's going to show that there is a stable connection. And what it's going to do, Pomfret is going to do, is it is going to see that there is a LUT, this generated underscore LUT, which has been applied to this clip. Oh. Where did it show up? Here we go. And the LUT is over here. So any LUT that's applied to a clip or to an output will be grabbed by Pomfret, and I can then use their native tools to do real-time color corrections. The LUT is updating, I think, a couple times a second. So there's a little bit of latency, but not too much. So you can do your real-time color corrections with Pomfret in connected tangent panel or whatever external resource that you want. So this is brand new. If you have any feedback, if you're excited about this feature, we encourage you to reach out, and we can do a further discussion about it. That is my my presentation. I'm very excited to next welcome a very special guest. Camon Crocker has come to us from South Dakota. He is a software engineer by day, but by night he has an incredible YouTube channel called Video Tech Explained that personally has been extremely significant in my learning journey for concepts like HDR, like codecs, like luminance, and brightness being different concepts, which will be the topic of his discussion. So without further ado, I'm going to give it over to Camon. There is a little bit of setup, so we'll just give him a couple minutes to get going. Thanks, Camon.
Thank you.
There we go. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Camon Crocker, pronounced the same as the islands or the crocodile, but spelled differently. I'm very glad to be here. HDR video is a real passion of mine, and I'm eager to share some of my thoughts on the subject with you here today. And actually, I forgot to change one setting, so I'm going to do that right now. There we go. Get that at the right luminance. The reason the lights are off will become clear as I proceed. So, more specifically, today I'd like to establish a conceptual framework for understanding luminance as it pertains to both SDR and HDR video. So first, a little bit about me. As I was introduced, I'm a software engineer by education, but I've always had a great passion for filmmaking and video production more broadly. In particular, I've always been interested in the intersection between digital technology and the processes of video production. And as one might imagine, I've spent quite a lot of time reading up on the various technical concepts involved here, things like color spaces, gamma curves, codecs, things of that sort. And once I feel like I've adequately wrapped my head around one of these subjects, I do my best to put together a little explainer that I'll post on my channel relatively infrequently. So that's my little plug for that. But enough about me. So the subject of this talk is luminance in HDR video. And we're going to start off by defining some terminology. So first of all, on a basic level, what is luminance? Well, Webster's defines luminance as the luminous intensity of a surface in a given direction per unit of projected area. So let's break that down. So luminous intensity, in this context, refers to essentially the number of photons being emitted by a particular screen. And the given direction that we care about is typically the direction towards the viewer, so perpendicular to the screen. And the per unit of projected area that we're considering is the total intensity relative to the physical area of the screen. So in terms of units, luminance is most commonly expressed in terms of candela per square meter, where the candela is the SI unit for luminous intensity. We also have foot lamperts as a unit. You'll see that a lot more often in things like movie theaters, or I believe the DCP standard uses them a lot. But that's essentially the imperial version of the same thing. And finally, you'll often see luminance referred to in terms of nits, where nits are actually the same thing as candela per square meter. So they are equivalent. It's just two different ways of expressing it. So as an example, this is what a luminance of 15 nits, or 15 candelas per square meter, looks like. Now that's an objective measurement of the amount of light that's currently being emitted by this screen. But what's interesting here is if you were to inspect the video signal that I'm sending to this screen, and you can see the scopes of that signal over on the projector screen there, you'd find that I'm actually not telling the screen that I want it to display 15 nits. If you were to dig into the signal and read the actual values being sent over the wire, like you can see here, you'll know that I'm actually asking the display to show a luminance of 34%. But that begs the question, 34% of what? And because there's nothing in the signal that is actually telling the screen how much 34% is. All there is a set of instructions for how luminous each pixel should be relative to some arbitrary minimum and maximum. So essentially I'm telling the screen that if 1 is white and black is 0, then I want it 34% of the way between black and white. And there isn't anything in the signal that explicitly defines what those minimum and maximum values should be. So why do we do it this way? Why do video signals only tell the display what to show in terms of relative luminance rather than an actual absolute value? Well, the reason is that we actually don't want our screens to always show the same luminance for a given video signal. And to give you a demonstration of what I'm talking about, I'm going to turn the lights back on here, so brace yourselves. And if you give your eyes a moment to adjust, you'll notice that despite the luminance of the screen not changing, your perception of what the screen looks like has probably changed. And you'll probably see that with the lights on, that 15 nits looks darker than it did before, even though the luminance has not changed. So the thing I'd like to emphasize there is that I said that the screen looks darker, not that it is less luminous. And that brings us to the difference between luminance, which is an objective measurement of luminous intensity, and brightness, which is a subjective experience of how light or dark something appears to be to our eyes. And while our perception of brightness, of course, depends upon the luminance of the thing that we're looking at, it also depends upon other factors, such as the ambient illumination, like I just demonstrated. And when your eyes are adapted to a higher ambient light level, say you're outside in the bright noonday sun, and your eyes are adapted to that light level, a luminance of 15 nits is going to look very different to you than if you were to see that very same luminance in a darkened room. So I'm going to turn the lights back off here. There we go. And if you think about it, as video professionals, we don't really care about how many photons are being emitted by a screen. We care about how light or dark something will appear to be to our viewer. So this is why the video signals that we create specify luminance in relative terms rather than in absolute terms. Because we're going to send the viewer a signal that tells them the relative luminance of every pixel, and we trust them to set the minimum and maximum values of their display appropriately for their given environment, because there is no universal standard for how bright something should be. We've got a couple of technical difficulties here. That's all right. So if you'll notice here with this example, we have more or less the same image, but on the left and on the right. But in one case, the image is surrounded by pure blackness, and on the left, it is surrounded by a higher illumination. So this is sort of simulating having a higher ambient luminance around the screen. And if you look at either the left side or the right side, and you give your eyes sort of a moment to adjust, you might notice that your perception of the image on the left sort of starts to equalize with your perception of the image on the right. And this is despite the fact that the image on the left is objectively more luminous than the one on the right. The luminance is higher on the left side. But because the area surrounding the image is also more luminous, our eyes adjust and our perception of the brightness evens out. Are we good with the lights? Okay.
Make sure you're seen.
Okay. Okay.
But it's not,
Okay, there we go.
but I'm not changing the
No, you're good. You're good. All right. So another So let's look at another example to highlight the importance of a display's peak luminance setting, because a moment ago we were talking about the minimum and maximum values that we are expecting the user to set for themselves. So right now, again, I'm sending the display an instruction to show a relative luminance of 34%, and here's what that looks like. But I can alter the luminance coming off of the screen without altering the video signal at all by adjusting the display's peak luminance setting. And if you'll watch as I do this, the scopes over there representing the video signal that I'm sending are not going to change one little bit, but the image on the screen is going to change. Because what I've just done is I've adjusted the display's peak luminance setting to be 10% of its maximum. On this particular screen, we have about 1,500 nits as our maximum luminance, and I've just set that to around 150 nits. So the image has changed quite significantly. And these sorts of adjustments on displays happen all the time without you thinking about it. So if you think about televisions in living rooms, they are typically using a higher peak luminance to adapt to the higher ambient illumination that they're expecting. Or desktop monitors are typically adapted to the ambient illumination of office spaces. And mobile devices like phones and laptops that are going to be in a variety of different settings will often have readily accessible brightness controls that you can adjust, or they'll even adjust themselves automatically without you having to do anything. But I would like you to notice something here, is if we're taking on the role of a video engineer or a filmmaker who's responsible for making color decisions for our program, we have to make sure that the decisions we are making are going to produce solid results, acceptable results, not just on our screen, but on all of the viewers' screens. And the exact title of whoever's making these determinations, whether they're a colorist or a live color timing operator or what have you, regardless, in every production there has to be somebody who's determining which images are overexposed, which images are underexposed, and which ones, say, have their gamma set incorrectly. And if we are that person who's making the color decisions, we have to recognize that we can adjust the luminance that we are seeing either by adjusting the actual video signal that we're sending to the screen, and that's the video signal that everybody is going to receive, or we can do it by adjusting the peak luminance of our display, as I just did. So, as another example, if I'm a colorist and I've decided that I want the image to be this bright on my screen, I could use a peak luminance setting for my screen of 150 nits, as we have right now, and send a signal value of 51%. And that would give me the brightness that I want. But I could also, if I so desired, change the peak luminance setting of my screen to 600 nits and send a signal value of 37%. And those give more or less the same results. Both 37% at 600 nits and 51% at 150 nits look more or less identical on the screen. So which should I choose? Should I use a high peak luminance setting on my screen and use a lower relative luminance to compensate? Or should I use a low peak luminance on my screen and send a higher relative luminance as the video signal? And you'll notice that the higher the peak luminance setting we choose, the lower the relative luminance signal value is going to be. Because again, when I had my example at 150 nits, I chose a signal value of 51%. And now at 600 nits, I use 37% to get to the same results. So I'm now using lower signal values. But the result of that is that if, say, you have a consumer who didn't get the memo that we've adjusted our screen from 150 nits to 600 nits, if they're, say, adapted for this, and then I decide, oh, I'm going to change my peak luminance, and I'm going to change the signal, but the customer doesn't get the memo, they get something much darker. So we have to have that degree of coordination between the person making the color decisions and what the end user is expecting the color to be. So essentially, the problem is that if different productions use different peak luminance settings for their color decisions, then the consumer is going to have to be constantly adjusting their screen's peak luminance setting in order to compensate. And in the real world, this just isn't all that practical because most people don't want to be constantly recalibrating their screen every time they want to watch a different show. And so for the sake of consistency, there needs to be a common reference viewing environment that we're going to treat as the ground truth when we're making our color decisions. And then we can allow the customer to adjust their device to adapt to whatever their environment happens to be, even if it's different from the reference. And for the longest time, the standard was to use 100 nits as the peak luminance of the display, and to have that 100 nits in a darkened room like the one we have now. And this was largely due to the characteristics of CRT screens. But even after we made the transition from analog signals fed to CRT displays and moved to digital signals fed to LCD displays, that 100 nit standard as our reference setting didn't really change. And in fact, that 100 nits value is specified in Rec 1886, which is the standard for HDTV. So if I go ahead, go to my next slide here. So let's stop for a moment and consider the effect that that 100 nit peak luminance has on our image. Because even in a darkened room like this, we want most of the pixels in our image to be at a certain relative luminance, to be at a certain minimum level. So, for example, we have some skin tones here in this image, and particularly those ones in the shadows. We want those to have a certain, minimum luminance so that we can still clearly see what's going on and we can still make out our detail. And so in this case, I've set those skin tones at around 10 to 20 nits. And that's a pretty typical level, pretty comfortable level. But in this environment where 100 nits is our screen's maximum, then that only gives us about 3 stops of room to go above the skin tones for our highlights. And we also have highlights in this image. We also have part of the skin that's in sunlight, and we have some brighter foam in the background, and those highlights should be brighter than the skin in shadow. But we only have 3 stops of room above in the signal for our highlights to occupy. So the highlights just can't get all that bright relative to our midtones. And if you were to, be in this environment in person, if you were to look at this scene with your eyeballs, you would see that right now our highlights are not nearly as bright as they should be. But if I were to adjust the display's peak luminance setting, say we want to be a rebel and we're not going to follow the 100 nit standard, and I say, okay, instead of 100 nits, I want it to be 400 nits. What? Oh, I changed it to 4 nits on accident. There we go. So if we change the peak luminance in this way, well, now our image is just brighter, and honestly, it's probably too bright for this environment. So we're going to adjust the relative luminance that's in the signal itself. So we're going to adjust that down so that now our skin tones are back at a normal level, an acceptable level. They're still sitting at around 10 to 20 nits or so. But because we've increased our display's peak luminance to 400 nits, now we have more than 5 stops of headroom above our midtones for our highlights to occupy. So now our highlights, the parts of the skin that are in sunlight and the background, those are now nearly 2 stops brighter, which is much closer to what they should be if you were considering this to be a physically accurate scene. And this is what HDR is all about. It's all about the difference in peak luminance setting that we use for our screen. If we choose a higher peak luminance, we get more headroom in the highlights for us to use. So if I go ahead and adjust the display's luminance to something that is more accurate to what we actually use in HDR environments, because we don't use 400 nits. For HLG, we'll typically be using 1,000 nits as our reference setting, and for PQ, it'll be 10,000 nits. And for this display, we actually are maxing out at 1,500 nits, and this is what that looks like. So we have 7 stops of headroom above the midtones now. And this image actually doesn't look all that different from the one at 400 nits, because 400 nits in that case was actually enough to get us pretty close. And almost everything else about HDR, from the gamma curve to the bit depth to the optional metadata, is all in service of this goal, in service of allowing us to to choose a higher peak luminance for our display. So if I go back to 100 nits on my next slide here, the biggest reason why 100 nits stayed the standard for so long was because typical CRT and LCD displays simply couldn't achieve enough static contrast to allow for bright highlights and deep shadows to exist at the same time. So if I were to, say, take a CRT display and really crank it up so that it can show the highlights at 1,000 nits, it might look a little something like this. So this is something that you might see on a CRT or an LCD. If you cranked the peak luminance to 1,000 nits, you'll note that our highlights are looking fine. Those are looking good, but the shadows are very washed out now. And that's not an artifact of our color grade, because in the signal, the shadows are plenty deep, but the display just can't achieve enough static contrast. Our minimum luminance is now 1 nit with our CRT, and that's still pretty bright. And this is why HDR video requires different display technologies. It's only with advances in backlight dimming and OLED technology and LED walls like this one that we're able to achieve those bright highlights and deep shadows simultaneously. And so we've talked about how the change in peak luminance affects the display technology that we choose, but the differences in signal encoding can also be explained by the peak luminance as well. Because in theory, we could master an image at 1,000 nits. We could use 1,000 nits as our reference setting and color grade according to that. And then we could take that image and we could encode it using the same Rec. 709 standard that we used for 100 nit images. And typically with Rec. 709, in broadcast, you're often getting 10 bits per channel of bit depth. But for end consumers, you're often getting 8 bits. And when you have a Rec. 709 image like this at 1,000 nits, what you're going to find is that the signal values are all going to be very, very low, because 1,000 nits creates so much extra highlight headroom. It's going to cause us to choose lower relative luminance, and most of our image is going to be sitting at the very bottom of the signal range. And when you're using Rec. 709 for your encoding, and you only have 8 bits per channel to work with, and most of your image is sitting at the bottom of the range, you get this awful quantization in the shadows. And actually, you can't see it super well right now, but if you were to look at this image in a different context, you'd probably be able to see it a little bit better. But we actually have some awful banding in the shadows there. And that is a byproduct of that Rec. 709 encoding, because Rec. 709 simply was never designed to efficiently encode images across such a wide dynamic range. It was designed with 100 nits in mind, not with 1,000 nits. And we could mitigate these banding issues, these quantization issues, by increasing the bit depth to, say, 16 bits per channel. But while that would largely fix our quantization problems, things like 16 bits just aren't really practical. And so if we were to stick with Rec. 709 for 1,000 nit images, we would have to increase the bit depth far beyond what we can practically achieve. And this is why the HLG and PQ gamma curves exist, because they can achieve acceptable levels of quantization for 1,000 nit and 10,000 nit images with only a modest bit depth change from 8 bits to 10 bits as the minimum. And it's not the gamma that causes the differences between HDR and SDR. What causes the difference in the image was our decision to use 1,000 nits instead of 100 nits as our reference setting. The gamma curve simply allows us to encode that image more efficiently. So really, on a conceptual level, HDR and SDR video handle luminance in the exact same way. There's an absolute luminance that's used as a reference setting for making color decisions, but from then on, the video is encoded using relative luminance, which we send to the consumer, and then we expect them to set a different peak luminance on their display so that they can adapt to their ambient environment. And I think this is important to remember because I see a lot of discourse online, saying that HDR requires a display to produce a certain specific number of nits for a given signal value. And that's just not the case. You can take a look at the HDR signal. You can say, oh, this pixel here, this is 350 nits. And sure, it's 350 nits in the reference environment. But for the consumer, the one who's actually watching the content in a different environment that's not calibrated reference, it's not going to be 350 nits. It's going to be something else. And it should be something else. Consumer displays can and should adjust their peak luminance away from reference if the viewing environment is not reference. So the absolute luminance of a pixel is really only as relevant in HDR as it is in SDR, because you can make these exact same arguments in SDR. You could say this pixel is 80 nits. Well, it's 80 nits in reference, but it's not going to be 80 nits for the consumer. And so I'll leave you with a pair of examples for how not to implement HDR and how they end up giving HDR a bad name. So the first one is going to be from a content creator perspective, and the next one is going to be from a content consumer perspective. So brace yourselves. So first we're going to talk about HDR video on the iPhone and other smartphones. So if you were to go onto social media right now and look up some HDR content that was shot on a phone, you might be surprised at just how bright the content is. Believe it or not, that text is 200 nits. And not only is the content incredibly bright, it's so much brighter than the SDR version of the same thing. Again, believe it or not, text at same level. The HDR videos off of smartphones are just so bright compared to the SDR versions. So why do we think this is? Why do we think that smartphones like the iPhone, or in this case the Google Pixel, produce such bright HDR content? And that's not rhetorical. If anyone has a what? Sell more phones. Brighter is better.
Because if you're looking like in a store and you see the really bright one,
yeah,
and the really dim one,
yeah, that's probably, yeah, it's probably part of it. Yeah.
Outside.
Outside. Yeah. What? Well, yeah. I mean, it's HLG. Yeah. Yeah. But really, the culprit that I've found is right here. Now, you can't actually read this text very well on this screen, but you might be able to read a little better over there. The culprit is right here, because most smartphone video isn't professionally color graded, and so we have to look at the decisions made by the device manufacturer that dictate its default behavior. And in the case of Apple, because they're the only one I can actually find this documentation for, in Apple's own documentation, they admit that the reference environment they use for making color decisions pertaining to the iPhone camera uses an ambient luminance that is almost 60 times brighter than the reference setting laid out in Rec 2100. And so, if you remember our earlier discussion, if we use a higher ambient luminance, then we're going to want to choose higher relative luminance pixel values to compensate so that this image still looks good on screen. And so, when Apple makes color decisions for the iPhone in their bright room, they end up choosing pretty high relative luminance values so that the image still looks all right. And changing the reference environment like this effectively creates a whole new standard, which is technically compatible with existing HLG pipelines, but it's not artistically compatible in any way. Because if you think about the differences between SDR and HDR, we've already established that most of the differences in how the images look is derived from the difference in reference environment. SDR images use a dim screen in a dim room, and HDR images are made with a bright screen in a dim room. And it's that difference that defines the difference in look. And so when Apple comes along and say, well, we're going to use a bright screen in a bright room, that's an environment that is just as different from, if not more different from, HLG, the standard, as HLG is from SDR. And while I was only able to find documentation about this for Apple specifically, they are far from the only guilty party here. I've seen many other smartphone manufacturers do this. The example we had was Google. I believe Samsung does it as well. Apple is just the only one I found who actually admits to doing this. So this just highlights the importance of using a reference environment for making color decisions, or at least something that is as close to reference as we can reasonably achieve. Because if you use an environment that isn't reference, then you end up with these dramatically overexposed or dramatically underexposed images. Now, the second example I'd like to give is actually from a content consumer perspective. And this one has to do with my personal living room setup. I have an OLED TV that's HDR, and I feed content to it through a Roku. And as you might expect, the content that I watch is a mixture of HDR and SDR, depending on what it is. And I'm in a room with, moderate ambient lighting. So the Roku is oftentimes having to take SDR content from a streaming service and convert it into something that's going to look all right on my HDR screen. And so how does it do that? Well, the Roku doesn't know my display's peak luminance setting because it never bothered to ask me. It just assumes that my display is following PQ 1-to-1, that the PQ standard says the peak luminance at 100% should be 10,000 nits, and so my display is doing the same thing. It just assumes that. It doesn't ask me whether that's true. But in my case, that actually is true. So that assumption works in this case. And it further assumes that, that I'm watching in a moderately illuminated living room because it assumes it's connected to a TV, in a living space. And that is, again, actually a valid assumption in this case. So it takes the SDR signal that it receives from whatever streaming service, and it remaps it so that a signal value of 100% in SDR maps to 300 nits on my screen. And I'm going to turn the lights. How can I get all the lights back on here? Jim? Okay. There we go. All right. So we're simulating my living room now. And we're going to go to this example shot. This is from Andor. And we're assuming in this case that Andor isn't available in HDR for whatever reason. It is available in HDR, but for some reason we're just assuming that this is SDR right now. And in this circumstance, this actually looks okay, because the Roku's assumptions about its environment were actually pretty accurate in this case. So we have a signal peak in the SDR stream of around 70%. The Roku converts that to be about 60% in HDR PQ, and so we get a displayed peak luminance of around 270 nits. And that looks fine. But if I go over to watch the very same content on my setup, but now in HDR, that's a problem, because now it looks much darker. And the reason that it looks darker is because the Roku is now not adapting to the differences in ambient illumination. It is just displaying this content 1-to-1 from what it's receiving from the streaming service. And so now our displayed peak is only 107 nits, which would look fine in a reference environment. If we turn the lights down, now it looks fine, because it was mastered for a reference environment. And so it looks fine in the reference environment. But if we're in a living room and we don't adapt the image, now it looks far too dark. And if I had to guess why this is, why the Roku gives me such a different experience in SDR versus HDR, I would guess it's because someone at Roku mistakenly believes that HDR displays are supposed to show the same luminance every time. That if something was 107 nits during color grading, that it should be 107 nits in my living room. And as we've talked about, that just isn't the case. And the Roku doesn't give me any control over this behavior. It doesn't let me tell it what my ambient illumination is. It doesn't let me tell it what I'd like the peak luminance of the display to be. It just does this. Now, I'm using Roku as an example because that's the device I'm having problems with, but I have other devices that connect to my TV that actually do give me these choices and do let me set the peak luminance and the ambient illumination to suit my viewing environment. So to summarize, both HDR and SDR content have reference environments which specify the peak luminance and ambient illumination that should be used when making color decisions. Both SDR and HDR content then encode images using purely relative luminance, and both HDR and SDR assume that the consumer display will adjust its peak luminance to adapt to the viewing environment. So the differences between HDR and SDR are not conceptual in how they think about luminance. The differences come from the differences in those peak luminance settings that are chosen, where in SDR we use 100 nits in our reference environment, and in HDR we use 1,000 or 10,000 nits. And all of the other things about HDR, all of the other differences in signal encoding, are all in service of making that possible, of allowing us to set our displays to 1,000 or 10,000 nits in a reference environment and still get an acceptable result. So that is luminance in HDR and SDR. I believe we still have a little bit of time left. I believe we still have some time left. If anyone has any questions, I can probably take a couple of those.
This is a purely selfish question.
Yeah.
But now that you've gone through this testing and you found out that Roku doesn't give you the settings you'd like, what is your preferred streaming device at home to give you all the control that you want?
Unfortunately, I'm still using the Roku because I haven't found one that I like enough. I'm tempted to make my own, but I haven't done it yet.
We have another one back here, and then we'll come to Michael Kohler.
Sorry.
I'll restate your question. Go ahead and ask it again.
Sony was showing a 10,000 nit LED display. It's set in SIGGRAPH. It's not speaking, which is pretty interesting because most of the displays that we have are HDR.
Yeah, so he was saying that Sony has a 10,000 nit display at SIGGRAPH earlier this week.
We're showing that, like most of our consumer displays, where we can make HDR, we're not really truly getting HDR.
Yeah.
To the model. These have it, but not our OLED.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a simulated HDR.
Yeah, so he was saying that that because a lot of, if I understand you correctly, that a lot of the consumer displays that they can't actually get to 10,000 nits like the spec. Yeah, or the color gamut, that those are more sort of like a halfway like simulated HDR because the PQ standard allows for stuff that's beyond what our displays can do. And yeah, that's a good point. I think we also had a question at
We have one in the back here.
Yeah.
Hi, great presentation. I'm a photographer, but I've been a colorist and kind of an image engineer for 3 years now, and I've evolved from capping peak luminance to try and understand in my GUI versus reference monitor what I'm looking at. And now I've evolved into a completely linear sort of mindset workflow. So I wonder how, if that is in the color reproduction phase, kind of the trend, even though we have ACES, fully ACES pipelines, different models, how can that best transfer over to what seems like on the TV side, just kind of a marketing ploy or something you got to configure with your Roku?
So are you sort of asking like how do we get this understanding into consumer devices?
Yeah, I've seen SMPTE round around trying to figure out how to fuse those two. But I think what you propose is there's been a lot of focus on middle gray, right?
Yeah.
And going around middle gray and what percentage of middle gray, how do you chart that? But you're making a claim, it's like, no, it's figure your environment, figure out that peak luminance, and then focus on that image.
Well, I mean, a lot of times in HDR, we're not just adjusting. We're not necessarily just adjusting our display's peak luminance because, again, we oftentimes have to have that tone mapping because, we might say, oh well, PQ of the reference is 10,000 nits, and I want to increase that by a stop, so my screen should be 20,000 nits. And well, no screens are hitting 20,000 nits right now. So really, it's we're applying a linear gain to our shadows and midtones, and then we have to adjust our tone mapping. But yeah, I mean, in terms of how we get it to consumer displays, I wish I had more insight into that as well. My hope is just getting the knowledge out there can help. Personally, probably the best. I've only had the only decent experience I've had with getting devices set up for, consumer devices set up for living room environment is I connected like a game console. I had a Switch 2, and it gave me the option to, when I set up HDR, it prompted me to, choose the display's peak luminance for tone mapping purposes, and then also to adapt the paper white setting to adapt to my viewing environment. And I ended up in that case, I think, setting paper white around 250 nits or something, because that looked the best in my living room. Though, if Nintendo is watching this, please tell us the actual nit values and not just not just a slider. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
I saw Michael Kohler with his hand up. Is that still correct? Okay.
I was going to ask you a question about your Roku.
Okay.
If you've got a Switch 2, there is a little button that gives you nit values.
There is now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's great.
Awesome.
I actually can answer that question and your question.
Yeah.
It's called the UHD Alliance. They have done the work on this.
Uh-huh.
That's what the ambient light compensation mode in LG TVs is for filmmaker mode.
Yes.
Specifically.
Yeah.
So is the OOTF is what's being changed. Is
Yes.
the gamma. If anyone in here wants to try it out, this is how you can actually compensate for that shift. So that there is an actual answer to this. It is in consumer stuff. Right now it's in LG, but I'm sure it'll start making its way into everybody.
Well, and that's just the stuff we need to encourage. We gotta make sure everyone's doing that.
Any other questions? Here you go.
We can probably do his, and then we can do Michael's question, and then we can probably wrap up.
I find the TV topic pretty interesting because I bought a Sony Bravia, right?
Yeah.
And I use an Apple TV.
Right.
And I set both of them to a Dolby standard. So my assumption was the TV's light sensor was feeding the Apple TV back through CEC protocol on what to do. But are you saying that the technology is not there yet?
I'm not saying the technology isn't there. I mean, I have heard that some newer models, have been using ambient light sensors. I don't have those in my living room. Because my display's a little bit older. But yeah, that stuff is great to bring up because those types of technologies, ambient light sensors in TVs are amazing to have, and feeding them back to the streaming device is amazing to have. The only and those are the kinds of things that we should be encouraging in device manufacturers, and those I think will go a long way. The only thing that I would comment on there is that I think it's important that we all agree on which device has the responsibility to do the adaptation and the tone mapping, because we don't want images to be doubly tone mapped. So for example, if your TV, and I don't know if this is the case, but if your TV is using its ambient light sensor and adapting its OOTF to adapt for your ambient luminance, that's fine. If the Apple TV isn't also adapting to your ambient luminance, because if they're both trying to adapt to ambient luminance and they're not communicating with each other, they're not doing that in tandem, we could end up with a doubly tone mapped image that isn't going to look good. So that's just the one thing that I would emphasize is that as an industry, and I know in some contexts there has been agreement, like I believe for, like going back to the example of game consoles, I believe the agreed upon standard was for the display not to do the tone mapping and for the console to do the tone mapping, but those things aren't universal as far as I'm aware, so I just think that that's important to highlight.
That was basically my question.
Okay, cool. All right. Oh, Tavia? Oh, you're good. You're good. Okay. Before I wrap up then, thank you, everybody.
Thanks again, Camon. I do also want to thank Camon for going through the extra trouble of building the presentation on a PIXERA timeline, which was something that I really was hoping would happen, and he took the initiative to do it, so thank you. And yeah, so we're going to do about a 10-minute switch over to Angel, so everybody in the stream, if we're going to go kind of quiet for a couple of minutes, and then in the room we've got some pastries and stuff at back, coffee in the alley/patio today. So. Okay, everybody, hello, hello. We're going to keep her moving. We got some amazing speakers left, and we're going back. We're on schedule so far, so that is fantastic. I believe the stream is, it's been live the whole time, so here we go. I wanted to quickly thank Kim again, amazing, and a great way to start off the day, really amazing. Thank you so much for coming. Angel is the lead color scientist at Red Rock Ops and the founder and owner of that outfit out of Vegas. He's been in the industry for 35 years and has a long list of credentials, but has the reputation of the industry as the person you call if you want to get color right for your live event. Does the Super Bowl, does all the big events, and we're really excited to have him here to talk about his workflows. Also, he's here to talk about the Camon Academy and some other really exciting things he has coming. So thank you, Angel.
Hello, everybody. How are you? So I've been grinding at it for 35 years, and it's so cool to see the people that I've been working with. Laura, Michael, I just met you, but we've been in the same circles. Josh back there, now he's with Pro, which is awesome, and a bunch of other people. And so I keep meeting people, and then meeting with them.
Achievable sometimes on LED walls, which is one of the first things that gets people, right? Oh, my blue, but in all the blue shows we have, Intel, Cisco, all these things. How come my blue doesn't match, right? Those are the things. You got to know the technology first before you can go into it, right? And so once you know something, once I know my guitar's tuned, I'll hand it to you. You go play it with a bow, run it over with a car, whatever it is, but it's your guitar now, right? And so that's what we've been doing, right? And so let me start moving through this here. My name's Angel Bonch. I started Red Rock Ops in 2017. Been around for 35 years. Work across cinema, integration, broadcast, even like install projects like at theme parks, that kind of thing. And then I'm founding the Camon Academy with portrait displays. So I started using Camon a long time ago because, for the same reasons, we would color grade something, bring it to a show, and it looks like absolute garbage. Why? Well, because the display wasn't calibrated. And so we started knowing that I needed to tune that guitar. I needed to tune the display. I need to know exactly what's going on with the display. So yesterday, Camon wanted to have a screen at 1500 nits. I got Camon out. I looked at the display. PQ was great on gamma. And the brightness we found out was 1659 nits on this. Awesome. Now I know exactly what's there, right? Once I know what is happening, now I can work with that display, right? So let's move on to, here we go. So, I'm going to talk about the workflow part 1 and education part 2. Where's Tavi? I should have started my my timer. Sorry about that. And here we go. She'll tell me we're just a little bit off. And then part 2 is education. What we're doing to teach people. So my calibration stack goes. I use Camon by Portrait Displays. We use different colorimeters, spectroradiometers, colorimeters to calibrate walls. You use a spectroradiometer and then a tristimulus color meter. The spectroradiometer reads from ultraviolet to infrared, so it can read any display, right? But they're slow. They're grabbing this massive pipeline of light and then converting that to numbers we can do actionable data on. Now, tristimulus color meter, like a Klein K10 or a C6, see very, very much the same way RIC. It has three dichroics, red, green, blue. So we create a profile from a spectro to a tristimulus color meter. And then what that does is it matches the SPD, spectral power distribution, which is something that's in the Camon Academy. It's basically the spectral power that's in a light source. And Tim's going to talk at length on his lights and how they respond. And there's also modules in the Camon Academy about that. Then from there, I'll take that LUT, and then everybody knows what a LUT in the room is, but if you don't know, I'm going to show you on Pomfret, right? I use a software called Pomfret Live Grade. One of the really exciting things about this, I'm going to tap myself in the back and these guys, is I use Pomfret Live Grade every day, and a lot of people have no clue what it is. They complain about how much it costs, whatever. Listen, we haven't had this capability in the industry for a long time, okay? The fact that this is out and available is incredible. What does it do? It extends your ability to grade and touch color at a scale that you've never had before. And that's why it's so exciting for these guys to have this in their media server suite. And let me show you what it does from the demo that I did at Infocom. Here we go. So here, one of the cool things, this is Pomfret Live Grade. Let me show you, the interface kind of looks like this, and they're going to kill me because I'm using the old version. This is 6. I didn't get a license. I have a license for 7, but I didn't install it. We were at dinner last night. I apologize. But one of the cool things about this is, here, it shows you a visual representation of what a LUT is, right? How cool is that? Okay, so for this demo at Infocom, what I did is we had 3 VA LCD. VA is a type of LCD display, and we were matching them together, right? So with Camon, I measured it. Camon has a 3D LUT engine. Camon created a LUT. And the cool thing about Pomfret Live Grade is it has nodes. And then that node structure, I can put in that LUT that I measured that screen with. So what I do is I've calibrated the screen in the sense that I put a node in there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it on. So watch what happens to the node structure now. That's what I need to do to the LUT to calibrate that screen. Cool. We just tuned the guitar, right? Now I'm going to go into Eddie Van Halen mode, and we're going to start rocking out, right? How we do that. Cool thing is you have these color pickers, right? And this does a bunch of cool things. You can grab gamma curves. You can grab there's CDLs. There's all kinds of DIT tools in there to grab the LUTs, to do everything you can in there. So please, after you finish this, just go and download a demo version and go to town, right? It also works with a lot of different things: cameras, LUT boxes, media servers. Right? I use it with LED processors, megapixel, Helios is in there, Brompton, Novastar, Color Light, right? The cool thing is this has become like the front end of badass color for all these pieces of gear, right? What most people don't understand is an LED tile most of the time is out of gamut. That means it has more color reproduction than the actual standard you're in. So they start fighting, how come I can't get that? And they try to do, and I'll show you here in the color volume in a second, they try to just create, basically, they're trying to ramp the LUT, the 1D, which is just white. That's not going to get your color volume in. You need to go into the 3D LUT space to get that gamut down to start tweaking those colors correctly, right? And a lot of people don't understand that. This tool allows you to do that. At the bottom of this, there's transforms. Transforms is, how do I get one color space to the other, right? By keeping skin tones and all these things together, right? If I'm fitting Rec 709, which is a smaller color gamut, and I'll show you here soon, and you drop that into Rec 2020, the red is supposed to be in a certain point, but it blows out. So all the skin tones, everybody looks sunburned, right? That's what sometimes people don't understand. You have to tame your color space and actually make it correct. This is something, the tools that Conor was showing you today, right? I'm gonna show them to you visually, right? So one of the cool things that I showed in the demo was the amount of control you have in Pomfret is incredible. I love this because, for example, let's say they come up and say, hey, I don't like that shade of that red on her lips. I go, okay, no worries. I have a tool picker, right? And I'm going to go and tool pick red. And then watch the LUT. I can now change the color of her lips, right? But look what's happening in the LUT. You see mathematically what's applying in the LUT? I can change that. It's very, very tonally very close, right? It's changing just that part. And you see what's happening mathematically in the LUT itself. So check that out, right? How cool is that? We've affected this side of the LUT. You've never had this kind of control in, say, like old media servers, switchers, cameras even, right? This is something that's unprecedented. And when people tell me it's too expensive, okay, expensive is what you need for your show sometimes. You know, build it into the budget. You know, it's less than $2,000 a year for subscription. Fine, do it, right? If it's going to make you better, I say it this way: if you mow lawns for a living, do you want to push a non-motorized grass implementer? Do you want a zero-turn mower because you can mow 10,000 acres a year? Yeah, you're going to do the mower, right? So I always say, people, is it expensive or is it the tool you need? Right? That's the first thing I hear. Oh, it's so expensive. It's not expensive if it's a tool you need for the job. And the one capability is that they've made it available to control so many things, right? So many devices. And I'm so happy that PIXERA's got that available now. All right, so let's move on here. So back to the presentation. And then, so one of the things that I do is I always like to tell people calibration. People go, hey, I want to match these tiles, blah, blah, blah. All right, there's two types of calibration that we in the field use. There's video input calibration, right? That is, the HDMI comes in, you can add a LUT to it, you can massage it in the switcher or whatever. And then there's also coefficient calibration. That's at the tile level, right? Each tile has an EEPROM built into it or a memory bank, right? Like Brompton tiles have a memory bank. They have 3 different calibration banks. It's like factory, user, and then Dynacal, which is one of their methods for calibrating. That is a whole different calibration. That is an in-depth per panel calibration, and that coefficient gets burned into each tile, right? And that's one of the things I do at Red Rock Ops. I have hydras, and we calibrate those one per one. The other thing that I do is input calibration, which would be, and I was showing Laura Flank today, this tool that we have that is when we are talking to, see where it went. Hold on a second. We got a bunch of other cool tools too, but just to tell you about gamut, right? Kind of go back for a second. I built this tool here because everybody always sees this. Everybody always sees the 1931 stack. Oh, good. What is this? All right, this is what the human eye can see, and this is in 1931, so this is not fully accurate. There's also a 1976 CIA chart that's more accurate, right? And it's all told in here, right? It's the way we see color. It was all from a standard observer. A standard observer is a person like, back in 1930, 29, realized what color spectrum they could see, and then that became almost like the Fletcher-Munson curve. You go into Fletcher-Munson, that's to audio, right? This is to video what audio Fletcher-Munson is to audio, right? And I have a module in here that shows you the differences, right? So now what I did is, well, this is not just a 2D X and Y. This has volume to it, right? So let's go see the volume. Well, the volume is, when I come in here and I actually turn on Rec 2020, it's this beautiful, large color volume, right? That's what's theoretical. Sorry about that. That's what's theoretical. What we've been seeing since 1990 is actually Rec 709, right? This was started in 1990. And the standard, like Camon was talking about, is really 100 nits. Really, we talk about 160, sometimes 200. That, obviously, like you were saying, it ramps up and down. But the cool thing is we've been on the standard, right? And a lot of people have been doing HDR wrong. So when we were talking about this yesterday, when people see HDR, they go, oh, it looks horrible. It's because it's being done wrong. When it's done correctly, it is beautiful. It's like you're there, right? When you see HDR done correctly. So then we in, what was it? I think it was in 2017, Apple added display P3, not DCI P3, right? DCI P3 was something that was done for cinema. So let me go ahead and turn Rec 709 off. This was DCI P3 that's actually smaller. It's a little bit wider gamut than Rec 709, right? But it's actually smaller in luminance, right, than Rec 709. That's crazy, right? So now Display P3 came about, and here's Display P3. It's actually much bigger, 1,000 nits, right? 1,000 nits mastering. You got much more color volume in there, right? And as you can see down here, one of the things that happens when you do tweak color temperature, watch what happens to the color volume, right? This is, we're at let's go to D65 here, right? And then see what happens to the color volume as you tweak temperature? It actually changes your color volume, right? So that's something that also people don't understand. It's not always D65. Also, if you look here, I think I have DCI P3. So DCI is lightly greenish. So if you notice in this curve here, I don't know what's going to come out, DCI kind of pops out on the top here, right? It's not really in the Planckian locus. Everybody thinks it's a little greenish, and it kind of is. It's a little tilted towards green. But these are all cool things that this is what the Academy is about. The Academy is about visual tools, right? And also the sponsorship of I'm looking for sponsorships from companies who want to train people visually, right? And this is very important to me that we see this. I was talking to Tim yesterday, and we were talking about spectral, and he's going to talk about that at length. But I wanted to show you, let's see what this one here. Okay, we'll stop. Let me show you the SPD first. So here's all the spectral power of different lighting modes, right? You have daylight, and what it does to, say, for example, a skin, right? Fair skin. You can see you can see here what the light source is in spectral power distribution versus how it bounces off skin, and how it shows up, you know, on camera, right? And here you see we have a CRI 15 diagram, and so look what happens to, for example, when we RGB LED, and the reason this matters right here. Look what happens to red in RGB LED. It goes negative, right? Now, why we say this? What was the big thing during the pandemic? XR volumes. We're lighting everything with LED tiles, right? Well, LED tiles have horrible SPD, right? Horrible spectral power distribution. What happens with that? And you know, I'm going to do a simplified version that Tim's going to go really dip into. Lighting's all about physics, right? If I don't have red, right, what is one of the major things in a skin tone is red, right? And so if I'm bouncing a light that doesn't have red, and I go to the camera, and I, you know, let's say it's in a live environment, I'm going to start adding red to that channel to make sure that chip chart looks right and to make sure that skin tone looks right. Now, what happens when I pan over and I go to that screen which has equal volumes of RGB? It's going to look magenta, right? It's going to look hugely off. It's because you got to start with a good product. If you start these lights, we measured them yesterday. They're damn near 100%, CRI, which means you're getting a great product, which means you're barely going to have to touch your camera shader, right? Is barely going to have to touch his gain controls because he's getting all that light information already, right? So just think about that. It's almost like, I always think about of color and audio, right? If I mic a guitar correctly or a speaker correctly, I don't have to add EQ, so much EQ, start changing phase. I don't have to add, you know, compressor, all these other things. I'm getting great signal, garbage in, garbage out. I'm getting great signal, so that means I'm going to have to do the least amount of processing on the end. Same thing with this. Lighting is lighting is the instrument, and then the camera is the microphone. Okay? It's very simple in that term, but it's very hard to people who don't understand it. I've seen people beat their head against it all the time, you know? Hey, we got the cheapest LED panels. Okay, you did, right? Cheap is always expensive, right? I keep beating that to death because people go, oh, Brompton or Megapixel too expensive. Are they, right? Are you going to get on show site, you're going to have all this control that you're going to be able to, you know, not only that, we're going to get into control, but this is one thing that I love about PIXERA. Panasonic is here represented. Megapixel's represented. Row. What do all these companies have that's incredible? They have tech support, right? They have your language tech support, right? They have people who will pick up the phone at 3 o'clock in the morning when your production's going down, right? That's what you're paying for. You're not paying for, hey, this panel's, 70% less than the other one. There's a reason why, right? And that's something I want to drive home. The reason these guys are here, the reason their product is great, it might cost more, but it's not costing more. It's going to make your production better, okay, in the end. So think about that. All right, so moving on. Let's see what we have here. So this is something that I built and I was just showing Laura. Okay, so what this module does is I come in and I measure an LED wall, and you can do this once you finish, in the Camon Academy. Usually, we'll measure this LED panel, and this LED panel And it's not because it's RAW, it's not because of anything, it's just the way the industry is, the way the phosphors are made, right? The way the phosphors are in each SMD, right? And I teach you that in there. It's the electro-optical properties of the actual LED. It has nothing to do with the manufacturer. That's what's available to them, right? And so that might be a little bit deficient in blue. That doesn't mean the screen isn't usable. That means you just work your way into it, right? So I can measure that, put it against the standard, and what this calculator does is I have certain colors. So what the color is telling me is if I wanted to achieve this blue, right, that's the perfect blue that I want. This is what the LED response is going to be like of that blue, so it's going to be off-shifted. And then this is the closest color I can achieve with that particular, that particular LED panel. Why is that great? Well, when you're designing a show that's millions of dollars, let's say it's a production or something like that, and you're going to pick an LED panel or a projection technology, right? You want to know, as you start designing, what color palette you hand your content designers, right? So that might be. So what this tool also does is it takes the actual properties of your screen, and what it does is it backs into it, generates a Photoshop, Illustrator, After Effects, DaVinci Resolve, and we also did After Effects color palette. That's what you're going to use to do the closest color to your LED wall, right? So it's very big in that sense. Also, if you get the show site and you have a PowerPoint operator and you go, hey, my Cisco blue doesn't work too well, it'll tell you what the closest RGB or hex value is of that color, so you can get it as close. The client might be super happy, but at least it's not teal when you're supposed to be like a cyan, right? And this is, and anybody who's beat their head against, color on a show site when a client goes, what's going on? And you're trying to, do contrast, gamma, and brightness, you're never going to achieve that color because this is this way, right? That's in the actual XY, it's not in the Z value, right? Also, one thing we were talking to Tim about is XY, I can hand you two colors that are XY. If they have a different delta or Z to your eye, they're going to look different, right? So the other thing happens is, let's talk about the triangle here, right? We measure the triangle. The standard is a balanced triangle. The Planckian locus, which is this locus right here, right? That is where temperature is. What happens is it doesn't care what the value of that luminance is on RGB. It's going to tell you I'm 6,500. Right? But the problem is you might have luminances off. So something might tell you that it's 6,500, but it looks pink, or it looks magenta. It is 6,500 to the meter, but it's actually your luminance is off, right? So you have to balance those RGB, and then you get that white, that nice white 6,500 or whatever it is. And sometimes I tell people that and they break. It's like, that's what's happening. Absolutely. Like there was some older tiles that we used to measure where it said 6,500. But when you looked at it, they look pink. It's because that value was off, right? 6,500 in the middle is 6,500, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So a lot of times you'll walk up to older LED tiles and you go, that's white on the processor? Yeah, we're leveled out, and it looks pink. It's because that value was offset. So just, little tweak there. So we keep going through here. Everybody is it cool what we're talking about? Or I'm boring everybody? Okay, so, all right, so I love visualization. So this is what a LUT looks like, right? And that's where white is from a LUT, right? A LUT goes across a cube. And this is, you can notice these lines here, right? As I apply gamma to that LUT, V2.4, you can see there where the gamma curve is in that actual LUT, right? So that's how you see, as you see that cube LUT, that's where the things are. Moving on. All right, so this is one that Tim and I are going to be working on. He actually gave me some really cool ways of picturing this more. This is TM30. This is actually a better way of measuring light. And so what we're going to do is you'll see the next calculator that comes out will have what the color is and what the color you're seeing versus, for example, this here, we have tungsten, which usually has beautiful CRI response, all the way down to, say, like a fluorescent lamp, right? So, and you can actually ramp that out, right? And it's just showing you that it's not achieving the CRI that you want in there, okay? And so like I said, these tools are all interactive. I want you to go through them. If you notice on the side, there's always explanations on the side here. The Academy will have an AI that you can actually ask the module, your situation. Why is this failing? It's coming. We've got compute power coming up on it. And it's actually going to you're going to be able to talk to it in this particular module, or it'll reference you to another module, right? So we also have, for example, there's tools like CCT, standard stuff, CCT like to XY, so you can see what my color temperature is X, this, what is it? You also have what, different types of light looking like in a room, that kind of thing, and it gives you SPD values for those things. Let me move on. What am I doing in time? Sorry about that. But I have there's a Camon wiki that has all kinds of different things, right? All the way from, there's like the portrait YouTube channel, which shows you a ton of these things. The channel hub, and it's showing you like all the different, like 7 to 9 reasons. I'm in a couple of 7 to 9 reasons on how to calibrate LED with Camon. What metamerism is, how to deal with different displays. This is all information that's out there, but people don't know where to find it. And so we're trying to do a hub. And again, a lot of young people, and I say this because I have 2 sons, right? They get bored of just reading a paper. That's the reason I made this interactive. They really want interactivity. They're used to gaming. Cool, let's bring it to where they're at, right? Super cool, I can do that, right? This is one that I'm excited about. This is a Sekonic simulator. A lot of people can't afford a Sekonic, but if you can go rent one, right, now I know what I'm doing with it, right? So it's not fully working yet, but you can have like measure. So what would, for example, if I'm measuring like an ETC source 4, I can hit the little measure button, right? And it'll give me, it gives you a little, a little representation of what's what in there, like spectral powers, spectral power curves. So it's actually, you can't have the meter mess with it here. And I'm working with Tim, and we're going to work with Sekonic to get this right, so that when you get one of these devices, a lot of companies own them, but they don't have them on hand. But if I know what every single one of these things does before I get to show site, cool, man. I know exactly how, it's too much magenta offset, cool, let me know how to do that and tell the LD what to do. This is something that I keep talking about, Tim. You guys are going to be super impressed with Tim. We nerded out so much this morning. We're talking about what makes a successful live show. Nobody's an island. A lot of the times you'll see LED people come in and go, whatever, I got set up my LED, it looks right, I'm out, right? Okay, well, that's the secret to a bad show, right? You have to talk to, right? You're going to talk to your content designers. If you can, that's okay. You're going to talk to your camera shaders, your LD. What's your center cut? What's your CCT for the show? What are we lighting at? Well, I like it at 5,000 because this. And some people go, well, I think people look a little too blue. Well, let's go to 4,700. Okay, well, and that always gives me the methodology for what I put the center point of the LED wall at, right? Because now what's happening? I put a chip chart up. I say I have 4,700. If I get that LED wall within 200 to 300 Kelvin from that, right, it's going to look fine on screen. That's the biggest part. It's not going to look magenta, right? Now, if you're doing it in a video show, it's going to be 6,500. Doesn't matter what the light is. But on most shows, I call it the triangle, right? The triangle of success, right? It's going to be LED. You're going to have your, or displays. Could be projection. You're going to have your, your camera shaders, and you're going to have your lighting person. And that's very important. Talk to your lighting person. They're the ones who are making the secret sauce for your cameras to look right. Talk to them, right? Buy a meter, or if you don't have one, borrow one. See how much CRI there's in there. Hey, man, I've done this before. Hey, man, look at the CRI. Red is completely out. Do you mind? They usually have a CRI correction on a Grand MA that'll start. If you start at 0 and they give you 50, your day's already getting better, right? It's something that a lot of people have no clue about. Make your show immediately better. And I know I've been harping on it, but it's because it's a big one. And here I also have different LED types, display types, IPS, VA. What's TFT matrix, right? These are all going to be animations where you can dig into them. What's DLP? How do the little mirrors move around, right? Everybody know what a DLP display is, right? So, and if you don't, it's like everybody goes, yes, but then I'll talk to some people who are younger who haven't been in the technology and go, I don't know what that is. Like, check this out. This is the coolest thing ever, right? One thing that I didn't go into here is I also have, because I'm a nerd, I have a whole history of, a timeline of history of, and I'll go over here, and let's see. Let me go into, let's see, color. And then there's the people of color in here. People of, not that guy. But then, here we go. People of color science. There you go. So it's just like everybody who's done something, right? He was, yeah. So, but basically, it's all the people who did something, right, for our industry. Photography, vision, television, like, who are the guys who did display technology, right? Displays. Well, that guy, talking about DLP, Larry Hornbeck, that guy designed the little mirrors, right, for TI. very cool. It's cool to see that person and go to Wikipedia and see what he did, and go to YouTube and see how a DLP chip works. Man, that's how you get deeper into it, right? So anyway, moving on. Let's see. So let's go here. I kind of jumped ahead a little bit. Show you Pomfret. And then these are people I've been working with. AJA, AJA color boxes are incredible devices. They have, first of all, they have 2 lines of delay. That means a lot to you if you're in video, right? 2 lines of delay, that's huge, right? Then they have a great color pipeline. You have 8 different, and there's a whole module of it in here. There's 8 different LUT paths. There's an active 3D LUT that works with Pomfret Live Grade, but on top of that, you can do grading. In there's also transforms, right? There's also NBC, there's also color front, all these things in this little box. And there's also open gear frames that you can put them in for broadcast. So for Super Bowl, we installed 20 of these things, and then we matched different displays. If you saw Super Bowl, there's at Levi Stadium, there's LED walls, and then half of the LED wall on the north side is actually a mesh, because it's the sound system for the main all right, 10 minutes. And so the sound system is in there, right? And so we had to match those together. So with the color box and Calman, we were able to match those screens together. So it's possible. All right, and then let's keep going here. By the way, the only display that I know, sorry about that. The only display that I know that does Rec 2020 is this boy right here, right? The VVM HX 3110, right? And in here, the thing I didn't talk about, when we were talking about mastering, from my experience, we've mastered at 1,000 nits for broadcast, HLG. In cinema, you're most likely going to be doing 4,000 nits mastering, And again, that's the guitar. You take the guitar, man, and you play it whichever way you want, okay? So there's always standards that are set, and there's also things that you do with the thing, right? So last thing here, let's see what else. Let me go. And then just talking about solid state projection. We used to be into the xenon, xenon and halogen bulbs, and now everything's moved into laser. That doesn't mean that they perform better. I would take a xenon projector any day over laser, but laser is where we're at. Obviously we're looking at longevity, especially in rental situations and in cinema. So, but that doesn't mean I don't like laser. If I have the preference, right? So, and then let's see. I also work, obviously, with PIXERA, Brompton, Portrait, which we're doing the Academy with. And also one tool that I haven't talked about, monitoring on show site. I love Node Omniscope, by Time and Pixels. There's a ton of cool modules in there. You can buy a $20,000 Prism, or you can buy software, and it works on PC and Mac. There's a lot of input cards. But some of those scopes that are in there are incredible. Just look at Vectorscope. Just remember that I said that, and go look at it on the website, okay? That's a luminance-based. Actually, what it does is it expands luminance in 3D, so you can see your image in 3D in luminance. So look at that, Time and Pixels, Omniscope. I'm running out of time. Talking too much, I apologize. Here we go. Was that?
Well, you have 8 minutes to do your presentation.
Okay. No worries. So this is going to be obvious when I say this. I helped out Theatrics with a circus company. Won't tell you who it is. But it was the first time they used LED in a production, right? And we used Pomfret Live Grade, and we used Calman, and they were absolutely blown away by the results. And we can tell you later on how that was done. There's a couple articles out there. But truly, Pomfret, we wouldn't have been able to do what we do without Pomfret Live Grade. So we spoke at Infocom, which is basically what I showed you. We're using Panasonic Kairos here, an excellent platform. Panasonic folks have amazing cameras, amazing switchers, and you're going to see a presentation on Lumix. Great cameras, great sensors. I also use other things. I use Analog Way Aquilon. Aquilon has LUTs built into the input and output paths, so I'm able to load LUTs. It's just cool. You can do color grading, and you can do screen calibration. I'm talking to you, Panasonic. Please add LUTs to your switcher. And then just showing PIXERA and Hydra. That's what the Hydra looks like. You set it up, you put panels in front of it, you calibrate. Then thousands of those. And then one thing that I want to tell the younger folks who are looking here, for everybody you see who you look up to as a mentor was someone like you at one time, right? Probably lost, didn't know what to do, didn't know where to start. Probably didn't have heavy self-esteem about the fact that I'm going to be an industry leader one day. Put the work in. Push the cases. Wrap the cable, and you'll get there. Keep doing it, right? Like it says here. Ask both questions. Experiment. Break it, man. You know, get it, break it. Like, like we were talking about yesterday. Get that cable, man. Does this do this? No. Okay. Don't do it on show site, please. The client will do that for you, right? But break it, you know, iterate on it. Now with AI, man, write software for it, right? Find out what the API, the SDK is for it. Do it on your own. Don't wait for somebody to do it for you, right? Please do it. That's what this was all about right here, is education. And then, you know, embrace every outcome. Like, you know, failing at something isn't bad, you know? Just don't fail about it when somebody's paying a lot of money to do it. Fail at it when, you know, and go to a lab, talk to your folks, you know, take an old LED panel, calibrate it, see how the crappy ones work versus the good ones and why they're better and why they're worse, you know? So that's something that I really encourage. So, sorry, I got, sorry about that. Curriculum, Camon Training Academy is coming up in fall. It talks color theory, HD, all the stuff that you see in here. And I'm really looking forward to, we're gonna be doing, the Camon Academy is also in 7 languages, because I wanted everybody to be able to do this. English, the Spanish flag is Puerto Rico because I'm Puerto Rican, so I had to do that versus Spain. Sorry, sorry, Spain. French, Dutch, we have Mandarin, Japanese, and Arabic. Okay, well, we're done, right? That's it? 5 minutes. 5 minutes, all right, let me, you got it. 5 minutes, one more. One thing that I do, LED fleet calibration, color consulting, you know, we do Camon Academy training coming up, and then this is one that I want to leave you with. All right, I've beat this one to death, but it's so true, right? How many times have you gotten to a show and said, hey, we got the cheapest LED possible? Yeah, you did. It was fun when you bought it. It sucks when you're on show site, right? Because now you can't change the color, you can't achieve what the customer wants, and now you have a bunch of gear that you're not going to be able to use much further, right? Those like, good example, the Brompton tiles, right? I've been recalibrating tiles that are 11 years old, right? Because Brompton made it available for me to recalibrate those tiles for the companies that I have on the website. Well, you took a row product. These are row products, and mainly row products. BO3, we just recalibrated ETS in Dallas. 400 panels. That ROI now, after 11 years, because I was able to come in with Hydra and recalibrate, they now can use that. They might not use it in the main sheet, but they might use it in breakouts or, you know, whatever, but that product now goes on. Now, what's even better about that? Sustainability, right? We talk about sustainability. That product now is not going in the garbage, right? You have a product that's 11 years old now, but I just recalibrated it, you know? So that's super cool to me. I love that. I love the earth. I love sustainability. I love doing all that stuff, right? So, and then this is just me, you know, Red Rock Ops, and I'll give you a QR code, and that's the presentation. Hopefully it was good. Hopefully I didn't waste of time. Thank you. Any questions?
We have a question from the chat.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. What you got?
It's kind of like a two-parter, so I'm going to read one of it and then scroll down and read the other part.
Rock on. Well, just the fact somebody's watching out there is cool, too.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, the question is, why not just use a video scope from the camera to ensure the chroma response from the video wall matches the chroma response from the camera output based on the on-set lighting, and then it's followed by, as reference with scopes, which also includes a chromaticity scope rather than working with meters, etc. That is not the same as the production camera you choose to use.
Absolutely right, but you can't calibrate the screen with a colorimetry of a CMOS sensor, right? The actual colorimeters are built specifically for that SPD, that wide SPD, right? And we're calibrating the Klein K10. And this is something that, listen, this is like one of those things that came in like, you can go into a YouTube comment section and you know, fight about it all day, but in the end, my CR250 and my Klein K10 is the way. I'm not saying I don't use that to calibrate the entire show, but I get data from the screen there. That's the way I'm going to be able to read that screen, right? Those screens are those meters are specifically built to, you know, to actually read the SPD of these screens, and that's the reason we use a spectroradiometer and a tri-stimulus color meter. Yes, can you, once you do that, can you use the scopes in the camera? Yeah, because I know now the screen's calibrated to something, and I know where the screen is. So then I can take that and actually use that other tool, which is built into a lot of switchers and everything else. So yeah, it's like you don't replace, you don't replace the shovel with a hammer, because they're two different tools that do two different things, right? And I think that's where the thing, like, I still need the shovel to dig, that's my colorimeter, and I still need the hammer to pound nails. It's not fun to pound nails with a shovel. It's just use the right tool for the right thing. So I know, I'm sure we'll always get a little bit of hate in there, but that's cool. That's also, I've been working at it for 35 years, and that's the way that I've found that works. So I appreciate the question. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
One cool visualization, maybe to add. I'm sure you're aware of the 6P color project.
Yep.
Could you talk about that approach, and if having cap Y luminance and then being able to figure out your XY in a different model that connects to CIE?
Exactly. That's the next model that we're actually working on and building. Okay. And it's just, I haven't had time. Everything you see here has been 2 weeks in between me calibrating and doing everything else. So it's like, that's the reason I'm actually working on those modules. And then once I get into the academy, we'll start building all those things. Also, now that I'm starting to show the academy to people and people get response like you just told me, I'd love for you to come to me and we'll talk about it and start building the things that we need to teach those tools.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So please, I appreciate it. But did you like the representations visually, right? How you can, so that's something cool, and that's what we're building on top of that, right? And someday I hope to make it an open source thing where people can actually build on top of that, and it's a knowledge base, right? So
epic.
Yeah. So
Thank
thanks,
you.
man. I'm retiring in 10 years, so I leave my knowledge. You guys take it. You know what I mean? So, all right. Well, I appreciate everybody coming, and hopefully it was something of value to you guys. So thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, Angel.
Yeah.
All right. We have another short break while Tim Kang gets his presentation ready. So we'll come back in about 10 minutes to go with Tim.
Sorry. Better now? Microphone check. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, all right. All right, all right, all right.
3 minutes. 3 minutes to Tim Kang. T minus Tim Kang. 3 minutes.
Super hot. Super hot. This is the hottest mic ever.
I think my mic isn't on. Is it? Now it's on?
It's super hot.
Oh, hi, sorry.
I'm just testing. Sibilance.
All right. Thank you,
someone
everyone.
Got
We're going to get rolling again with Tim Kang, the principal engineer for imaging applications at Aperture, a career cinematographer, and an excellent resource in our industry, well loved and well respected by literally everyone I've ever met. So without further ado, we'll, Craig says, comme ci, comme ça. Without further ado, Tim Kang, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'll make sure to pay Connor after this. So let me just full screen on this guy here. So I've gone around the world to do this demo and talk, and what I've learned is if I overload with information, no one remembers anything. So the opposite thing to do is I just give one idea to remember. And if there's anything to remember, because everything is just exploring this in every possible facet, is that if you want things, subjects, scenes to look right in HDR, then you got to feed your cameras the right, quote unquote, spectrum. So once more again, if you want subjects looking right in HDR, then feed cameras the right spectrum. Now, I'm going to do the super awkward thing, and I'm going to force audience participation. And the way I'm going to do it, and it's going to happen throughout all this, is I'm going to take a cue from early 2000s infomercials and have everybody recite the thing together on cue. Okay, so on cue, which is going to be on the 3, because when you say on 3 and then you do it after, then that's actually on 4. So on 3, 1, 2, 3. If you
want subjects looking right in HDR, then feed cameras right spectrum.
Great. Okay. Now let's actually see this in real time. So what I've got here is an incandescent light. Who here has never seen an incandescent light in their life? Okay, good. Thank God. We get to a point where the hands are starting to raise when I go around the world, and it's scary to me. So what I've got is 2 different types of LED fixtures. This is a spectrum simulator fixture, and this is a classic RGB fixture, an RGB-based fixture, or rather specifically, this is RGBWW. So if anyone has ever used RGB LEDs, that's basically a representative of that. This is basically what I'm calling a spectral simulator, which will make sense later. And as you can see, there's very slight variances, but they're in the ballpark of each other. And if anyone disagrees, you can see the door. So now, because everything here is balanced for the screen on camera to be exposed for camera. The screen is 5500 Kelvin, 5600 Kelvin. If I were to point cameras at this, which you can see there, and balanced it as everything else is balanced, these would look very orange. So what I've done is on the upper left-hand corner, the camera that is up on the feed that you see on the upper left-hand corner is white balanced to this tungsten light right here. And as you can see, the other two lights are pretty much tracking with the same color as the camera sees it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this over, okay? This is a yellow gel, and it's a very advanced piece of technology. A lot more advanced than you realize because they have to do color control, the dyes, and blah, blah, blah. But it is a different type of technology, right? It's chemical engineering. But yes, you can clearly see that this is yellow to your eyes, right? And it is comparatively yellow in camera to the white, right? So what I'm going to do is now flip the color on the lights to be as close of a visual match as possible that the light can do, all right? So number one, does this track to be close to the one to your eye, not on screen? Does the middle one at least look correct? Okay, all right. Now that is the closest you can get with RGB to real yellow, okay? And just so you know, I'm not like pulling, I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm gonna select this. I'm at full 100% saturation on this light, and I'm gonna go around, and no matter what I do, I mean, to my eye, that's maybe the closest hue I can get, but I'm not getting the right saturation. So that's one little hiccup. But the number two hiccup is, if you look on the camera, it kind of looks like white now, right? And that's the best that you can ever get with RGB LEDs on lots of cameras. And this is, again, not a missive on any brand or any camera. I've done this lecture around the world and used every brand possible, and this has been a pretty consistent issue. And I present on this because I discovered this the hard way, which is during production. So, but as you can see, as I circle around here, and even if you put scopes to it, you'll see that no matter what I do, at 100% saturation, I can never hit yellow using RGB. So how did we do this in the middle one? That's the rest of this talk. We'll kind of delve into that conundrum. So without further ado, I'm gonna now turn off, actually I'll leave those on, and we'll go full screen with the presentation. And the title, as you can read, is You Gotta Feed the Beast. And what are you gonna feed it? Are you gonna feed it Splenda, or are you going to feed it sugar, real sugar, right? And the idea here, again, is the original phrase, but the idea is that you've got all these, the beast in this case is all the different stuff in the workflow, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to the right place. So I'm not going to read my slide, but yes, I am here with a family, and so yes, I am a dad. Hashtag that life. There just happens to be a cafe down the street named Bluey's. It's just like unbelievable. Thank you to PIXERA, specifically Connor, Tavia, Ryan, and everybody else involved, and also at Aperture who allows me to do this. It's a real pleasure, and they provide. It was actually the other department supplied all these lights, and it's always funny to figure out internal politics. So I'm glad we figured it out. So now. All the intro stuff aside, why do you need to know this? Like, why does this matter? Because this seems kind of be an esoteric thing. It's not esoteric if you're trying to make PIXERA yellow happen in real life. So, but ultimately, is that no matter what you're doing, you're trying to be very specific about your visual design in whatever shows you're doing. Whether it's narrative, whether you're doing concerts, whether you're a corporation that wants to get what you want, you have very specific design choices. And all color technology must serve that intention. Shouldn't be the other way around, right? So That's why I'm saying, if you want your intention to happen, maybe your eyes might be fooling you, but the intention in your head, then this is the one idea to remember. If you want subjects looking right in HDR, you gotta feed the right spectrum. Now, here are the steps. Number one, you have to know your medium, which we'll get into. We'll talk about what color versus spectrum is, the differences and how they interact. Second, we'll go into what you're controlling. Third, how do you define what it is that you control? Fourth, how do you actually put this into practice? And most importantly, you start developing your taste of what works and what doesn't. All right, and which is the most important thing. So number one, let's get into our medium here. So what is color? And I'm just going to throw this out to you. What is color? And you can just shout.
Sensation in the brain.
In the membrane, right? Sorry. Yes. That was a delayed response, but he got the joke. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. What was that again?
A perceptual observation of perceived reality.
I love this audience. This is the best. Absolutely right. So what we're not going to discuss in this lecture, I'm not going to talk about color theory, color models, schemes, names, color spaces. All we're going to talk about is how do you actually make color. Okay? So the color formation process can be broken down into physics and psychology, right? In the physics side, you have actual physics of light, you have actual physics of objects doing something to the light, and you have the physics of the observer taking in a light, whether the observer is a person or a camera, and then that's where the psychology comes in, right? What do you do with that information? And how do you interpret it? How do you understand it, right? So this is actually a subset of psychology, and therefore this is an actual field of study called color science, and it is a valid field of study within psychology, right? And the actual field of study is called psychophysics, right? It is a study of psychology responding to the world of physics. Now, there's other psychophysical phenomena that is also studied that besides color. What are some other senses that we have? Taste, smell, touch, right? Hearing, right? So what we can do is start understanding that there's a lot of analogies between all our senses and how we apply our understanding to the physics that we experience. So number one, the psychology component is that color doesn't exist in real life. As somebody said, it's an idea. It's all it is, right? And then number two, therefore, the opposite is true, that light is physical energy. It is not an idea. So the next slide, I want everyone to say it with me as soon as you see it. On a count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Light is energy.
Thank you. That's great. Now, so let's explore the concept of energy in terms of how we can break it up to understand it. So what I'm going to do is do the direct analogy with sound. Okay? So I'm going to play a sound here. Oh, there you go. Okay? What note is that?
E flat.
Close. Does anybody have a perfect pitch?
Middle C.
Middle C. He's got perfect pitch.
440 hertz.
That's A.
That's A. That's spectrum right there.
So yes, that is actually the spectrum, and I measured it, and that is the spectrum of the note. But what is the instrument that played it? So I'll do it one more time. It's a trumpet. But you're getting close. I heard multiple brass instruments named. It was so technical, but I've gone around the world. No one has ever gotten the note right, except for maybe one person right now. But a lot of people have gotten the instrument right. Okay? So what we can understand is that the spectrum of energy is an actual fingerprint that you can detect with your ears, right? And if you want to control it, you can do something to that spectrum of energy to change the way that you perceive it, right? So in this case, we're going to do a demonstration here. I'm going to do white noise, okay? So white noise is just like white light. It is every single bit of energy equally represented or equally distributed in a certain way. So that's white noise, right? And what you can do is start taking different points of the energy and turn it down or up, right? You're just changing the volume of that specific type of energy, right? So if I cut out all the low bits of energy, it sounds like that. Or if I do the opposite end, think you can hear that? Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. Sorry about that. Right? You can obviously see the visualization that all the low energy is going through, but you don't hear the high energy. Or let's just do the middle. So if I do the mid band pass, right, that's what the middle energy sounds like. So you can understand that there's a correlation between what you're seeing and the fact that I can start changing the actual volume of different types of energy using something called a graphic equalizer. And who here has ever seen this on their stereos before? Yeah, pretty much most people here, right? So that's a way that we can understand how to understand energy in the world. And here's where the analogy works, is that what you heard earlier was middle C, and that is directly analogous to color, right? Because middle C does not exist. But when I do this, that's the Moog synthesizer doing a pure tone of just that one note. This is a piano, trumpet, and a lady who goes on for too long, right? So here's the thing. Can you recognize that they're all the same note, right? And I actually guarantee they're the same note because I use software to make sure they're all middle C to tune it. But can you also hear the difference between each source of sound, even though it's exactly the same note? So this is where things break down. You, audience, people anywhere, can actually hear spectrum because you have an organ in your ear that can actually break the spectrum down as energy, right? And this is where things break down, is that your eyes cannot do that, okay? So you can have this lady annoy you, but with your eyes, you throw out all that energy that is in light, and you could only perceive the idea of the color, right? Does that track? So, and the only way that you can really understand what's going on with the energy of light is literally to see the rainbow of it. So you can use a prism to literally split the light apart where you see the rainbow, right? And that is what all these types of instruments do to help you see the spectrum of light, is that they literally all do break apart the energy of light into essentially what you saw with sound, right? That is essentially what we're trying to control here. So that's what we're controlling, right? So let's go back to the light spectrum graphic EQ. So we're going to go back to the multi-view here. And what I'm going to do is just demonstrate very simply what's going on. So I'm going to meter this light to show the spectrum of tungsten. All right, this is a tungsten light. Okay, and I'm just holding it here very still for everybody to see it here, but also we're going to throw it on the screen. So if we do the multi-view on the screen, which I'll give them a chance to do it, and I will also do this for the people at home to be able to see it. So, yeah, they can see it, right? They can see it on the screen. Oh, they can see it on, yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, so they could definitely see it. I don't know why it's not happening right there, but maybe I'll. Here you go. No? Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, so you can see it right there, right? Okay, so that's the spectrum that we're getting out here. And I'll throw this over. And now you're going to understand why, as video people, you're forced to deal with sound in this presentation. So this is all that true saturated yellow really is. Okay, I'll put it up higher so that the light is not flaring it out. Okay, so what changed? Yeah, just everything else is there. All the energy's there. You just blocked out all the short wavelengths, the blue wavelengths, the blue and violet wavelengths. That's it. Okay, so when I go to this, I'll meter this directly. Oh, sorry. Okay, and you don't have to follow me with the camera. I'm just going to go back here. And I'll throw this back up. So that's totally different, right? And when I also, what I'll do is I'll throw my hand above it, and it'll be hard to see in camera, but to your eyes, you'll start seeing that this and this are very similar, but when I go to here, it starts taking a more garish sort of flavor, especially when this is still using a little bit of the white diode in there, but if you do a true RGB fixture, it just looks like my skin turns red, if you've ever seen that before. So one of these things is not like the other, right? And that's why things break with RGB, especially in camera. So when you're lighting things and people, and you want the color to look right, the energy needs to be like this, right? And that's actually how all objects work, okay? So this is a spectrum of daylight, okay? And when I take something that's physically red, like Michael's shirt over there, if I meter it, it's going to look like that. It just cuts everything out except for all the wavelengths that are long, right? Yellow, that should look familiar to you. Green is literally a mid-pass level of only the middle wavelengths or frequencies. And blue, now here's a little thing that's interesting here, is that blue is all the short wavelengths, but a lot of materials do end up reflecting infrared, okay? So this was a bane for any cinematographer and videographer up until about 2012 because a lot of cameras were sensitive to IR. And I paid for this dearly many times. Because you try to knock down the exposure with a filter, and if the filter's not blocking IR, things that are white turn pink because you're exciting the red channel too much, right? So white light, this is daylight. This is the standard of the sun, a big ball of gas, just fire in space, very, very hot fire in space, radiating energy, getting filtered through the atmosphere. That's the spectrum, right? And if we get to incandescent light, as you saw, it is less of higher energy because it is a lower energy source. You can see that's the distribution there, but everything is there. So the bottom line is, if you really want the right energy and to know what it looks like if you're just putting white light on a subject, this is your standard. This is what it looks like, okay? And this is all I'm trying to do, is trying to get you to recognize what good, quote-unquote, energy looks like. So if you want something to look like fire, fire is just really 2,000 Kelvin, usually somewhere around there. That's the spectrum of fire down there. And if I want daylight, this is the spectrum of daylight, okay? So I'm going to belabor the point here. As we saw earlier, these are typical colors. And if you really want to get things right in your light, you just have to do something simple like this. Every single time you set your camera to a CCT setting, it needs to be able, it is trained, and a camera is designed to map these spectral signatures to certain colors in post. And if you get that, if you change that, you get mismatches. You get color shifts, okay? So this is what happens. If I deviate my spectrum of white light with red, green, and blue spectrum from LEDs, this is what it looks like on camera when I shine it on objects. Okay? So this is what I saw on set, and I had these cloths somewhere in my bag, actually. These cloths all are the correct color, but here you can start to see, especially when you have deficient energy here, you start to see a lot of deviations here, right? So, one more time. If you want subjects,
Looking right in HDR, then feed camera's right spectrum.
right. So, this is where white light gets confused. I'm going to belabor the point even more, is this is how much, even though you can get the right, let's say, value to your eye is throwing out all the information in the spectrum, and this is how much it can differ with just LED technology alone, let alone fluorescent light, let alone HMIs or any other type of lighting. It is infinite, the amount of range that you can trick your eyes to see colors, right? Now that we've gone through that, let's talk about how do you define light. So I'm telling you, you got to do the right spectrum, but what are you going to do? Well, how are you supposed to get it? Well, there's a couple methods, first of all. We'll go through each. Is one, you can add different types of energy together or different types of light together, and that's basically how all LED technology works, right? And all display technology also works by adding light energy together to create a spectrum, okay? Now, for gels or any other filtration devices, like gels or camera filters or whatever, they're all subtracting energy, okay? They're not creating color. They're just balancing the spectrum in the original source. And the one that people understand the least is light conversion, which I will get into in a moment, okay? So let's say I wanted to make daylight, okay? This is the spectrum of actual daylight, and I'm going to turn it into a line to show the distribution of the ideal. This is a typical LED. A white light LED is really a blue LED shining through materials called phosphors that convert the blue energy into all sorts of different other types of energy, as you can see here, right? And this was the big reason why the person that invented this got a Nobel Prize, because it is such a revolutionary thing that he did, right? And the way that we can start understanding these differences between ideal and what you've got, one tool for that is called the spectral similarity index. It's just a metric, and it just literally scores the differences, right, of what a typical camera can see. Okay. Sorry, what was that? I thought I heard a question. Okay. So logically, if this is a spectrum here, I would say, it's about a quarter of it is different, right? And so the score generally is a C. It's about 25% range. In this case, it's 22% off, right? But ultimately, this makes sense that 1/4 of it is deviating, and this is how it deviates, right? I'm totally missing a band of energy right here, and I do get some deviations here. So if I were to try to match and improve this to match the ideal, what do I need to do to the energy? I've got a big gap here. What do I need to do to make this match the black line? You just add something to it, right? So that's what we'll do, is literally this is this, and if you just add this diode here, okay? So this is, let me find something. If you come here, if I come here and see, this is the actual color of violet or indigo, right? This is 400, and I metered it earlier, it's like 402 nanometers right here, right? This is that missing portion to the left. This is not UV. We have not really gone into UV yet, right? This is just that short wavelength portion of visible light, okay? And this is what it looks like to your eye, okay? So when you fill that in, you start matching
you start increasing. Now I've added 10% of a match to the light. So that's how the metric works. This is how you use the metric to understand, oh, something's missing. I need to find out what's missing because it's going to be important to enlighten. Okay? So we're going to talk about how objects now modify the energy, because this is what you're seeing here, a little further. Right? We talked about transmission, right? Gels. We talked about reflection, which is, for example, my skin. Okay? And we're going to really do a deep dive into what you're just seeing here, which is called energy conversion or fluorescence. Okay? So once again, we did the graphic EQ of light. We had tungsten. When you put the yellow gel in front of it, that's what it does. And you get, boom, that's what is being filtered through. That's how it's altered, right? And I'm going to belabor the point for everybody of what each color is, right? This is red, and you can see this is what the filter of red is doing. You're just EQing and taking out all that, right? This is orange. Now you're going to start letting more information in there. Yellow, now I'm starting to let more information in there. And then green is when you start knocking things out and only go in the middle, and then you start going in the opposite direction. So this is cyan, and this is blue. And where things now change is now with violet and reds, you start adding the two sides together. Now, people have said to me and sent to me this ridiculous video that's been going on YouTube about how that purple colors do not exist. Which is ridiculous, because there it is. That's what violet is. It's just this type of energy. Now, there is no single wavelength that will stimulate this shade of magenta. That does not exist. But this actually does exist. It's just this blue energy and all this red energy that your brain interprets as magenta or purple, right? So once again, this is just for a given color temp what the spectrum looks like. And this is what your eyes interpret and have evolved to interpret as color. And therefore, this is how all cameras are trained and calibrated at the factory and designed to work with this sort of response. Now, you know, I did this lecture 2 years ago. I created this lecture 2 years ago with fluorescence, and I went on vacation. And here's a little story. I couldn't escape work when I went on vacation. I was in Paris because I had stuff going on in Paris. Went to a museum, and I saw this, right? Oh, it's actually kind of blown out on here. Apologize for that. So when I went to, when I looked at it, there was a description how the artist created brighter whites by mixing egg whites and plaster with his paint. And that, to me, instantly said, oh, he's just using fluorescence to make things pop. So I literally brought this as a camera flash, because I had it in my pocket anyway. It's tiny, and yes, I am that nerdy, and I'll bring this around. And I would just do this, boop, tick, click, turn off. So no one cared, thankfully. Snuck it in. The guard's not worried because they didn't even see it happen, right? Because it was so fast. And a lot of people take pictures. But you can clearly see that even with this, right? It's not just a color shift, because what I did was I found another painting. This guy's name is Maurice Trio. And you can clearly see the white paint is fluorescing, whereas everything else isn't, right? And there's a lot more cases of this, especially with French Impressionists, and how it's shown in Paris. A lot of these museums will have natural skylight and windows, and where you can really see the paintings pop. I've never seen that in MoMA or a lot of U.S. Museums, because they're more worried about it bleaching over time. So I don't know what's going on there in terms of the differences of philosophies, but it is not just an esoteric thing. This is actually inherent to just real life and art and things in the world. So understanding that even this exists is already part of the thing that you should know about energy being in light that doesn't just correspond to your ideas of color. Okay? So the other thing to note about this is that it will always rear its head when you least expect it and want it to happen after the fact, after you can't do anything about it. So why do I say this? Because I went through this myself. It's why I present on it. So this is not just an esoteric thing. So finally, not finally, next, that's all the theory, okay? So I want to show you, how can you test these ideas? Well, if you want to understand color technology, I have a rubric called the 4 Fs, where you must test things with tools that are familiar to you. You don't want to do anything out of the ordinary. You want to test faces, especially faces that are relevant to your projects that you're doing, or broadcasts or concerts that you're shooting. You want to test fabrics and paints that are relevant as well, right? And what's really helpful is you can go to any grocery store and you can get fruits and vegetables, right? Because a lot of natural objects tend to be very similar to each other in nature. So what I mean by familiar is familiar scene light and objects, we just discussed, your photographic system, right? So if I'm shooting a live broadcast, I'm not necessarily going to shoot literally with film, because it wouldn't make sense because it's got to be live, right? And my display, if I am shooting web content to be shown on TikTok or social media, I'm not going to be watching down the final cut just on a calibrated monitor. I'm going to have to look at the final watch down on an iPhone or a Google Pixel or whatever, right? So always test every bit of the system with something that's familiar to the project. And this is how you can shoot a test. And this is 10 years of my life on screen. This was, I think, almost 10 years ago. This is a little less than 10 years ago. That was 3 years ago, and this is 2 years ago, right? And all different cameras, but I can see a lot of similarities of the charts and the fabrics, et cetera, right? And I won't get too much further into this, but there is a spectral response in faces that is not just it's not just one color. You've got multiple things in your face. You've got lips, you've got eyes, you've got hair, you have blood vessels, you have muscle. There's a lot of stuff in your face that's going on. That's why full spectrum matters. And you can't really game this. If you game this, you have problems, all right? So finally, I want you to understand that as you keep testing and go through this circle response of putting on camera, as you go through shoot to shoot, you're going to start developing your taste of what works and what doesn't. So here is an example of if I have white light and I have multiple fixtures that I tested, all set to the same hue on the vector scope, right? So in the same video processing, et cetera, same camera, you can start seeing that certain lights performed better, right? And certain lights did not perform as well. And what I would do is I started to correlate the differences and realize that, oh my gosh, if I just match gels, that's how cameras work, then you got to just construct the spectrum to match that, right? And so that, that the middle light there is actually using an amber diode, a couple red diodes, and what's called a line diode to basically reconstruct the spectrum of yellow there, right? That's all we did, conceptually. It wasn't easy to actually make into a product and do all that stuff. It's just only 7 years of my life, but as you can see, as you start tracking the similar spectrum, you just get results that, on camera and across multiple camera systems just starts to work, right? So, finally.
If you want subjects looking right in HDR, then feed cameras right spectrum.
Right, so know your medium, know what you got to control, you're controlling energy. How do you control energy? Test the ways that you control energy so that you can develop your tastes, all right? So final, this is the ideal white light energy. This is all the color. And these are the 3 ways that you define light energy. Okay? And if you have any questions, here's my info. And you're more than welcome to contact me. More than happy to answer any questions after this. So without further ado, I can take questions now. So, yeah. And how are we doing on time? Is this great? You got plenty of time for questions.
We got good time for the questions. Thank you, Tim. I was going to parrot one from the chat that I saw actually a couple times. Because a lot of our user community is involved with LED volume virtual production, using the LED screen as a lighting simulation tool.
Yes.
You end up with a lot of very narrow band spectral representation of RG and B.
Yeah.
So how do you combat that with a lighting strategy?
Stop using RGB LED wall tiles as a lighting source. Use them as a direct reflection source, right? And there are tools out there now, like there are video tiles that are more full spectrum that you can use if you want to use it as a lighting source, or, which I personally have stumped on this since 2022, is making lighting fixtures compatible and the system's compatible with sending video data that makes sense to full spectrum lights. And one of the biggest motivators of doing this spectral simulation of all these saturated colors is specifically for this reason. So you can take a big bounce and you can have multiple fixtures, or you can even have pixelated fixtures where they have multiple primaries spectrally reconstructing these colors.
So then if you're using video data that doesn't have multi-primary color data encoded into it, how do you...
This is where fixture selection makes all the difference, because you can't, there's no meaningful standard right now for multi-spectrum in images, right? You just have RGB. So what the idea is here is that, if I go back to here, is if this is my target, what I'm trying to do is, for any given CCT, what I'm trying to do is create a system that can do all this as best as it can, and I'm just going to end up getting the right results, even though I'm just sending in RGB data. So you've got an engine. That's what all cars have engine. All lights have engines, and the engine needs to be able to do all this, right? And since we've done this, we put this technology out in 2024, other companies are now starting to follow suit. So it is happening slowly. I wish it was faster, but things take time. But it is happening, and this is where customer demand really actually drives innovation to happen. Is if you want to do virtual production, and you want the stuff to look right on faces and move the way it should with video, you need to have full spectrum coming out. Because if you want things to look right in camera, as I've been saying over and over again, you have to feed it the right spectrum. So simple as that. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
Well, something that was interesting in Aperture's first MC lights, I found that the yellow that those put out was like a secret that I didn't tell anyone, to be honest. But then using your newer system and other systems, I wonder, and your positioning with SMPTE and everything you've done, would you be able to go to all these LED companies and say, give us your Rec 709? Like, can we actually figure out what accurate spectrum would even be now that there's all these companies in the LED space? And if not, well, then I guess it's the metering space, or where do you see this all going? I was very inspired by your on Team Deacon's podcast. I think you blew his mind. But I'm just curious from Aperture standpoint, your standpoint, where is this all going, and is there consensus and collaboration amongst lighting companies?
Sure. Well, actually, all these ideas came out of me when I was working at a prior company, and not just at the company, but I actually have the co-chair of a committee that I co-started and ran and run for the American Society of Cinematographers, the ASC, called the Lighting Committee, right? And in the Lighting Committee, the first questions I asked, and all the manufacturers were there at the time, that existed at the time. It was about 40 people crammed into a boardroom, and we were asking the hard questions. What is white light, and what is saturated color? Because this yellow conundrum, at the time, there was nothing in the middle. All we had was the thing on the left and the thing on the right. And I actually brought in a DP who was shooting an episodic TV show that suffered through this, and that's why I brought her in, to say this is not just some esoteric theoretical thing. How do we fix this as an industry? So it's the Lighting Committee that's the activity of the Lighting Committee. That this is what we're doing, and it's because I sat down and I figured a lot of this stuff out and talked to all these camera sensor companies. It's worked through these independent bodies that drives everybody else. So really what you got to do is just go to these lighting companies and say, talk to the lighting committee folks. And even if Tim works for your competitor, talk to Tim, talk to Craig. Craig is in the back. There are ways to get better, right, and to do things. And that's the way you start.
Is that called interoperability? Is that kind of where this is going?
No, it's just, it really is just it's just common sense. But it's just doing what the cameras are doing, and it's just what you see here, right? It's what is white light, and what are the ways to get to standard color that works, right, spectrally. So the spectral standard color for color, there's nothing that exists out in the wild. I came up with an idea and created it and realized I don't know how I can even release this out in the wild because it's going to get so much flack. So I just decided to just do it with product first and get attention with that. So that's kind of where I'm at with that personally. So yeah. Yeah.
Who makes fuller spectrum LED video panels, and tell me more about how they work?
Sorry, what was the first part?
Who makes full spectrum LED video panels, and tell me more about how they work.
This company does, Rowe. I know they make it, and he's just throwing Rowe on here. No, actually, Craig and I did a lot of testing together, and there's an article on the ASC that he basically wrote on this subject. And there's an article where he tested this. There's two articles. The first article was, there was no answer, it is terrible. And then the second article is, there's a couple answers now, and they're much better, right? So one company's Rowe, and another company's KinoFlow. They have two very different approaches of how to do it, but they both have basically the multiple diodes in there to start reconstructing spectrum, right? Rowe does something more similar to what I'm doing here, where it completely splits up the spectrum into a couple elements. And the Kino approach is more similar to the one on the left, where it's got at least white light diodes and then adds RGB to it. So that's the state of the art currently. And I know there's one or two other companies that were doing R&D, but I don't know if they release. They do. Okay, I wasn't sure if they put it out there or not. So. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and there is a company, but they don't make tiles. There's a company called 6P that does have. They have come up with the IP to do this, and in terms of different ways to do it and control signals, etc. But they don't actually make the tiles themselves. So yeah.
I had a question about sort of the future of RGBWW in the industry, because we had incandescent and HMI and other types of lighting before that may have had solid spectrums, but they weren't energy efficient, and then we had LEDs come along that were far superior in that regard, but they had these spectral issues like you mentioned, and we have RGBWW that can struggle to reproduce some of these spectrums well, and now we have these newer lights, what you've called like a spectral simulator, I believe, that are much better at reproducing these spectrums. Do you think that spectral simulators of the kind that you describe, are those just purely the future, or is there still a role for RGBWW in the industry?
It 100% depends upon the application. Absolutely depends on the application. If you are just doing it for perception, RGBWW is fine. If it's just direct perception and you're not lighting people or things for cameras to see and audiences to see, then yeah, RGBW is fine. And actually there's a lot of cases where RGBW is fine, or even just RGB is fine still, because it depends 100% on the application. Now, I wish everyone could do something like what we're doing, and there are a couple other companies that are doing it, but it is really hard. And there are limits to doing this, because if you theoretically you could split up 30 ways, the spectrum 30 ways, but if you do that, your efficiency goes down like crazy, right? So again, what is practical, what is feasible, you gotta find that balance as a manufacturer, and that's basically what I did personally, was the 8 years or 7 years of life trying to figure this out personally was that. It wasn't the theory of you can split up any time, it was actually doing the due diligence of what is the technology exists, and how can you affordably reconstruct a spectrum in a way, with output levels, efficiencies, et cetera, that makes sense. So I hope that answered.
Yeah, it did. And so do you consider just like the delineator being like, is it for direct perception, but then like if it has to reflect off of something before it's perceived, then you want the full spectrum? Is that sort of the delineator?
I think so. I mean, it's also just like the practicality of it. I mean, that was our first gen, and that has 7 diodes in it, the one in the middle. The panels that you're seeing lighting the whole room, these panels have 9 diodes in them, and we can, because they're panels, right? So that's how we could do it, is that we've got physical space to do it. But if you were to do it with something like this, that's really hard. How are you gonna start breaking up the spectrum enough to do this? So there's practicality and reality involved here.
Right.
So that's,
Thank you.
All the breakthroughs, I feel like that's what a demand would do, is if I wanted to get things right in a panel, let's say, for display, honestly, this approach is always going to be better no matter what, because you're just doing what your eyes actually expect.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, is it practical? Is it realizable? So I saw Ames had a question. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for this, Tim. Such a good talk. Talking about practicalities, not manufacturers, for a second.
Yeah.
Some beautiful mathematics and physics conversations going on here, but when it comes to set politics, is there a person, there's so few situations in which I've been able to actually get a color scientist or color engineer approved to be on set.
Yeah.
Money. And that's unfair, but without those in situations outside of that, is there one person that you would recommend being sort of the source of truth between all of these departments, between gaffing and our cinematographers and our VP supervisors and our DITs, like one person to be, do you ever recommend there being one person that is the source of truth of color on set between all of these difference, between the camera sensor, between how the LED is seen color, between the way the artist exported the scene?
Yeah. On the creative and administrative level, that's supposed to be a cinematographer. That is a cinematographer's job. And the great ones may not know the science behind it, but they know that the science exists. They know the factors. They will demand these things to be done right. They know that they're the ones that make the call to say, hey, I'm in charge of the photography on a film set. And if I want the photography to meet the creative demands, I need the right spectrum in my lights to do it so that everything else works. That is a cinematographer's call. Now, will they dictate the specific tool? They can, but the great gaffers that are out there, the chief light technicians that are out there, have educated themselves to figure this out. So it's really the cinematographer's call, though. But then if there's someone that should be doing this and know this and educate themselves on this, it should, in my opinion, probably the DIT, because the DIT's job is ultimately to understand the digital image, the technology of the digital image, and first of all, they're not loaders, so stop hiring DITs to be loaders because they don't download footage. It's an antiquated idea. It was never right in the first place. But a DIT really should be the glue to understand what's hitting the camera and what's coming out, and be that person. But even that person isn't always hired either. So the Occam's razor ultimately really is a cinematographer, at least if they don't understand technology. They need to know the factors, right? And this is why I do this lecture to cinematographers a lot, is they need to know, first and foremost, that these are the factors you need to know. And that's true with video broadcast folks as well, et cetera. Is that there's always someone in charge of the camera, right? Or someone in charge of lighting. These are the people at least that should start getting clued in on all this. So, yeah, sorry.
Tim, excellent presentation. We have a question from the chat. The vectorscope as a tool can actually show the spectral output needs of that camera requires to match two sources.
That's not true.
Why not just use the video scopes to get the same electronic chroma response?
Because you're already throwing out the spectral information. You can get the response, but look, what are you going to do actionable with the RGB yellow on the left with RGB on the right? You can't do anything. It's too late. The whole point of all this is to say, before all that, that is presupposing a spectral basis to work. So a vectorscope is simply reading out 3 filters on a camera on 3 sensors on a camera, averaging out their different sensitivities. You're throwing out all that information. It's just exactly it's very similar to how a mind works, the brain works, right, and the eye works. So you can lay it out, the data, however you want, but ultimately, the basis of it are 3 filters that have already thrown out this information. So you still need to know, on the decision basis of the tools that you use and the solutions that you do, how do you fix that, right? You need to absolutely understand that spectrum is the basis of this. This is how you feed the beast. So I wanted to make a joke before I go further, because lunch is next. So I want to make sure that we feed all of you. But I'm not going to say we're going to feed you beasts, because that would be a little denigrating. But ultimately, that's what follows here is lunch. So any other final questions? Or did that sufficiently answer the question you think? Yeah, okay. I'm getting a big thumbs up from Jay. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Tim. Yeah. One more round of applause for wonderfully well prepared presentation. So informative. So we're going to do lunch. We have an hour to do lunch. We got some breadhead sandwiches. It's our favorite focaccia-based sandwich restaurant in Santa Monica. It's out there. We're going to do a quick flash mob, break the chairs, and then we're going to set up some tables in here so we don't have to eat standing up and then we can we'll set it back up before lunch. But so let's break and we'll take care of that, and we'll see you guys back here at 1:15. So ideally seated by about 1:10. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. In a couple minutes, we're going to get started again. So we'll probably prompt you in a few minutes to start moving chairs, and we'll grab tables and then set the chairs back up. All right, everybody, we're going to begin flipping the room so that we can get started on the next set of presentations. If everybody can please grab a chair, and we will clear the tables and set the chairs back up for audience seating. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. We are back in room and back online. I am really excited for this afternoon of speakers. We have an amazing lineup. We've got our partners at Panasonic, and then we're going to have our friend Paul DeBevic, followed by the indomitable Michael Kohler, and then we'll finish up with Chris Murray. So the first presentation of the afternoon is going to be from our friends and production partners and co-sponsors of the event, Panasonic, Kairos, Lumix. They're going to talk a little bit about their lineup and their HDR workflows, and I'll let them introduce themselves individually, but I do want to especially thank them. As I said earlier, they have been instrumental in putting on this event, providing a ton of gear, a ton of production support, so thank you so much, and excited to hear what you have to say.
All right. I'll just use this mic. So my name is Neil Matsumoto. I work in business development for Lumix. Out of curiosity, are there any Lumix shooters in the house? Oh, surprise. So basically, if you're unfamiliar with Lumix, we are a division of Panasonic. We've been around we just celebrated our 25th anniversary. And a lot of people don't know this, but we actually invented the hybrid mirrorless interchangeable lens camera. So the big news that in terms of why we're participating in this with our Pro AV group is because Lumix Consumer and our Pro AV group have merged in the past year. So you're going to start to see a lot more sort of Lumix technology, sensor technology processors starting to integrate within the Pro AV space. So I have about 10 minutes, so I'm going to go through this really quickly. I'm just going to give you a very, very quick primer on Panasonic's history with digital video. In my opinion, I think Panasonic has released some of the landmark cameras in digital video. A lot of you who are shooters would probably remember, I think it was in the early 2000s, we had a camera called the DVX 100, and it was the first sort of DV 24p camera. And in the mid-2000s, we had another camera that I think kind of cannibalized our VTR and our tape business, but it was called the HVX 200. And that was the first handheld file-based camera. We used P2 cards on that one. And then probably about a dozen years ago, we released a high-end cinema camera called the VariCam 35. And it was the first sort of dual native ISO camera, and it was kind of a breakthrough at the time. Never came out with the VariCam 2 to my disappointment, and that's one of the reasons why I moved over to the Lumix team about 5 years ago. In terms of Lumix, I think the landmarks cameras that we have released, I can't remember the date, I think it was probably about 10 years ago, the GH4 launched, and that was the first sort of 4K high bitrate camera. And then the one right in the middle is the S1H. A lot of cinematographers are very familiar with this camera. It was the first Netflix-approved mirrorless camera on the market. So, and have any of you shot with the S1H? Because a lot of people who work, okay, perfect. So I'm going to talk a little bit. I don't have time to go through a whole presentation on our S1 II, but the S1 II is a camera that is probably our flagship video camera. It's a 24 megapixel 6K camera. It captures 15 plus stops of dynamic range. One of the things about this camera that separates it from our previous camera is our first camera that has a partially stacked sensor, so the readout speeds are much faster, giving you kind of less negative effects from rolling shutter. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our cameras are known for, or what kind of separates us from our competitors. The first thing is our IBIS, or our in-body image stabilization. We also have, some of our lenses have image stabilization, so it's a dual IS system. I can't really show you in a PowerPoint presentation, but a lot of users, they really almost don't need to have gimbals on their camera. We have a high mode, a cropless mode, a standard mode, but the high mode, when you operate handheld, it almost feels like you are on a gimbal. Some other sort of video features, Lumix is we're pretty much known more, even though we're a hybrid camera company, we're pretty much known more as a video brand in this space. Because we're Panasonic, we have a lot of sort of history in broadcast and cinema, so we try to throw in as many video features as we can into our cameras. They're perfectly great still cameras, but this is kind of where we sort of are leading in terms of video. Time code sync via Bluetooth, false colors for for exposure tools. And then I'm going to get to the thing that I think is kind of where we really lead in is open gate shooting. So are you guys all familiar with open gate shooting? So if you're not, open gate is basically when you're shooting video, instead of capturing a 16:9 frame, you're going to be capturing the whole real estate of the sensor. For full frame, it is 3:2. So when you look at these sort of squares, most people have used open gate in the past to use for anamorphic lenses. A lot of people who shoot anamorphic have learned on our system. But in the past, I'd say 2 years, I'd say this aspect has become actually more important. You notice these little these frame markers. Think of like for cinematography, think of the ground glass. But these are basically frame markers where I can employ 3 different aspect ratios. We have a 16:9 in yellow. I think that's probably a 1:1 in the orange. And then most importantly, that blue frame is a 9:16. So we all know that anyone under the age of 30, they're probably watching video predominantly like this. So if, let's say if you have a corporate client, that 9:16 deliverable has become just as important as the 16:9. So that TikTok, the Reels over YouTube. So, obviously these frame markers aren't being burnt in, but it gives you an idea of how to frame your subjects. We have the 9:16 on the left side of the frame. You can move these around. You can put opacity around the frame markers. But, like let's say if you're doing an interview and you want to have like a lower thirds graphic there, you know exactly where to position it. So now I'm going to move a little bit to color space. In terms of log, like almost, I would say the majority of anybody shooting with a Lumix camera is capturing in log and then doing post after the fact. We actually have 2 log profiles. Vlog stands for Vericam, so Vericam log. It was actually very popular when Netflix was not approving Alexa footage because it wasn't a 4K camera at that time. So a lot of cinematographers, they felt that Vlog had a very sort of Alexa-like look. So a lot of cinematographers, that's kind of how we built a lot of the early business with Vlog because of Netflix. And now that we're not really in that cinema space in terms of the high-end cinema space anymore, we have a sort of a licensing agreement with ARRI. ARRI doesn't really look at us as a competitor in the high-end sort of cinema space. So they have allowed us to license ARRI Log C3 into our cameras, or not all of our cameras, but our S1 II, S1R2, and G8-7. So why would you want to shoot with ARRI Log C3 in our cameras? A lot of DPs who are owner-operators of Alexas and mini LFs, they don't want to put their cameras in harm's way. So one of the ways that they can do it is they can use our cameras as crash cams, or they can use it as C cams or D cams, or let's say a director's viewfinder or a location scouting tool. That's pretty much how they're being used. I actually like, in terms of, I deal with a lot of students and EDU sort of customers, and a lot of these high schools, they can't afford to bring in or purchase Alexas. So what they're doing is they're buying our cameras so they can learn ARRI color space. And one of the unique things about our cameras as well is you're able to upload up to 39 LUTs into the camera. You can create your own 33 dot cube LUTs, upload that in the camera, or you can upload almost half the ARRI LUT library into your camera, making it kind of like a mini DIT station. So I'm going to transition in terms of the collaboration or the integration with the Pro AV space. So in the past, I'd say 3 or 4 years, you're starting to see a growing demand for these sort of compact, large sensor mirrorless cameras into live multicam production. The cameras, especially in like the house of worship space, they want more cinematic look. When I say cinematic in terms of low light performance, mainly it's that cinematic shallow depth of field. That's what they're kind of looking for. You're seeing it in sports, like when let's say in a NFL game, when a player scores a touchdown, they usually cut to a mirrorless. I think they're using like Sony FX6s or whatever, but it shows that sort of shallow depth of field, almost like you're watching a movie. And then in concerts, I think we did the Metallica tour, and they were mounting a lot of our Lumix box cameras into Lars Ulrich's drum kit to get that sort of look. But the main point is to integrate these mirrorless cameras with studio cameras, PTZs, into some sort of switcher system for a live program output. So the big challenge, especially for Panasonic right now, is with a lot of these sort of cameras, they're not really built for live production. Like, let's say the S1 II, you have a USB-C port, and then you have an HDMI port. That's usually not going to be ideal for live production. So Lumix did have a camera called the BS1H and the BGH1. I brought one of them here. And Panasonic kind of realized that Lumix wasn't the best solution to sort of market and sell these cameras, so they were taken over by the broadcast group. And this camera right here, it's called the UB50, and it previously was the BS1H, which is basically an S1H in a box format. So this camera does not have an electronic viewfinder, it doesn't have an LCD screen, but what it does have, it has basically all the inputs and outputs that you would need for broadcast. So it has SDI out, timecode, Genlock, it's got HDMI, USB-C, and it's got an Ethernet port if you want to put it on a network. So that is kind of like what Panasonic is doing in terms of serving that market, because obviously these cameras are a lot cheaper than buying a studio camera, and in terms of the look, it's going to give you that sort of cinematic look. For handheld work, this camera right here, it's basically the S1 II, and basically the N is going to stand for network. So with the USB-C port, if you're using a Ethernet to USB-C adapter, you can put it on a network, you can connect it to any of our ROPs to be able to match or be able to color match our PTZ cameras, our studio cameras, and it'll work through any sort of workflow that you are looking for. So I think that's all I have, and I think I'm going to turn it over to Damien.
Thank you, Neil, and thanks everyone for being here. It's great to be in this room, and I appreciate all the support from all the other partners as well. I just want to point something out real quickly. This isn't part of the presentation, but in our allotted time, you got 2 presenters for the price of 1, and that is kind of Panasonic's vibe. Yeah? You get a product, and you get so much more out of it than you expected. So, again, my name is Damien Futch. I'm the product manager for the Kairos video switcher system. Friendly called the Kairos Cowboy, if you see me on LinkedIn. If you haven't, get on with your life and let's get it together. So I want to talk about 3 things today, and I'll cover that briefly in about 15 minutes, which is what we study, what we do, and where are we going. That's the story I'm going to go with you in the next few minutes to talk about Panasonic's journey over the past year and a half, where we've really kind of doubled down and looking at the science, understanding all the things that we discussed this morning, which was great to hear from all the amazing speakers, the relevance of offset, timing, light, and what's the difference between our eye capturing it and what the sensor on a camera capturing it, and then replicating it through the different mediums. And of course, talk a little bit about HDR. Our camera profile line is here. We have the UCX100, the UBX100, the AWE160. There will be a test at the end, and the HRP 1010, right? This ecosystem is good to point out because all 3 of those cameras have the same sensor on them. So when you're looking at color matching, when you're working on the fly, like I need to make sure that this is ready to go to look the same. Historically, you can pull some of our other products like the PLV and the AKUC 4000 and put them on our new 710 CCU, but this is the way in the direction that we're going right now. I point this out because recently we've gotten some feedback, and I say recently within the last year, so we decided to double down, and like I told you, the first thing is what we studied. So we locked ourselves inside of an unknown location here in LA, and we actually set up the UBX, the UCX, all those, and some of our historical cameras, the 150, and we put up a plethora of LED product. It's nice to follow all the amazing speakers this morning because everything they said is true. So there's the word from the street. What we'd found was the degradation and aging of LED diodes manipulated and perverted, for lack of a better term, the light wave coming off the diodes. And so when the sensor was receiving it, we were getting variances that we weren't even seeing before. Because when we tested it, maybe in the factory, we get the best LED, we get a brand new camera sensor, you fire it up and you're like, there it is, this tracks and we're good to go LED optimized. Then you get out in the field and someone says, hey, I have a 137-year-old LED tile that was used at Washington's inauguration, and it's not reading right and the colors are weird. And so we were able to figure out and actually build a database of all the feedback from our different cameras in conjunction with different LED tiles and some different processors as well. And the reason I bring that up is what Angel said is 100% correct. You kind of get what you pay for, or you get what you don't pay for. And so what we found is when you have more handles, it's more dangerous, obviously, if you don't have skilled technicians that know how to operate it, and they put you in a dangerous situation. But the more handles you have, the better the outcome of the product you can have, but you have to have that skilled technician that understands every one of those handles and how to best set up your system for success. This 7 days, we went through and tracked not only on the waveform, the vector scope parade step down, but also IREs, looking where it tracked naturally on just a regular white balance, black balance, but then also doing on a custom color, so 5600 down to a 3200. We also went with everyone's favorite Chroma de Mont chart, which my buddy Barry Russo over at Panasonic will tell you. He was about to buy the company when we heard it was going out of business, but luckily they got saved and they're going to continue to move forward. So we balanced a standard white balance off of that in conjunction with different white balances on all the different LED tiles. Because one of the things that's often forgot, I think, again, I've only been in this industry for a couple of years, is that this is a light emitting source. And if you're not compromising and if you're being compromised by not understanding that when you're capturing on your sensor on your camera, you're going to have imagery that's not what you want for your end purpose. And the CEO or the VP that's paying for it doesn't care. He just wants it, or she just wants it to look right, right? So we went through this process of white balancing on the Chroma de Mont, matching it off of the LED, and I can't help but point out that top left-hand corner, that image is a screen off of a Kairos video switcher system. I have a dedicated waveform, vector scope, and input for every one of the cameras on the fly in 2 multi-views so that we could see it in real time as we adjusted and made parameter changes. You could do the math on how expensive that would be to get individual waveform vector scopes and put them all together and that's all built into the Kairos system. So what did we walk away from with this week and a half of intensive food being delivered in and just working ourselves to the bone? Is we walked away with factory interaction with Panasonic on providing some new feedback for our UCX 100 and some of our other products. The most important one, I think, is the color temperature blending. So this is where you can actually take a red colored box, as you can see on the screen here, put it onto the LED wall, capture capture the LED wall color temperature, then put the other box on the color temperature of your talent, on your stage wash. In a magical world, when I came to this room, we all had a conversation. We said, what is lighting going to be? What is the LED wall going to be? What is everything going to be set at? But that doesn't happen 90% of the times. You'll get an LD that was like, I like 3200 for some reason, and your LED wall is at 56. With this improvement to our current camera portfolio, you can adjust and then blend between the 2 color temperatures, keeping your skin tones and colors that are important to you and to your end users. This was all learned from our week and a half of studying the way the light emitting from the diodes, offsetting it, along with learning about timing, which was something that I don't think was really fully understood until we took the time. It's not just the way the light, but it's the offset of the data of the light going into the camera sensor, and the camera sensor offsetting it into the CCU or the workflow, and how that end image is adjusted because of that timing offset. Because we were able to make some minor adjustments in that. So this, I think, is pretty cool. We were able to demo this at NAB and Infocom. This is our selective color correction. I'll pick on Row. They want that luscious Row red, and we wanted to give it to them. So you're able to take a small marker, mark that, and as you go through your color adjustments and actually adjusting for different color temperature, it keeps the integrity of that color based on what you pick when you set it perfectly. So these are some of the things where I've seen Panasonic really put in the work, start to study a lot of the things we've had here that we've discussed, a lot of our engineers reaching out to some of the folks that are in this room, talking about the science and what it really means. Because sometimes our eye sees it and it looks wrong, but the camera is capturing it right. And when it reproduces it, we just don't like what we see, but it's showing us what is wrong. Does that make sense? Does that vibe with everybody? I see 2 head knobs, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. So again, this is the Kairos system, and the CODA program is something that we initiated earlier this year. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. I got to be myself and talk about my stuff, the Kairos system. So the entire system today is running on Kairos. We're running the projection screen, the unique aspect ratio of the LED wall, along with our live stream, which is being encoded and broadcast out on the Kairos system. All of our SDI inputs are coming in, but it also supports SMPTE SD2110. But most importantly, when it comes into HD and SDR and converting back and forth, and being able to not understand or understand that, depending upon a laptop that's plugged in, you can actually drop in LUTs into an input or a virtual input or an output or a virtual output. So I'll talk a little bit about that. Traditional video switcher systems always have their inputs and outputs, but as you can see here from this diagram, we just show that we support multiple frame rates, resolutions, and this is, you don't need converters, I won't drop any names, but everything's plug and play. So as soon as it goes into the system does not have a general overview as far as a color space or a resolution that it wants to work in. It sees, it plugs in, and then you can scale, size, and color correct depending upon what you desire. HDMI boards, SDI, IPMX, NDI, SRT, 2110, all of it's available inside the Kairos systems for the ins and outs. And in case I'll give you the elevator pitch. We took a traditional video switcher and we put it into the ecosystem of a GPU. And that gives you the expanded capabilities of limitless, not unlimited, but limitless layers, limitless LUTs, limitless color correction, limitless whatever you need for your particular event. We've even seen some folks take this unit, not even use it for their end source, for their switching, and just use it for color correction and for multi-viewing because of the flexibility of it. And for everyone out there, I'll just go ahead and address it now that says to me, well, it's a GPU, what if it doesn't work? Well, if it didn't work, then we'd all be out of business, specifically all our media server buddies out there that are running that constantly all the time, right? And your computer at home that runs consistently. We built it on a industrial-based server rack, all the fun specs that you expect. So when I talked about adding those LUTs, this is our layers and effects, and this is how we add it through. So your background layer is set, you add a layer, and on that top of that layer, you can right-click, you can add a LUT, or you can add a on-the-fly YUV color correction, but those LUTs can be created, and it comes with some creative ones internally. I got some good feedback about actually transitional LUTs so that it's more industrial as opposed to creative, but this is what we've seen even in this event here. We were able to build some custom LUTs, drop it in, and away it goes. You can do that on what are called FX inputs, so you can have it at any of those inputs that I went through before, which is why I listed them, HDI, SDI. You put those in, and they can go raw, pass right through, or you can add a LUT to it. Does that make sense? So you can replicate that if you want one SDI input to have 4 different LUTs. All 4 of those, that one input is now 5 inputs, and it doesn't change or hurt any of those. It also works on the outputs as well, what are called AUXes. If you're an old school TD like me, it took me about a week to really understand that AUX doesn't just mean a non-effects driven output, right? We don't use MEs in the world of Kairos, we use what are called scenes. And so they're all built on like that photo I showed you earlier where it's background, layer, layer, layer. So I think with the flexibility of putting these LUTs inside of there, with the custom workflow, again, I talked about the waveform and vector scope, start doing the math and adding that up. Every single input, every single output can either be in a rack mount like bang switch style where you go through and just change it, or you can have it dedicated if you want to monitor it the whole time. I gotta also talk about the forward thinking. It was incredible to walk in this room with all these talented engineers and understanding of science wizardry behind color. But as we move forward, how is AI actually going to best support us? One of the things we're looking at is the integration with Media Production Suite, so that you'll be able to input your cameras into our Media Production Suite, set your main camera, get colors right, everything perfectly, and then say, match the rest of the cameras on our ecosystem, and away you go. So that's one of the things that we kind of demoed a little bit at NAB, and it's some of the forward thinking that we're thinking. It's hard to get those skilled. Like I mentioned earlier, you gotta have the best engineers, and if you don't, then you need a button you can push. And this is gonna get us to at least start going in that direction. You can see here some of the limitations as far as licensing and how many cameras we're currently testing at a time. Again, we really appreciate being part of this event. I know that was a lot to ingest, especially after lunch, but they usually bring in someone to like get everyone hyped up after lunch. So hopefully my voice helped out and we can get through it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Damien and Panasonic, the whole team, Neil. As he said, this whole thing is running on Kairos, including the stream, so we're very grateful. Our next speaker is going to get set up with his laptop, and then we'll go on to the next one. Our next speaker it really needs no introduction, but we're very thrilled to have him here. Basically invented a lot of stuff that we work with every day. What's this? Oh, you want me to put my hat up so that they can see my face? All right. So Paul DeBevic was involved with, image-based lighting, light stages, dynamic relighting of photography, won an Oscar for Lifetime Achievement, but I think most relevant to this crowd is an incredible presenter and so generous with his knowledge. I've seen him present on a number of occasions about the Karl Strauss technique for using light filters to reveal invisible makeup, the sodium vapor technique for removing a gray background, all prehistoric filmmaking techniques. And of course his light stages. So I'm really excited to see what he has to present today, and we're very grateful that he came. So with no further ado, Paul, thank you so much.
All right, very cool. Are we speaking into the microphone here? Is that the idea? Excellent, very cool. All right, here, let me go to my first slide here. And what an awesome day. I've enjoyed all the talks so far. I just went through the SIGGRAPH conference the last week, so I actually watched some of them on live stream, just kind of in the comfort of my own home, which I hadn't seen in a while. But great to be here. I'm going to talk about HDR, but also HDR, how it applies if you're trying to use LED panels and related instruments for lighting, in particular for virtual production. That's right, I do work for Netflix. Opinions expressed here, and any errors in color science are my own. And I've also got an association with the USC Institute for Creative Technologies, where a lot of this work has been done. But I first kind of got interested or aware of the phenomenon of high dynamic range imagery when I was my high school's yearbook photographer, and we would take lots of pictures on Tri-X film and develop it. And to practice, I actually did not what I was supposed to be doing with the cameras in the film, but taking pictures of students. I actually stayed up late at night and set off fireworks in my backyard, and I shot long exposure photos of fireworks, which I thought was pretty exciting. And I remember looking at the negatives in the darkroom and seeing how these sparks left these like fully saturated, like all the way to the full density of the negative streaks, when in person I'd seen them as like little dots moving, but here now they're lines. And in my brain I just realized, wait, if this little thing here that wasn't there the whole time, it was only there like 1/100th of the time that the exposure was going on because it was moving during the exposure, if that was actually saturating the film and it was only there 1/100th of the time, it must have been at least 100 times as bright as the saturation point of the film. And that was my first clue as to the fact that the world is a much higher dynamic range than film and imagery tends to capture. And then the other clue that I had is when I looked at the camera I was using, this Canon AE1 over here, you know, the shutter exposure times went all the way from like 1,000th of a second to 1 second. That's 1,000 to 1 dynamic range. And I was thinking, there's no way that like light in the world has 1,000 to 1. That's crazy. I mean, indoors is probably half as bright as outdoors, right? Completely wrong. There's huge scales here. Our eyes adapt in so many different ways. And that's another little cue that was sitting right there to know that actually there's more dynamic range than you thought. Using high dynamic range imagery in computer graphics, I started doing that because a friend of mine who was also getting a PhD at Berkeley was doing these dynamic simulation research experiments. This is like early versions of, creating automated animation simulating the physics of things falling into each other. And they were really cool. And he got invited to put his work on the cover of the UC Berkeley engineering summary. But the problem is that's not animated, and these are animations. So how are we going to communicate animated stuff in still images? I thought, well, let's simulate a longer exposure camera and put some motion blur on it. And inspired by what I did with those sparks, I thought, well, I want like the specular highlights. I want the shiny bits to like leave nice streaks if possible. So I actually rendered out 2 passes, one of just the diffuse reflection of the objects and another pass of just the speculars. I multiplied all the speculars by 10, and in floating point, composited this together and averaged all the images together, so that even though it went out as a low dynamic range image in the end to go on the cover, this compositing, this blurring had been done in HDR space, so it actually left some pretty nice, satisfying glints and streaks to communicate his work there. And from this, with this idea of realizing I was like kind of taking like high exposure and a low exposure, I thought that might be a way to actually capture it with real cameras, and I started taking pictures at bracketed exposures. You know, again, this was still on film. I didn't really have digital cameras then, and I became friends with the people who ran the Photo CD lab in the Bay Area, so they'd let me set it with the settings that we needed. And working with my PhD advisor, we came up with an algorithm that would actually take a stack of bracketed exposures and turn it into one high dynamic range image with linear response, and you could actually start looking at data, you know, in radiometric space or photometric space. And this is an image of the Stanford's Memorial Church that had some bright stained glass windows in it, and we actually captured all the way from like the shadowed areas to the bright areas. It was a dynamic range of, you know, over 10,000 to 1. And the neat thing is that you can actually use it to do synthetic motion blur on the scene. So if you just had a normal low dynamic range photo, it would look like this. If you have a little blur filter, you blur it by 40 pixels across. You know, all of these super bright pixels here have been clipped at 1, and so when they get averaged together by less bright pixels next to them, they kind of muddy out and nothing's really hitting the saturation point anymore. But if mathematically we know that those images are so much brighter than the white point of the display, and we keep track of that when we do the math and we average them together, you actually get a result that looks like this, and you get much more satisfying streaks of those bright windows across the image. And I'm very happy that when I was shooting the HDR image there, I had the presence of mind to set up a validation for this experiment. I had the camera on a tripod. There was kind of a fisheye lens on it, so it got a little bit of a curved motion blur, but I had the thought to actually scoot the camera around, rotate it on the tripod, just loosen the y-axis on it for a moment, and shoot real motion blur, and compare that to the motion blur that was computed digitally. So this is actually just a single exposure that was digitized with Photo CD of real bright light going across the film, and then this is synthesizing that from an HDR image, and that looks, those look a lot more similar than the low dynamic range result. And so that was kind of exciting, and it seemed relevant for doing things like movie visual effects. And you know, I was at Berkeley, and some of my students got hired to work on movies like the Matrix series, and so as a result of that, when Neo flies through a nighttime scene that was reconstructed with photogrammetry, those were actually HDR texture maps, and when he motion blurs through there, it was done using pretty much that same technique to try to create those satisfying blurs. And in the Burly Brawl sequence in The Matrix Reloaded, this was also reconstructed in 3D with HDR texture maps, and then when he whips around, you can see some nice satisfying streaks and such. And during that time in the 90s, when I still had my film camera, I got into shooting panoramas, and I thought it would be really cool to actually, instead of just a panorama that went around, do a panorama that also looks up and down. And I thought a kind of cool subject for that would be St. Paul's Cathedral. I was in London for a bit, so I shot these pictures, and then I assembled them. I put in a cube map, and I thought it was clever to unwrap the cube map vertically so it looks like a Christian cross, which is what the cathedral was there for about. But this was all shot in standard dynamic range. And when I got to a project I was doing in the Rouen Cathedral in January of 1996, I was shooting a panorama again, and I was realizing I'd become aware of the fact that, you know, we could do better. We could actually shoot these bracket exposures. I shot a panoramic image with plus or minus 2 stops, not really enough to get bright light sources, but getting extended dynamic range, and putting together an HDR panorama. And because I'd been doing that, at some point it dawned on me that a high dynamic range panorama that's in linear space and has unclipped pixel values is a record of the light that was in the scene. And if you happen to have any need to light a computer-generated object with the light that was really there on your set or your location, so that it'll look like it was really there in the scene with the rest of your actors and your CGI objects, this could be a way to do it. So, you know, here's could do. We pushed it a little bit further because none of those had the sun in it. So like the next film that we did, I spent some time on top of our building in Marina del Rey shooting fisheye images up into the sky, all the way up to the intensity of the sun. And as we know, the sun's very bright. It's about 1.6 billion nits, and our cameras just really aren't designed to capture that, so you have to put a 1000x neutral density filter and use that as well. And then you have to calibrate the heck out of that because back then we didn't have these IR&D filters. But we got a nice sky sequence there, and I used it to light the sky of a computer animation that we did in 2004 about the Parthenon. So this is actually a laser-scanned Parthenon, and it's being lit with a time lapse of Marina del Rey. And hopefully nobody saw the difference. It was all about scanning, 3D scanning the sculptures, which are mostly in the British Museum, and kind of reuniting them with the Parthenon, if you watch the full version. And all of those movies are on my website. And excitingly, people really continue to use this technique in the visual effects industry. And so it's still a pretty standard technique. If you have a CGI object, needs to go into a scene, needs to threaten your actors, and look like it's really there, then using high dynamic range image-based lighting is a good way to do that. So in the scenes where Rocky or Groot are CGI characters in a scene, that's the first scene it was in X-Men. All the Burly Brawls lit with image-based lighting. Benjamin Button was lit with image-based lighting. Iron Man, the tiger in Life of Pi, the simulant in The Creator, Deadpool when he has fingers sticking out of him, Stitch, lit with high dynamic range image-based lighting. That's kind of the hope. If you publish a paper at SIGGRAPH, maybe somebody will use it for something. But where it gets to, in terms of LED panels and stuff, is that it seemed like the next cool thing to do would be, let's try to light real people with image-based lighting with high dynamic range images. And real people aren't inside the computer, so we can't light them with Blender or V-Ray. We have to light them with real light. And how do we make real light? How do we make images of real light? Well, my first thing I thought of was like, well, let's use video projectors. Let's maybe project video on all the walls of a room, stand in it, and then see how your face would look lit, with image-based lighting all around you. And I tried that at UC Berkeley, borrowing some video projectors. Couldn't really get a great contrast ratio with, those white screens just bounce too much of the light around. And then in 2001, Color Kinetics released this DMX-controlled light that was about $100. It had red and green and blue LEDs. It could do any color. You could control it over USB. I instantly wrote a proposal, and we built a sphere to surround performers with LEDs to light them with imagery of the environments that they're supposed to be in. And that was the Light Stage 3 project. And here's one of our HDR maps that we had. And we basically, it was low resolution, but you see the intent here is to light them with images. We'd spin our actor around on a turntable. The lighting would update as she's spun. She's lit with Grace Cathedral. I put together an infrared compositing system with a beam splitter, and then we could composite her in. And this is just standard definition stuff from almost 25 years ago now, but we were pretty happy with how, with pretty good automation, we could take light from the real world and illuminate real actors with that. So here's Alana in the Galleria degli Uffizi, which is one of the other scenes from the Fiat Lux movie. And then we kind of had a stretch goal of thinking, let's try to make it look like Alana is walking down the colonnade of the Parthenon. So we had our Parthenon model. I put some colored banners over there for some variable bounce light. We lit it in the afternoon with shadows coming through. We asked Alana to just kind of walk in place in the light stage, and we played back the lighting that she should have on her from this virtual HDR map sequence, and then did the composite. That's black cloth that reflects infrared light. That's how we got our IR mat for that. And we were struggling with light levels a little bit and a couple of color space issues, but you can kind of see she walks into sunlight, walks into shadow. And as she goes by the banners, if you look closely at the shadowed side of her face, she actually picks up a little red bounce light when she goes by the red, and picks up the little red bounce light there. And now she's going by the blue banner and gets a little blue bounce light on her face. So we were able to kind of show that off. And when we showed this at SIGGRAPH, it got some attention from people. And I actually got a request from a friend named Darren Grant at Digital Domain. And he thought, hey, could we use this for a David Fincher movie to play back lighting on Brad Pitt's face so we can kind of capture his eyes with image-based lighting to composite into the Benjamin Button character. I thought that would be great, except I knew close-ups of eyes, I'd be able to see the individual lights. We wouldn't get a smooth lighting system. But at that point, LED panels existed, and I thought, okay, well, that's obviously the way to do it. So I drew a sketch of an LED volume in 2004 that could play back lighting on Brad Pitt's face. And we did a little 3D model of this here. I think this is the first LED volume sketch. If anyone knows another one, let me know. And then we did a little test with an LED wall lighting somebody's face just to see that we could get the resolution in the eyes. And it worked great. But then Digital Domain got so good at rendering faces, including an entire version of Brad Pitt as the older guy in Benjamin Button, without having to composite his own eyes in there. They didn't need this technology for that. But it did get us the gig to work on this movie, Gravity, where the decision was that even though we could kind of start to do a photoreal digital CGI face, we really wanted to use the faces of the real actors of George Clooney and Sandra Bullock, even though everything else in the scene is CGI. I mean, this is a CGI Earth, space telescope, spacesuits, visors, everything is CGI, just the faces. So if you're going to integrate those faces realistically, they have to be lit right and seen from the right angle. So we did some tests with Alfonso Cuarón and Emmanuel Lubezki in one of our light stages, the one in up in Burbank, now downtown at Lightstage LLC. So there's Alfonso Cuarón playing around with us. And based on these tests, it was clearly finally time to go and build an LED volume for production out of LED panels, and that led to the light box. That was a 3 meter by 3 meter by 3 meter box. There was a little thing to spin the actor around in, so a camera on a robot arm, and that produced foreground elements of the actors' faces with the right lighting that was also rendered in Arnold, which is also what we used for that Parthenon example, so that we can drop them into all this nicely rendered CGI, and with a little bit of compositing hacking, get some pretty good composites. And everyone is very excited about the visual effects for the movie, the techniques for this. It won the Academy Award for Best Visual Effects that year. Time magazine said that the light box is one of the 25 best inventions of the year in 2013. And it made this shot possible with kind of Sandra Bullock's character spinning out of control. There's all the bounce light or the ambient light from the Earth going around her. There's kind of a light card for the sun spinning around, and it looks very realistic there. And this was kind of the jumping off point for so many other virtual production or LED volume projects. ILM cites it as very inspirational. And when they built their LED volume for Rogue One, John Knoll reported that, and he was actually at my talk in 2002, and he finally was able to report that method of using that image-based lighting technique to light actors and sets was really successful, and all of the LED volumes that we've seen since then, such as on The Mandalorian, have their roots in what they were doing on Rogue One. So mission accomplished. We got real people to be lit by image-based lighting as well. But there is a problem. It has already been alluded to today, which has to do with color rendition and the fact that LED panels and RGB-based displays are great displays, but they are bad light sources. And if you happen to be wearing a colorful shirt, or if you happen to be a human being with colorful skin, you'll find that you can stand in sunlight or shade or even fluorescent light, and our cameras can kind of color balance in a way that everything looks normal and okay. But if you step onto an LED volume and you're only lit by red, green, and blue LEDs with huge gaps in the spectrum, skin goes pinkish or reddish, oranges tend to go reddish, yellows tend to go brownish, cyans and blues can swap with each other in weird ways, and that's because you're being lit by just these 3 peaks of light, and there's a lot more going on in how our stuff reflects illumination that's in between the peaks. So this is just switching between broader spectrum illumination with white LEDs and the RGB lighting. And my white shirt isn't changing color, right? These 2 lights look the same color, right? They're metamers to each other, but they light stuff very differently, and that's possible. And once you wrap your head around that, you realize how problematic it is to light people with things. The real problem with skin, it's not just that the absorption from the hemoglobin starts right about here as you get to higher energy wavelengths, which are the lower the lower wavelengths, the nanometers there. But to get a little bit more color gamut, displays tend to push the red LED deep into the longer wavelengths to the point where our eyes aren't even as sensitive to it over there. If you look at the power that comes out of red LEDs, you have to put more power in, because here's human visual sensitivity. There's our long cone or medium cone or short wavelength cone, and then to get just a little bit more color gamut, just to pull this triangle here a little bit further here, so you can have, I don't know, blood lit by a sunset or something. They put the red LED at crazy long wavelengths where our cones aren't even very sensitive to it anymore. And this is what happens. And then human skin, our human skin reflectance spectra here, it just keeps going up and up and up and up into the near infrared. So we end up sampling the human skin reflectance at a strangely long wavelength where it reflects more, and that's why when everybody goes onto an LED volume, you tend to look a little bit like a lobster. Which is not great, and other sorts of issues with that. So this looked like it was going to be a problem. We even noted this in the 2002 paper, that we should probably try to fill in the spectrum with more colors of LEDs or more wavelengths, more spectrally distinct LEDs. So we built a light source in 2003 that didn't just have red, green, and blue, but we actually added cyan and amber, and a couple of filtered whites to get some white LEDs to fill in the rest of the spectrum. And we showed that, lo and behold, you can produce much better color rendition if you have a 9-channel light versus a 3-channel light. And by the time we got to 2013, we'd actually built an entire LED volume with 6-channel lighting, RGB, amber, cyan, and white. And we knew that we could light people who would be in our volume here at USC much more accurately. But then we had this problem, which is well, how are we going to drive 6 channels of LEDs that are spectrally distinct with image-based lighting when all of our cameras just pick up just 3 color channels? Our cameras aren't multispectral. They don't have red, amber, green, cyan, blue, and white channels. So what we did, and this is for the SIGGRAPH 2016 paper, is we captured like a mirror ball to get the RGB color in every direction. But we also had a couple miniature color charts looking in different directions. And as we know, the little squares on the color charts each have distinct reflectance spectra that are linearly independent largely. And so they basically tell you the color rendition qualities of the overall illumination in the scene. And we found that if you want to drive your lights so that it produces both the right color, which means the RGB is right, but also the right color rendition, which means it lights a color chart close to correctly, then you can just take a picture of your little color chart in your LED volume, light it with just the red LEDs, then just the amber, then just the green, then just the cyan, then just the blue, then just the white. And we figure out that these 6 images, these 6 basis images, are every possible way we can make the color chart look. And if we take linear combinations of them, we can predict exactly how a given amount of red, amber, green, cyan, blue, and white is going to light color charts. And then we can mix our lighting together so that when you put something in there, not only does the light look the right color, but it actually has the right color rendition. And based on that, we were able to do some side-by-side comparisons of somebody standing in our LED volume and standing outside in the real world, lit by real natural illumination, and see how close they looked. And so on the left are Jessica and Jonetta, lit by real light outside our institute. We had them step out of frame. We captured a clean plate. We put the light probe in there to capture the lighting. We processed it. An hour later, we had them upstairs where the light stage was, and we had them stand in there. We told Jessica she needs to remember to squint because we got to pretend she's looking into the sun, and we're not nearly as bright as the sun, but we're trying to get all the right relative values there. And then we captured them, and we got close enough matches, and this is with 0 post-color correction. This is just how it got shot in the Canon RAW images on our DSLR. That for the first 3 months of giving talks about this, I had the images switched. And I had the people in the light stage over here in the environment over there. And then Chloe Legendre, my PhD student, pointed that out, and I fixed it. So we got to build a big one of these in 2017 for a visual effects company in China. So we did like an 8-meter LED volume that had multispectral lights and good color rendition. They actually ended up using it for a bunch of TV shows where for whatever reason, they had to recast one of the roles, and they'd already shot the show with one guy, and now they had to go and have some other guy. They've wrapped production, the sets are gone, and they would take the other guy, that's the doctor who came in here. He wasn't actually in the show. It was some other guy who looks a lot like him from behind, but not from his face. And they had a pretty cool way of interactively building up the lighting that had been there, putting it on the multispectral stage, and then lighting it appropriately from the right angle. And they could jam through like 80 shots a day because they had like a 60-episode series that really had to be out by a certain date, and they got all of those shots done for that. So we're happy that that was there. And you'll see a version of this that we have at Eyeline Studios, part of Netflix, at the end. But a lot of LED volumes, they just have red, green, and blue. That's what, that's enough to show all the colors we probably need to see to look at anything. And so we had to ask ourselves, for traditional LED volumes, is there something that you can do to try to look better than the kind of the problematic color spaces that you get? And it turns out, if you photograph a color chart under RGB illumination, the color chart, it looks too colorful, the red's too saturated, it has some of the same problems that our clothing or costumes or faces would. But you can solve for a color matrix, just a 3x3 linear transformation on linear pixel values, to try to make it look like the color chart would under natural illumination, like daylight. And it turns out it doesn't do too bad. This is me with that like super saturated colors that happen when you step on an LED volume. That's what you see in person. But if you're willing to put a LUT on it, you can actually fix it, 85, 90%. It's much better. It's probably usable at that point. And so we figured out what this matrix is. It's not hard. You just need to picture the color chart under your volume, pick a chart of your color chart under your desired lighting environment, and you do that. There's now a problem, though, because you only want to apply that, right, to your foreground actors. Probably, or possibly, some smart people have gone to great lengths to try to get this stuff in the background on your panels to look right to the camera. And it does not need this matrix, we call it Q. It does not need the Q matrix applied to it. So we briefly thought we were going to have to do like live image segmentation so we can apply the Q matrix just to the people there so we don't mess up the colors in the background. And then we had a better idea, which is, why not take the inverse of Q, and for the areas in the LED panels that are in frustum in the camera, apply inverse Q to those pixels. So they get a bit over color saturated, and they look like that scene isn't lit by daylight anymore, but it's lit by bad RGB illumination. And it needs to be color corrected too. And then you just apply Q to the whole thing that came in your camera and it fixes everything. And it actually works. It doesn't fix what you're seeing on set, which is a bummer because it's not nice to be lit by that weird searing light. But you can actually do virtual production without having to worry. To test it out, we shot some new HDR environments with different illuminance, all the way from outdoor sun to indoor incandescent and LED. And just for fun, I have some sodium vapor lights, low pressure sodium vapor. That's the light that comes out just precisely one wavelength at 589. It's got the worst color rendition. I think the CRI is -29. And we would like sample the light, figure out what like me and my PhD student Chloe would look like, and then try to reproduce it on the stage. This is without doing any of our matrix corrections, and so like the shirts and stuff are too colorful, the skin's too pink in this case for us. But we can fix that, and then we can also fix the backgrounds and then get something that looks pretty close to us actually standing out there in the park. And we went through this with the outdoor shade, the outdoor sun, the indoor daylight, the indoor warm white LED, which is just what the house had anyway. Got some incandescent lights. I found some you can still get. And you can kind of match the color rendition of indoor incandescent to the original. It's kind of fun if you do indoor RGB LED. I just turned off the lights in the house, turned on some RGB LEDs. And so now my whole house had the weird color rendition, and the system actually successfully solved for the fact that it doesn't need a Q matrix at this point. It just uses the identity matrix for that and just round trips it all the way through, because the right answer of how we looked in that light is that it looks, pinkish skin tones and extra color saturation and everything. And it was kind of fun to light everything with the sodium vapor wavelength because it's just this spike here, right? 589 nanometers. And the fun thing about it is it makes everything look totally black and white, tinted to this kind of yellow-orange color. So that's what it actually looks like. I sometimes turn them on at some point during, like if I'm having a party at my house or something, people think it's fun for a little while. And this was the really interesting thing. So you sample the light, and then you reproduce it on an LED volume. The LED volume's got red, green, and blue. It does not actually have the 589 wavelength. It creates the color of the sodium vapor light by turning on some proportion of red and green LEDs. And that's what you see in the background. And you see the background pretty much looks like the sodium vapor wavelength, right? With a combination of red and green LEDs. But now we're not lighting the scene with a single wavelength like the sodium vapor was. We're getting lit with combinations of red and green light, and so when it reflects off of red and green things on our shirts, they come through just fine, and we have colorful appearance here when we're not supposed to have colorful appearance. That's like the difference. It's just because of how our eye cones work that you can basically see the same color either as one spike of 589 or a combination of some red and some green that are over here, because we've got so much overlap between our L and our M cones. But with our algorithm, it actually realizes that the Q matrix should desaturate everything, and you get this kind of color seeping out matrix that then recolors everything so it looks like it's all just the sodium vapor wavelength, because it knew that the color chart, is supposed to look like that color chart. So you can do that with a matrix operation. You get it. It's not exactly right. You'll notice like the yellows are actually super bright here, and the yellows aren't super bright here because it was never lit by any yellow light, but it kind of looks similar at that point. It sort of works. Definitely a very much closer between these two, or sorry, between So this is what we should have looked like. That looks a lot closer than that does. Okay, so quick question. There is one environment that I always kept thinking of that exists, that movies are shot in, people visit, they have fun in, where it just happens to be that you would naturally be lit by spiky RGB spectrum of illumination. And it has nothing to do with it being a virtual production stage or anything like that. Millions of people go there every year. Does anyone have a guess of what place I'm thinking of here? Which one? Las Vegas? It could be. I'm actually going to Las Vegas tomorrow, and now I'm going to bring my C800 for this. I just came back on a trip, and I came back through New York City, and I actually brought it. There's the spectrum of light that you get lit with in New York City in Times Square, because it's all LED panels everywhere. So don't worry, your virtual production stage is perfectly set up with no tweaking whatsoever to simulate the color rendition properties if you're shooting in Times Square. So I want to do a little bit of a time check. Here I'm at 34 minutes. I have a few more minutes. This is great. Okay. A little bit about dynamic range here. These light probe images that we've shot over the years, you can kind of measure, pick like a little area in the sky here and see how bright that is compared to like some shadowed area. And there are a variety of different, dynamic ranges. And the sunlit stuff, of course, is like the greatest amount of dynamic range. And these can become hard to simulate on even LED panels, which have only a certain amount of practical dynamic range in them. So going back to our favorite SIGGRAPH 2002 paper, the suggestion was if you're ever going to build a big dome of LED lights, you might want to have a special light source that goes around on a gantry that, it's more expensive than your other lights and probably has better color rendition, and it's designed to be your sunlight, and you can just kind of put it anywhere that you need to. And I think that would be a great idea to do at some point. I was very fortunate to get to work on a project for the USC Entertainment Technology Center with Tim Kang. This is how I met Tim Kang. And we actually faked a saturated sunlight in this HDR map on this volume here by putting a light source, this 1x1, up there with nice color rendition in the same direction. We basically looked at it from the perspective of where the talent was and placed a light that just covered up that bright saturated spot there. And we actually got really good matches because Tim had written down the key to fill ratios and knows how to adjust things to get that right. So that was kind of a cool way to do that. In practice, though, you might not want to have to move a light. You might not have that ability. And I had the thought that, well, maybe if we have small saturated spots, you can compromise a little bit by just kind of growing them out and making it a larger, somewhat softer light than it really should be, but it would have the right energy and the right color, and that would be still possibly useful. So we actually had a little SIGGRAPH poster a couple years ago where if you have some lat-long HDRI map that you want to put on your virtual production volume, and it has bright spots in it, like light sources that are so bright that you probably couldn't show them at the same exposure level as the rest of the scene, you just kind of automatically grow them until there's the right amount of energy that matches that. And we came up with a pretty fast algorithm, tested on virtual objects to begin with. So these are two HDRI maps rendered in Blender, CGI objects lit with the indoor lighting environment with the light sources in the ceiling that would be too bright, an outdoor sun. If you used a clipped LDR version of those maps to do the image-based lighting, you'd miss a lot of the light. It looks more like it's in shade than in sun, and just kind of gets even a little bit of the wrong color cast there. But if you pre-process your maps so that it dilates out or expands out the lights until there's enough light energy coming from mostly the right directions, you can actually get something that matches pretty well. Not perfect. Shadows get a lot softer. You can see those are hard shadows from the real thing, and then there's that. But at least the overall brightness of the objects matches, and that's at least the most important thing to get. So I wanted to ask myself, if you're lighting a real person, which does include my friend Sebastian, then how much can you get away with taking a light that was supposed to be really small and turning it into light that's big, but dimmer? So a small bright light a big dim light, it's going to be the same number of photons coming, but from a somewhat different angular distribution. Where's the point where it just doesn't look like it's a directional light source anymore? So what we did is we put different size circles on there, and I shot different exposure levels to compensate for the circle size. Here's Sebastian lit with a very tiny little, I think, light source. It's a 3.3 centimeter light diameter. It's a 2.5 degree disk of light there. Now the sun's only a ½ degree disk of light, so this is still 5 times as wide as the sun, but we would have had to take a super long exposure to do that on these panels with something much smaller than that. But it's kind of a point light source. There's Sebastian. He already looks a little annoyed with the process, but you can see a pretty distinct shadow on his nose. You can see an eye highlight. But if we make this now 4.7 centimeter light, we're up to 3.6 degrees. There's not a huge amount of difference making that light a little bigger. We can make it a little bigger. Now we're at 6.6 centimeters, 9.4 centimeters. We're up to 10 degree cone of light coming at him now. And the light's softer on the nose, but it's just looking more and more like a Rembrandt painting at this point, right? It's possibly more attractive light than if you had that super hard light on him. Now, if you wanted to sell it as bright sunlight, you might need to do this, but it wasn't until we got to about 20 degrees of light that it started to feel like the highlight in the eye doesn't read as a light source, like a point light source anymore, and that the shadow is there. And if you get beyond that, like this is too soft, this is too soft, this is too soft. Now it's a lot of the wall, it's super bright. He's getting even more annoyed at this point. But I kind of came up with the idea that it's okay to dilate lights out to maybe 10 or 20 degrees, even if they're supposed to be point lights, unless you absolutely need to have hard shadows. But a lot of times it's nice to soften the shadows in LED volumes anyway. So it's a pretty quick algorithm to implement. It just uses computer vision techniques of eroding and dilation. You just basically dilate it until it has the same energy, and it keeps the colors correct too. And we did some studies of what you look in a real environment versus taking it indoors and dilating it, and things matched pretty well. Okay, so I'm almost to the end here. We actually have had an opportunity at Eyeline Studios, as part of Netflix, to build that thing that we had at the end slide of the 2002 talk, the 50-foot wide LED volume that's got, in this case now we've got panels to put in back for backgrounds, but we can cover it with about 1,500 custom multi-channel lights that have amber and white to fill out the spectrum. And this is actually an active production use. We have ways of taking our lighting and automatically mapping it onto the different color channels, promoting it up to red, amber, green, blue, white. We actually dropped the cyan. Turns out, if you're trying to increase your color gamut of what you can see, cyan is the best color to add. If you're trying to improve your color rendition, it's not that helpful. So we didn't go with the cyan this time. And this is getting used on a weekly basis in actual productions for Netflix and other studios at this point, and decent lighting. We have a nice iPad app that lets you drive the lights on it. But we're actually also using it for something that, okay, we got 5 minutes, it's perfect, for something that is going to be an alternate approach to any of this here, which is to do the lighting in post-production. Just film people under something that's not quite the right lighting, but then use an algorithm to change it to the lighting that you need, and then you can actually iterate it until it's just the right stuff. And we found that getting the kind of data that you need to learn how to relight people, you can use this same dome for that, because we designed all of our lights. We've got pretty much millisecond level control. We can synchronize it to the shutter of a global shutter, Red Raptor or Komodo X. And some work that we just presented 2 days ago at SIGGRAPH downtown is our body relax paper. And so these are two folks here, and we're going to just change their lighting in post-production. We've been working on relighting techniques since I was at Google, and we did the total relighting project over there for portraits. But we have a new way of getting the training data, and we can kind of do it for whole bodies at this point. So these two folks here, we're just putting new lighting on them after the fact. And it's pretty good at getting specular highlight reflections and diffuse reflections, shading over faces and stuff. And we get the data in our light dome by lighting them with different lighting conditions. We're going to learn how these people transform incident light into radiant light, and if they look a certain way in one lighting condition, how they look in a different lighting condition. Some of it is the kind of traditional one light at a time data where you just have them try to stay still and move to different places. But another way that we do it is we actually bipack 2 lighting conditions. And what this means is that we're going to light them almost simultaneously with 2 different lighting conditions. We're going to shoot at 120 frames per second, and we're going to have a 60 frame per second stream of lighting condition A and a 60 frame per second stream of lighting condition B. We're going to interleave them. And since now the overall repeat rate is 60 hertz, that's kind of at the flicker fusion frequency, so you're not going to drive people nuts in this thing. That's important to us. It looks pretty smooth and constant. But each lighting condition A and B, they slowly evolve over time. It's like if you watch it just on, it would be kind of like watching a lava lamp with different blobs of color going in different directions. And we know what those are. And so this produces lots of training data of if our actor looks like this in lighting condition A, they look like this in lighting condition B. And we get them in different poses. And we have a way of tokenizing this. We have a few cameras that capture it. We go through all sorts of calisthenics. And basically, we can train a model that knows how to relight people as a result of this. And so here's Pablo, who's being relit. We didn't train it at all on how to relight environments or how to relight people who aren't standing in the light dome, but it's pretty good at that anyway. It's not great at relight. It's actually bad at relighting the environments, but it tries. That's probably the next paper is we'll try to get something like that working. But this is pretty good stuff. So that's another possible creative workflow is you just, shoot with the house lights on, and then you can sculpt and iterate your illumination on your scenes to your heart's content after most of the expensive people have gone home, and try to get it just right for every single shot of your film. And that's some of the stuff that we're making possible with our research. Got a couple of websites there. Lots of people to thank for all of this here. And thanks to Conor and PIXERA for making this talk possible. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi. Hi, I had a... Okay, just for the stream. Okay, cool. I had a question about earlier on in your presentation. You mentioned about the challenges of extracting multi-channel information from images that were captured on RGB cameras, and I thought that the technique that you used to do that was really interesting. I just wondered, as sort of a thought experiment, if you could somehow develop like a specialized camera, for example, that had multiple channels. Say instead of having just red, green, and blue filters, if you could build a camera with orange and cyan and so forth filters, yep, and capture your environment mapping with that. Do you think that would be like a viable way to extract that sort of information, or do you think
Yes.
it's just not necessary?
Absolutely, yes. Super fun stuff. So actually, the first time we tried to get that kind of data, we had a photo research PR650. Does anyone ever have one of those things that you shoot it and it gets you 1 pixel of whatever you aimed it at, and the full spectrum, like every 4 nanometers or something like that across. So we actually put that on a little robot arm that could pan and tilt it. And over the USB, we had it shoot spectral measurements like in every possible direction. We got like a few thousand spectral measurements. And it took all night. So we actually had to like set it up in a room with different light sources that it wouldn't change for about, and it took about 7 hours to capture it, basically. We had to do it before it got light out and the light started to come through the windows. And that was some of the first stuff that we tried to use for, some of these lighting. We did another thing where we had just a regular like Kaidan pan tilt, and we built like a little light box with a hole in it and a color chart in the back that would be lit by only one little hole of light there, and then a camera that looked at the color chart. Without using a spectroradiometer, just a camera, we could see how only a portion of the environment lights a color chart, one little cone of light at a time. And that's actually in our SIGGRAPH 2016 paper, and we do relight with that to get every single light independently spectrally calibrated to the light in the environment. And what we ended up finding is like it's a quite good approximation to just get the overall illuminant of the environment. Now this is probably some level of mixed illumination. I guess we have some of these nice aperture lights here, which I don't know, probably they're pretty compatible spectrally. But if you were lit with, tungsten on one side and fluorescent on the other side, it'd be nice to do that. That's why sometimes we had color charts that look in different directions. But for most environments with a dominant illuminant, all the different things that can reflect light in the scene, since reflectance curves tend to be much smoother than illuminant spectral curves, it's close enough to kind of just modulate the color effect of that illuminant by the different reflectances for the ambient light, and it still works. But we have played around with it, and I think much more work can be done. And there's cool things in computational photography, like if you create like a little slit of light and you scan around, but you see it through a, like a diffraction grating, right? We all keep one of these in the wallet, so you just go around here, and then you can kind of see like the rainbow that splits out. Like you can just spin that around, and then you can get spectral measurements in every direction. I think there's probably a lot of cool things you could do with that.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. So it's really a matter of practicality of.
Yeah, exactly.
Making it much easier to capture.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Thank you.
like actually what the visual effects industry has centered on is like you get your mirror ball, you get your gray ball, and you get your color chart. That's actually a pretty good way to get the information you need for reproducing that lighting, even with the color rendition and the spectrum.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have like one more? Yeah. Hey.
Thank you for the talk.
One moment. We have a
Oh, microphone.
Who's up? Thank you for the talk. I had a question about the final paper which you just presented this year. And I looked up the paper briefly after you described it, and it looks like you're using a diffusion model which has some limitations in terms of output, like bit rate and bits in the final image. And you also use a particular video model, WAN 2.2. So have you thought about...
This guy has already read the paper. It's been out 2 days, and he's read the paper. Thank you.
Have you thought about using different video models and comparing them, and also potentially using a specific model to increase your bit depth in the final output for compositing?
Absolutely. Would love to do that. It's been really nice to see that both in the research community and the commercial model community, they've recognized that this is a problem. We want higher bit depth output so that we can actually do post-production on this stuff and do color corrections and things like that. USC ETC, in one of their recent short films they found some kind of way of using like topaz to kind of increase the bit depth, and that helped them in even a basic way for that. And some of the new models are starting to support that. These techniques should be compatible with all of that. Yeah, very important.
Thank you.
Got one in the back.
This one came in from the live stream chat, and I also was wondering the training process for this new light volume based relighting workflow. How expensive is it computationally, and how long does it take, and does it need to be done per performer, per production, or is there going to be a corpus of training data that Netflix will provide that other people can use? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Great question on that. So yeah, I mean, you have to number crunch a little bit to get your model fine-tuned to be able to do this. It was tractable. It wasn't crazy. It's reported in the paper. I'm not going to remember that after 5 days of SIGGRAPH at this point. But that is a very important point. Is like how well does it generalize to other people? So we've had a whole series of different papers on relighting. Both from when I was at Google and then at Eyeline, now back at Netflix. And what we did for faces is we would train on one light at a time data of just a few people. We showed that we can learn how to relight the specific people that we've recorded. Then we generalized it by getting 100 people through, and then we showed that at that point the model can generalize to, from what we can tell, just about everybody. And we're very careful. We want to get a range of ages and genders and skin tones and hairstyles and glasses and no glasses and things like that. So we do that. We have people make poses with their faces and stuff to try to get how hands would shadow the face as well. So it did generalize when we got about 100 people for faces, And that would be a natural next step to get 100 people through for this kind of data, to try to do a general body relighting model. There is some one light at a time data, because my old research institute, USC ICT, sold a light stage to the Max Planck Institute in Germany. First thing they did is they went and shot a bunch of one light at a time data and just released it on the internet. So there's now this fissionable material out there that can be used to train things like that. So check it out. Anything else, or are we good? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul. That was fabulous. And we have a small break before our next presenter, the magnificent Michael Kohler, who has a pretty extensive interactive portion. So it'll take a maybe 10-minute intermission to get that all set up. So let's be back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
High-tech lab. I'll be wearing a lab coat by the time it's time for that. How long? Oh, it's 1975 and 90. I was 24.
Hello and welcome to TI.
So you've got that. I guess I want to see my sources real quick. Oh, perfect. I have this.
Hey, we are reconvening for the impresario, Michael Kohler. Excellent, excellent. I just wanted to see if there's anybody out here.
Check one.
right. We have two amazing speakers to close out the day. Michael Kohler from Fuse CATS/Solutions Group is here to do another incredible live presentation with all sorts of analyzers and scopes and just his incredible intellectual generosity. So without further ado, Michael Kohler, Glitch, please.
All right, thank you. As sort of the opposite of Panasonic, I think I'm going to give you two presentations for the price of one. Or wait, no, one presentation for the price of two, because it's twice as long. I knew I was going to get that wrong. So anyway, y'all have had a long day of listening to all this interesting information about HDR and color, and I'm happy to say that we're not actually going to get too much into the color. Connor gave me a theme, and I just took the exit off the highway. I was like, I think we're just going to do something completely different. And much like a presentation, if I were presenting at a presentation sessions about cars, my presentations are about the roads that the cars drive on. So there is definitely relevance in this discussion, but it's not really going to be about color per se. So we'll begin getting into this and talking about the different flavors of video signals at a level that most of us have probably never explored before. So I'm Michael Kohler. I do hardware engineering for the Fuse Technical Group Solutions Group. And we make weird stuff for our internal use, such as computers built with a hot plate and a soldering iron. And before we get too far into the technology, I want to talk a little bit about the bad old days and NTSC and how we got to color TV. But actually, I'm not actually going to spend any time explaining that. I'm going to throw to my favorite YouTube video, Technology Connections, about how color TV works. If you don't know how color TV works, watch that video. What I really want to talk about is, a lot of these standards that we deal with to this day came out of the creation of broadcast television. Specifically the composite video and blanking system in 1954, and the way televisions work. These very, very, very basic, raw mechanical devices that were actually physically scanning an electron beam across this phosphoric display using the actual voltage levels to set the angle of that motion. And we still use all this technology to this day because of course we do. You can never get rid of anything. So we've got three things here that I want to talk about that we're stuck with from the 50s. This idea of coaxial cable, good old BNC connectors, and the fact that these are often referred to as 75 ohm cables. So the first thing I want to say is, has anyone seen the musical Cats? What is the weird, kind of cult heaven or hell place the cats go to in the musical? Does anyone know? The Heaviside Layer. So that's named after Mr. Oliver Heaviside. And the reason for that is he coined the term for the area in the ionosphere that radio waves bounced off of. And the reason everybody knew this name was because when this was being figured out, the idea of transatlantic radio was super exciting to everyone and romantic. I guess this was the Netflix of their day. And so when T.S. Eliot was writing the poems, what's up in the sky? What's further than space? Well, there's the Heaviside Layer, and then there's, Cats is past that. So up, past the Heaviside Layer. So that's just a weird quirk I found when researching about coaxial cables, which he developed. And so these high-speed signals travel down cables at 2/3 the speed of light. And we need a way to measure how electricity flows through those. And part of that has to do with this mathematical equation, or mathematical characteristic, rather, of the wire called the characteristic impedance. And, as a good God-fearing video engineer, I know we want 75 ohm cable. And I'm like, well, what on earth is 75 ohm cable? Why do we care about this? And it's actually a function of the cable's construction that has to do with the ratio of the diameters of the conductive part and the insulative part, and how the electrical signals travel through that wire. And these mathematical formulas have nothing to do with coax. They're actually schematics for vapes. That was a trick. Anytime there's math slides we're not actually going to talk about math. That's what I want everyone to get into. This is an after-lunch presentation. There will be stretch breaks. There will be audience activities or something. There might be a science experiment at the end. So where the heck did 75-ohm cable come from? And it turns out, back when there was a lot of money for research and development, Bell Labs was trying to figure out the best wire to run for telephone lines. And they did a bunch of experiments and math and testing and came up with this chart over here that looks at the characteristics of the wire as far as attenuation, voltage, and power goes. And they kind of came at an impasse because when they were doing telephone stuff, they wanted to be able to use the maximum amount of power to make their systems more efficient. But the video stuff really wanted to minimize attenuation because the video signals barely fit into the amount of bandwidth they had anyway. So minimizing the attenuation and interference was super, super, super important for them. So we ended up with two standards for coax cable, which you can both buy on Amazon. And you can get 50-ohm cables, and you can get 75-ohm cables. And if you get 50-ohm cables, they're not going to work great with your analog video stuff. Thankfully, we've sort of moved past that, except we haven't, because we still use these coaxial cables to this day. So this is a picture of the construction of a coax cable. There's the conductor down the middle. There's the dielectric around the outside, and then the insulation. And one of the problems with all cables is this idea of reflections. And reflections happen when the impedance of the cable changes, which happens every time you terminate it or put a connector on it or accidentally bend it too far. As you get into higher and higher and higher data speeds, cables need to be bent a very specific amount, or else you can cause signal integrity problems. So I've watched some of my friends building racks, and I've teased them. I'm like, oh, you can't just make a figure 8 with this data center with the 100G cables, because the data is going so fast it's going to try to escape out the side of the cable. It doesn't actually do that dramatically, but if you think about it like plumbing, your results will be a lot better. And one of the funny things I found when researching cable construction is that Belden actually figured out that if they inflated the dielectric with nitrogen, the quality of that dielectric was resulting in better bandwidth and better loss characteristics than other materials they had tried. So most of the really, really high-end, I think it's Belden 1384, that goes there. Okay. We've rehearsed this a zillion times. And oh, because of the camera. Oh, let's, yeah. I guess you're, I just don't want it to fall over. We'll make it work. Just don't tell Tavia. So yeah, Belden had these nitrogen-infused cables. I think that's 1384, which is the stuff that most of the TV studios are wired with these days. And, now we were living in an analog world, and it was time to make it better. So we need a digital signal to run our broadcast facilities, because analog had a pretty sketchy color representation, how it was applying the color on top of the luminance image. It was a little bit paint by numbers. Images would become slightly desynced. They would be a little muddy. It was not a great system, especially if you were the broadcast facility that was sending out the master images. So we need a replacement for analog video, and it needs to be lossless, needs to be easy for broadcast engineers to use, and it'd be a real bonus if we could just reuse all our cables and patch panels. Can you imagine? Oh, we can just upgrade to the digital future and not have to redo our TV studios? That's great. So SMPTE had the SDI standards to describe a self-synchronous scrambling, non-return-to-zero inverted encoding process. And that became SMPTE 259M in 1989. I was at this point born. Not in that year, but I'm now alive. But in the past, when Eisenhower was president, when all those cables were put in, I was not. So they write up all these specs for how the electricity should travel down the cable, what the minimum and maximum amounts of interference and impedance, they give you all the specs you need to succeed with this. They tell you what the voltage should be, the maximum rise and fall times, and these are specifications written in stone, and that's always going to be SDI. And one of the important things that they write in those specs is how the pixel data is actually transmitted. Now, once again, we've got a lot of math here, which we're not going to spend really any time talking about. But the idea I really want to impress upon everyone is all of our color data in this digital signal is being encoded as bits. It is now a digital signal, and there is a correct answer for what the value of any given pixel on that wire is supposed to be. And should it get to the end of the wire and be something else, that would be a real problem. So they've got chroma subsampling, which is a really clever way to reduce the number of signals you need to send and the number of bits you need to send. And it's all based on encoding 8-bit values into 10-bit data words. And nobody wanted to hear about the math of that. But what I really want to figure out is, why was this so difficult? And is it still difficult to this day? So the idea of how much data this is as a data rate thing is, you have a frame of SDI, or maybe a field, 720 by 525 at 29.97 frames per second. That would be 59.94 fields per second if you were looking at every other line. There was this whole interlacing thing I wasn't going to get into. We're trying to stay in the modern digital age. We're trying to get through some of the SDI stuff. And you can't just shove this data down a cable by flicking a, taking the data high, low, high, low, high, low in some sort of naive scheme. You have to start getting clever with it. So the reason I say that is I've got this scope here. And what this scope does is it has a generator, which I will remember how to use. And we will set it to 10 kilohertz. And we will make it a nice square wave to represent our ones and zeros. And maybe I'll zoom out a little bit and look at my beautiful little rectangular edges with their right angle corners. And that's going through about 15 feet of cable. Now, there's a couple different ways that the cables conspire against us to make our signals less good. The first one is, as the speed of the data increases, the ability to push it through the cable is decreased. So we're going to go from 10 kilohertz to 10 megahertz, which is a good bit more. And whoa, our data became really lumpy all of a sudden. You can see that the up and down is still there, and you absolutely could convert these into ones and zeros. But at some point, when you start looking at a signal like this, you have to wonder where the one starts and the zero ends and stuff like that. And that's only a 15-footer. What I want to do now is plug into the 75-foot cable. And this is the interactive plugging and replugging portion of the presentation, which I do love so much. We're going to plug this into the waveform generator. This is a great scope. It runs Android. It's like a phone. And it's extra lumpy now. And even if I go back into the generator and go back to the 10 kilohertz mode and make it automatic, you can see that there's some overshoot happening at the start and stop that kind of wasn't there before, these spiky things off the end. And those are all to say that the idea of pushing data down a wire gets worse the longer the wire is. So if you're 300 feet, you're going to have even bigger problems. And 10 megahertz is a fraction of how fast a video signal might be going. So that's a bit about cable length. Now we need to talk about what SDI actually is as a signal. It doesn't have any kind of separate clock signal. Again, it's that coaxial single piece of copper with the dielectric and the shield around it. And that means that SDI is self-clocking. The timing data for the signal, like what part of the frame is where, is actually extracted from the bit stream in flight. So this is great. You only need a single transmission. People tell me that they love SDI cable because it's simple. And in a sense, from a construction point of view from the cable, it's pretty simple. You've got one thing that goes from point A to point B. There's not a lot of little wires in there. It's not that squirrely like some of the other ones. But the problem is, repetitive data, like a line after line after line of blank video, is actually hard to extract a clock from electrically, especially with 1980s technology. So they had this idea of clock recovery that looks at the signal edges and figures out what parts of the bits are part of which word. That means there's repeating symbols in the SDI data that form a pattern, and every time it sees that pattern, it knows where in the signal it is, so it can count from the right place. If you can't figure out where part of your signal is, you end up with clock slip, which causes your video to drift and glitch and fizzle out. And a lot of video really is just blank frames, and that's like the worst thing you could possibly send. So SMPTE came up with this concept of the scrambler, and it's all over their papers. It's a linear feedback shift register. And I spent a bunch of time figuring out what that was, but in this diagram, it's just a wood chipper with this polynomial written on it, which we're not going to understand what the polynomial is, because frankly, I can't either. But what's really cool about the scrambler is you put in a sequence of bits, it applies this math to it, but at the other end, it is so predictable that you can apply the math back to it and get exactly the same thing you put in. And the reason you want to do this is it turns your structured ordered data into a random series of noise. And the good thing, well, pseudo-random, it's not really random. The good thing about the random series of noise is it creates a bunch of edges in the signal that the synchronization can latch onto. As I was reading more about the scrambler and linear feedback shift registers, that's what they use for all the random number generation in Pokemon on the Game Boy, which means if you start your Pokemon game at exactly the right moment in time, you can predict everything that happens for the entire game. So it's not random, it is well understood, and the whole point of this, it's kind of like the bar song where you take your bit of SDI, you run it through that polynomial, and you get a guaranteed not quite random number out the other end, and then you stack it onto the front, and then you grab the next number, and you keep doing the same thing again and again and again. You're iterating through that polynomial. That's what that chart, it's a little hard to read there. The electrical diagram for how that might work is this sort of flow chart thing. So there's our really edgy signal. And unfortunately, we still can't really use that to send our data because having a lot of transitions like that causes effectively the electrical version of the water hammer effect. I don't know if anybody's ever had air in their plumbing, and they turn on the faucet and it goes ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Effectively, electricity can act a lot like water in this scenario, and it'll actually create a bias on the cable, which means the voltage, instead of being even at both ends, will drift one way or another, which can cause all sorts of chaos with the grounding in your receiver. So they came up with an encoding scheme that converts the logical zeros and ones into a signal that has less of those transitions from 0 to 1. And that's where we get into actually visualizing these, the eye diagram. So I discovered that Survivor album covers were like all about vectorscopes and computer graphics. These were real. And on a vectorscope, like this lovely fabrics unit that I've borrowed from work that I used to make fun of for not being able to afford, you get this representation of your signal. And what's really awesome about this is there's all kinds of things you can use to look at this and figure out if you're having a bad day or not, signal quality-wise. So what is that diagram actually showing me? Like on our other oscilloscope, we hope that our signal is this nice, perfect square wave. Except we live in the real world and nothing's ever perfectly square. We have cables, we have interference, things take time to happen. They don't just instantly snap between off and on. There's a little bit of a time delay. And because the data is always different, there's different ones and zeros of these waves stacked on top of one another constantly. So there's a wave, and there's another wave, there's another wave in a different phase. And you end up with something that's not like a line, it's more like this cool, blurry look into a window of time representing the jitter of the signal. Well, there was a few more. So this is what the view on one of these instruments will show you, and we're actually going to look at a signal on it in a second. We're seeing this red slope here. That's the rise time. That's basically how long in picoseconds it takes for the voltage to go from the low level to the high level. There's the fall time, which is the reverse of that. There's a bunch of histograms that are making sure that the bulk of your bits are happening in the time they should. There's these thermometers at the top that turn red if your signal starts to degrade, and it blinks at you more and more angrily as that doesn't work. There's voltage levels, which are showing you if something is too high or too low, if you're outside of the bounds. The whole point of this is to be able to look at a signal and make sure it's within that SMPTE specification. And what's really great about these, and what's really unfortunate about why they're so expensive, is like these are a great vibe check if you're having problems. Like once you sort of understand what a good one looks like and a bad one looks like, you can see like the nice clean lines in the one on the left and be like, oh, that's a pretty good signal. Or you can look at the kind of blurry one on the right and be like, oh, maybe something's broken. Or, you know, my signal works, but like maybe this one's going to be a little bit less reliable. And this works for all kinds of signals, not just SDI, but it's super, super helpful when you're dealing with a signal that's somewhat inscrutable to normal people, such as 12G SDI in particular. And I think this is the best troubleshooting tool you can have, except nobody uses them because they're really expensive. If you're in a broadcast facility, yeah, you've got one of these in a rack somewhere. Maybe if you're on a tour, you've got one. But like the nice handheld ones, especially at higher speeds, they're just so expensive you can't really get your hands on them. So not all signals no longer are lost. So like here's some pictures that I took on the instrument with a 3G signal, so 1080p, a 6G signal, 3840 by 2160 at 30, and a 12G signal. And this is sort of the two matrices of cable degradation. The 6-foot cable is always better looking than the 75-foot cable. But also, the 3G signal is always better looking than the 6G or 12G signal. So the faster you go, the worse it gets. And the longer you go, the worse it gets. So what they say when SDI is great at doing long distances, it really means it can tolerate a ton of signal loss. So, you know, I answer the question, why is my screen flickering? Why is my screen taking hits? We like to define in engineering a cable as a device that imparts noise onto a signal. Because cables are just antennas, and if you happen to have anything too unsavory going on electrically near that cable, well, it's now on your signal too. And jitter is any deviation in the periodicity of that signal. And that's sort of the left to right shuffle as something happens sooner or later than it should. That could be caused by all kinds of clocking problems, the dreaded clock slip from before, some device that has a poor oscillator. That's when your signals aren't time aligned. So here's some more potential sources of loss in your cables. You got crosstalk, and that's where you've got some like spike of some crazy signal called the aggressor signal. And that could be caused by like a motor turning on or someone in a break room using a microwave. And all of a sudden, like that real spike would cause a noticeable deviation in your video signal. Then there's noise, which is the one we talked about. That's any unwanted signal that gets copied onto your signal through electromagnetic interference. Insertion loss is one I hear about a ton in fiber systems. And it's this idea that the more cables you plug together with more adapters, you end up having bigger problems. And then reflection is the one that I never really thought about until I started doing a ton of research. It turns out that because every time you transition the impedance of a cable going through a connector or maybe a poorly terminated patch cable, you might get a negative version of your signal bounced back to you. So there have been cases in troubleshooting where you've got like a fiber receiver plugged into some device with like a 2-foot cable, and all of a sudden, like it's just not working, the screen's blacking out. If you put a 25-foot cable in its place, it would actually work better than with the 3-foot cable because the reflection has some time to dissipate. So that's one of those like anti-troubleshooting things that you think would make it worse. So when in doubt, check your cables. So I really wanted to spend more time understanding how this works. So I made my own DA. That's this lovely device here. And we're going to switch back over to the DA from the vectorscope. And see what an actual vector scope of a, I think I have it set to 6G signal is. Is this A? Cool. So here's a signal with an eye diagram. I'm a little bit out of spec. Ooh, that was exciting. My equalization might not be set properly. So let's actually talk about this. I designed this thing basically using a DA on a chip made by this lovely company called Semtech. They provide all these documents about how the chip is supposed to work, but there's basically just magic in the chip, and the magic is what makes SDI work. Here's the diagram that I thought I was switched to. So your signal comes in, it goes through something called an equalizer, which is magic, and then it goes through something called a reclocker, which is even more magic. And the idea of equalization and the other one is that equalization can restore attenuated signals by adjusting the gain, basically making it louder or softer. And there's this boilerplate text that the manual uses to describe electrically what this chip is capable of. The other thing is reclocking. That's the word I absolutely forgot to say a second ago. And it minimizes jitter by adjusting the spacing between the bit stream to make it more stable. So you provide this chip a very solid clock. If your incoming clock is a little sketchy, it'll clean it up so that it's not bouncing around in time. So to demonstrate the idea of the equalizer and the reclocking, I've got the web GUI for my DA, which is Claude Green. And what this program allows me to do that a normal DA doesn't do is you can turn on and off parts of the chip that normally would just be enabled in some sort of self-healing, self-preserving way to make sure that the signal going through it is always good. So we can take a note at the waveform. It's still a little lumpy, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the reclocker. And immediately, the image of the waveform grows left to right because the timing is now sort of uncertain. Some of the waves are approaching earlier, some of them are leaving later, and that makes the signal messed up. The other thing that's really hard to see on the scope view, unfortunately, are these little red numbers that are periodically counting up. Those are checksum errors. The instrument knows if it's gotten a bad packet, and even if it's able to decode the image and display it, it'll count those for you. So if you're developing a device with a receiver chip in it, or you're testing a cable, you can see that there's a lot of errors in this signal. So if I actually re-enable the reclocker and the equalizer and everything, we'll see that I haven't cleared the errors, but there's an OK time counter in the top right there that's counting up 7, 8, 9. The signal hasn't had any glitches since that moment. So a lot of the magic, a lot of the magic for SDI actually happens in the fancy electronics in the receiver, especially as we get to higher speeds like 12G. Now, we're going to talk about the thing that kind of led me down this rabbit hole to begin with, which is the idea of pathological video. And there were some problems with the scrambler. And it was identified by this Japanese scientist, Takeo Iguchi, in the 90s. And he wrote a paper for SMPTE finding basically parts of the scrambler that were not random enough. He defined a way to produce, quote, the most undesirable signals that are still possible to pass over SDI. I thought that was like a really great way to describe it because it was very nice and sciencey, but it's like we're going to make it angry by putting the wrong signal down it. And SMPTE's papers are now free. So originally, I spent a lot of time being annoyed that I had to pay like $6 to get the SMPTE registration, which was not a lot of money. It was less than Nintendo's online service. But when I did this last time, I downloaded these two papers and read them, and they were both fascinating. And my key takeaways were, first, how these problems work. You'll notice that my slides have changed color. So the first problem that you can introduce into the scrambler is DC shift. And you can trick the scrambler into making a bunch of zeros or ones. This is sort of, if you were playing Pokemon on the Game Boy, this is like every Pokemon I catch is a Charizard now. because I'm able to manipulate it into doing what I want. And in this case, what I want it to do is increase the voltage on the line higher or lower than the normal average. And that would cause all kinds of problems in analog portions of circuitry at the other end. And the test case that generates that is color data that produces a sequence of 19 zeros followed by a single one. And that is the maximum DC wander that can be generated using SDI. And that pixel data is 0x300, 0x198. And when you turn it into colored pixel data, it becomes this giant pink screen. The other problem is low frequency data. This is sort of the water hammer test pattern. And you create this very low frequency pattern where you create 20 0 bits followed by 21 bits, so on and off and on and off and on and off. And that's the lowest frequency data pattern that can be transmitted with SDI. And the problem with this is there's just not enough transitions for the reclocking mechanism to latch onto. So you might cause clock slip or other drifting problems. That's why turning on this is sort of the equalization test pattern. Or sorry, this is not equalization, this is the clock test pattern. The other thing I wanted to understand is this even possible at 12G? What if I have a giant pink slide in 4K? And the answer I came to really is no, because 12G is just 4 signals wrapped in a trench coat, interleaved in this A, B, C, D, C, D pattern. And it's basically these sub-images, and you would have to manufacture these interleaved sub-images in such a way that you could reproduce that. But again, could you actually create these signals in real life? Because we were doing a show, and we had this situation where we had this one piece of pink content, and everything went haywire. It was Laura's show. And I remember going in the back of the house with this Tektronix paper and saying, well, there's this thing called the pathological signal, and it's possible that this shade of pink caused this really weird electrical condition to happen. But it's like, okay, can I create this? So I got a laptop, I got the cheapest Blackmagic converter I found, and I tried to set it to those colors, and I found that the numbers just kind of drifted around randomly. So Blackmagic makes a good product. This is a static image going into the static converter, and for some reason the numbers change every second or so. So I'm not sure what that was about. I grabbed another media server off the shelf, and it had an SDI output card. I set its color module to some combination that produced exactly those values, and they stood there, and I looked at it on the scope, and there were just no problems with the signal. So could I reproduce it? In theory, yes. In practice, no. And ultimately, that second paper, which was from 2011, while pathological signals can stress serial receivers, manufacturers of serial routing and distribution ICs have generally solved the associated technical issues. Which is to say, if you've got something that's been built since 1992, they figured out how to make the receivers sensitive enough to not have these problems. And the likelihood of the pathological signal causing a problem in normal operation is pretty low. However, if you've got a cable that's on the edge of life and is just barely hanging on, it can actually still stress your way through the cable. So as a cable stress test, it's really good for finding problems like that. But if you have a system where your cables are good and you didn't hand solder your device together like this DA, you're less likely to find problems caused by the pathological signals. Now, this is my sort of what did we learn here? SDI is this weird signal. You have to do so much work to this signal to get it to be able to go from point A to point B. And I love when I'm talking to my coworkers and they're like, we just want to use SDI. It's so much easier. It's so much simpler. That's because there's all this complexity that is swept under the rug and hidden because it's such a simple cabling architecture and it feels really robust. You can go quite a long distance, and it doesn't matter that the cable looks like or your signal looks like a smudge when it comes out at the other end. If the receiver can still pull the signal out of the noise, to most people it just works. Now, I've done a lot of shows where like I've looked at things on the scope and I've seen things that had been okay in rehearsal for 3 days, and it's like, we really got to go swap that cable out. Oh, it's fine, it's still working. It's like, looking on the scope, we really got to swap that cable out. Like, we're dancing with death here. But hey, those guys in the 80s didn't have to rip out all their cables, so I consider everything about SDI a win. So my first audience participation giveaway, we've been at this for about 35 minutes. I think it's time for a little sugar break. These Sweet Tarts rope candies, this is everything Oliver Heaviside dreamed of. So does anybody want some? Like, I'm totally prepared to start throwing candy into the audience. And Miles can also throw, oh, I'm so sorry. Miles can also pass some things out around the back. If you don't like the Sweet Tarts ropes, there may be other opportunities later. Yeah, Tavia's gonna, if anybody wants this particular example, really, as you chew in the, like, enjoy the coaxialness of these. Think about how it would be even better if the inside were nitrogen infused somehow. So now that everybody's sugared up and ready for the next part of the presentation, we're going to talk about DVI. I can't call it HDMI because I didn't pay for the license, so it's just sparkling DVI. And it's sparkling DVI because they're based on the same spec. When they came up with the HDMI spec, they basically just added copy protection onto DVI and added some more resolutions and this crazy connector that they can charge 15 cents a connector for. And for you to be legally allowed to use the phrase HDMI. So anyway, the one thing I don't want to waste a bunch of time on is talking about EDID. We've all dealt with EDID. EDID is awful. One of the reasons EDID is so bad, sorry, there's a zillion, is it's an I2C signal, the inter-integrated circuit. It's meant to go between 2 chips on a PCB board, maybe 12 inches. And we figured out how to stuff it down 50-foot cables, and everybody thought that was a great idea. So there's a lot of problems that are just results of you don't know that your HDMI sender doesn't know there's a monitor at the other end because the 3.3 volt signal just didn't make it down 50 feet of badly twisted cable. It was standardized in 2002. It's based on DVI. There's 19 pins. So there's 3 high-speed pairs, that's 6. There's a clock pair, that makes it 8. And then there's just a whole bunch of other stuff. There's a lot of ground pins. There's that EDID connection, which is the low-speed I2C link. There's the CEC pin for controlling your TV. That's something that we really use a lot in the industry to turn our TV on and off. But what's really awesome about HDMI is, like, at least for 8-bit, the data is represented just as bytes. So if you have a red pixel, it's 255.00. If you have a yellow pixel, 255.255.0. And that means that there's no chroma subsampling by default. You can, of course, turn it on in later versions of the specs to do more. But it's this idea that instead of going through all of the Luma and chroma subsampling stuff of SDI, which is still lossless, it's just complicated. You know, HDMI-wise, you don't have to go through that process. Instead, you just take your red pixels and shuffle them down 1 pair of wires. That's your red pair. You take your green pixels, you shuffle them down a different pair of wires, and you take your blue pixels and you shuffle them down a 3rd pair of wires. And your 4th pair, which is the clock signal, shows you where in that data you are. So you never have clock slip or any problems. There's a dedicated clock channel, which is, you know, for every pulse of the clock, there's 10 sets of pixel pulses, but that's still easy enough for it to figure out. So it's kind of more spread out. We're no longer concerned with cramming all of the data down a single set of wires. We've given ourselves plenty of room for signal activities. So there is this separate clocking channel, which is what I was trying to say before. And the clock channel actually runs at 1/10 the speed of the data channels because it doesn't really need to go a lot faster. But that means that for every clock transition, it's transmitting a full 10 bits of data. And once again, we have this same problem where we're trying to balance the DC coefficient of our cable. This is another downside of HDMI and one of the reasons that lengthwise, you can't go forever with HDMI. It was not really meant to be this 50-foot, 100-foot, 200-foot cable like SDI was. 60 feet, or sorry, 6 feet, 10 feet, maybe 3 meters, between TVs and devices. Your signal still needs to be DC balanced. So they use a scheme called transition minimized differential signaling. This is what makes HDMI HDMI. And they also used 8 to 10-bit encoding, which means they're taking their 8-bit pixel values and they're stuffing them into 10-bit words. And what's awesome about that is you can look through all the possible combinations of signals in 10 bits, and you can pick the ones that are similar to one another or the ones that would cause clocking problems or pathological problems, and just throw them out, because there's actually less valid pixel configurations than there are bits in a 10-bit word. So there's a direct one-to-one mapping of these pixel data to their symbols. And in SDI, you needed this scrambler to make sure that you could do these transitions. But in TMDS, every pixel is unique and knowable. So you can get data at one end of the wire, and if you see things that are not possible, you flag those as errors. So it's somewhat self-checking in that regard. And what they figured out is that within any given, I think it's line of data, you're guaranteed to have 4 or less, sorry, within any group of symbols, it has 4 or less transitions, which is good for the DC balance of the cable. And when you have all the possible signals, they're all perfectly DC balanced. So without scrambling the data, you don't actually have any of the problems that the scrambler prevented. It's completely deterministic as well. So if you're writing an HDMI sender in like an FPGA or a computer chip or something, and you need to figure out how to send an 8-bit pixel value, you can just look up in a giant table which 10-bit symbol to send. You don't actually have to do any of those algorithms. You can just cheat. I would say memory is cheap, but I guess memory is not cheap now, so maybe it's easier and more cost efficient to do the math now. But there's only 460 possible values, and there's 560 invalid bit error symbols. And yeah, there's a whole algorithm that explains how to do this. It uses our friends XOR and XNOR, but I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole because that would drive everyone crazy. It is still a lot of data, though. So if we're just thinking about 640 by 480, that was sort of the minimum for DVI. Your red, green, and blue channels are 250 megabits per second each, versus NTSC's entire signal is 270 megabits per second. So you could make the statement that SDI is a heck of a lot more efficient, almost 3 to 1, versus HDMI. So now, we're going to repeat this again. So the Airheads Extreme is the perfect representation of the HDMI signal. There are 4 lanes, a red one, a green one, and a blue one. Those are our pixel clocks. And then the yellow one is our timing clock. So if anybody wants me to chuck an Airheads Extreme at them, yeah, I got both of you, don't worry. We have handouts, we have get sugared up, get excited. Anyone else? I apologize if I hit anyone. There you go. Tavia's got the rest of them. You're starting to sense a theme. So I would be remiss if we didn't talk about my new favorite signal, DisplayPort. I've learned a lot about DisplayPort in the lead up to this particular version of the presentation because I didn't do this last time. So DisplayPort's crazy. And I first, we all want to know one of the questions I get a lot is like what the difference between DisplayPort and HDMI is. So we're going to let Texas Instruments explain it.
Hello and welcome to TI Precision Labs. In this series, we're going to discuss DisplayPort interface, also known as DP.
She took a picture of it. It's because the PC has more display.
You thought I was going to give you a TI video.
I recommend you should use, by the way. And I was like, oh, girl, just use the DisplayPort. And she's like, what's that?
Real. So in gaming culture, everybody knows what DisplayPort is. And what they know is that it's better. So like, one of the things, this is Michi, she's a VTuber, she's got a zillion viewers, and she is a DisplayPort.
HDMI chat. If you want to get a monitor that can reach up to 144 hertz and only use 60, go for it. You know, it's your money.
Anyway, everybody knows that DisplayPort is better. But going into this, I wanted to understand why DisplayPort is better, but also why we don't use DisplayPort a lot, other than on graphics cards and gaming monitors. So one thing is the structure of DisplayPort is very suspiciously similar to the Ethernet OSI model. It's got layers, like an onion or an ogre. There's the stream layer, which handles video transport, the link layer, the transport layer, the physical layer. Ethernet has 7 layers, but some people say Ethernet only has 4 layers now. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about what happens at these layers. So we're going to start at the physical layer at the bottom. DisplayPort's got 4 main data channels. These are referred to as lanes. And there's an aux channel, which is not for video. Sometimes it's for USB, though, which is weird. And it's for all the communication between the monitor and the computer. And okay, they're talking to each other now. And then there's the hot plug detect, which basically figures out if you plugged a monitor in or not. The main links are a twisted pair, and they're these clockless differential signals. They use AC-coupled current mode logic, which is like LVDS, not TMDS. And what that nonsense means is there's actually some pretty big electrical differences between TMDS from HDMI and DisplayPort. And because they're AC coupled, you don't need to worry about your equipment being on the same ground in DisplayPort. This kind of eliminates strange grounding problems that could be a problem in HDMI, because they need to share a common ground in order to reference their signal. Because LVDS is capacitively coupled, you're not worried about that. It also allows you to operate the signal with a different voltage than the receiver. So you could have a television that's working on a 2-volt system, but you could have some really high-end GPU that's a 0.8-volt system or something. And when you're making very, very expensive fancy GPUs with really, really expensive tiny silicon on the latest process node, every little bit of savings you can have in that die area is something that ruins your life if you're trying to make something cost competitive and small. So the fact that LVDS signals are more manufacturable from the high-end GPU maker's perspective is one reason you may not want to put a bunch of HDMI connectors on your GPU, because if you put a bunch of HDMI connectors, you have to deal with the power implications of that. It's a lot less big of a deal in a TV because a TV is not really a very highly process-driven chipset. You know, it's basically a commodity. Everybody makes HDMI chips. So that's one reason why like DisplayPort is in this like really weird spot where it's great in graphics cards and really high-end devices, but if you don't need the performance as a chip designer, you may not want to waste money, time, and resources implementing it. There are, of course, an insane laundry list of specs, just like HDMI. Every few years, they cram more bits down the same wires. It started out with 1.0, 1.62 gigabits per second per lane, so you get 4 times that. And, you know, high bit rate 2, high bit rate 3. These are like, you know, at some point 2 is 5 gigs and 3 is 8 gigs. Finally, they realized, oh, we can call it UHBR, ultra high bit rate, but we'll call it 10 because it's a 10 gig link. Thank goodness. And then the other ones, UHBR 13.5 and 20. So like the later ones, they got with it and figured out how to name the spec something that makes sense. There's also the aux channel, which is 1 megabit per second, except when it's 720 megabits per second trying to do USB. Because, of course, you should be able to do USB over your display connection. I guess that makes sense. So the other thing that's weird about DisplayPort is it's scrambled. Your data is broken into micro packets. They're encoded with an 8-bit, 10-bit encoding, which is not the one HDMI used, it's a different one, of course. And they're pseudo-randomly scrambled so that there's interference reduction, just like SDI. We're not going to go through the polynomial thing again. Now we're going to talk about the link layer, and that's managed by the link policy maker. So at the link layer, DisplayPort provides this service called link training. And what this is this is a self-test that is constantly happening on your DisplayPort channel, but it especially happens when you first plug it in. Once you get the EDID out of the monitor, we still do deal with EDID in DisplayPort. We couldn't get rid of that. But what it does is it runs two tests, a clock recovery test and an equalization test. And it tunes its transmitters and receivers to compensate for cables, connectors, impedance problems, traces on the PCB, all that good stuff. So the first thing it does is it runs this clock recovery test, which looks like an insane Miro board. But basically, it sends out a test signal. The receiver tries to lock to the clock source. If it does, we've passed. We can move on. But if it fails, it turns up the voltage and tries again. It doesn't really turn up the voltage, but there's basically 5 levels of drive that it can apply. It starts at level 0. It applies level 1. It keeps increasing how loud it's screaming, trying to get the receiver to link. If it fails 5 times, it figures that the bitrate and lane count it chose is too much. And it does what they refer to in the spec as downshifting, saying, well, this cable isn't good enough for this rate. Let's go pick something easier and try again. So it'll run that until it runs out of possible combinations of lanes and bit rates. And if it keeps failing, you end up with a black screen because your cable does not, for whatever reason, support the clock recovery. It might be cut in half. If it succeeds, we move on to the equalization test, where it outputs another test signal. In this one, the receiver is looking for data errors. So it sends a pattern. It sends one of a handful of patterns that are known. The receiver checks those against what it knows the answers to be. If there are no answers, you get your picture. You start sending video. Your monitor is plugged in. If it detects any bit errors, it says, oh, well, let's turn up the voltage, or let's turn up the setting. Let's turn up the equalization. Let's go try it again. And it'll do that up to 5 times. That's their magic number. And if you fail 5 times, you will you'll reduce lanes or clock mode to downshift again. You'll go back to clock recovery. You'll run that process again. Hopefully, you'll still pass. Then you'll go back into here. You'll look for errors again. And if you can't downshift any further because you failed too many times, you end up with a blank screen. So this whole process is communicated over the aux channel. And it is predicated on this bidirectional communication between the source device and the sync device. So another question I get a lot has to do with HDMI matrices. And it's why is there not a DisplayPort matrix? And one of the reasons is having to do this level of communication with every device on both ends would be a nightmare. And also, if you're just lying about these parameters, there was no point in doing it anyway. So this whole spec is based on the idea of never going down a road that you're, if you see a bridge in the distance, it's never go down a bridge that's crumbling. You're always going to be absolutely sure that you're going to get your signal working, or it's just going to cut out. Now, of course, it also periodically runs these checks in the background. The receiver can, I think it's the receiver, can ask the transmitter, if the receiver's parameters change, if you change the resolution on your monitor, it will send a display update message to the transmitter, which will probably force this process to happen again at whatever the new resolution is. So if you started at 1080p and then pressed a bunch of buttons and got to 4K, you're going to go rerun all these tests. You can also, if the receiver detects bit errors, it can restart this process with the transmitter saying, hey, something's going wrong. Maybe the cable got run over by a forklift or something. We need to go negotiate a new link because our existing link is no longer viable. So the other thing that the linked layer does that's pretty wild is it manages synchronization. And the way synchronization in DisplayPort works is, it's a packetized video stream. So you think you could send anything whenever you want. But actually, what they ended up doing is they're emulating the timing of traditional stream-based video sources by sending the video data packets in the same timing as the video lines to minimize the amount of buffering that the receiver needs to do, because buffers are memory and memory costs money, especially now. It's trying to limit the amount of buffering that a received device has to do by sending just the bits it needs to draw the line it needs. And then it uses packet stuffing to put less important information in the blanking interval. We still have the blanking interval from NTSC color television, where we're waiting for the electron gun to go from the bottom of the TV to the top of TV at 144 hertz in DisplayPort. So it's kind of fun to think about it, because there's a lot of people who don't want to deal with IP video for whatever reason. This is basically IP video. It's not exactly it. It's a different timing model, and it's got its own fancy connector. But under the hood, it really is a network protocol. The final layer is the stream layer, and this creates the virtual channel that handles the video stream. That's managed by the stream policy maker. They're not very creative with these names. The source pulls the sync to understand its capabilities via the aux channel, but hey, that's just EDID. We've already done that before. And it determines the optimal combination of lanes and bit rates, and then instructs the link policy maker to go try to train the link for that level, and set up and tear down the link in order to create the path you need. So you basically figure out what resolution you want the monitor supports, say, hey, I want to do this resolution. Okay, I need this much bandwidth. Go check that I can actually do. Again, it's super chatty. It's they're constantly talking amongst themselves to conspire against us. And of course, different DisplayPort versions all support different link rates, bandwidth amounts, and crazy features. This is my favorite slide, stupid DisplayPort tricks. One of them that I was really excited with when I first found out was this idea of multi-stream transport. Turns out you can take your link and divide it into 63 blocks, and you can put multiple monitors onto a single port. And I was like, oh man, I can just get one server, I can plug one of these adapters into I can have 27 displays hanging off of my one GPU. No, the GPUs still limit you to 4 or 6 displays. But, you can have this crazy adapter that's 1 to 4, and you only have to run one cable to your desk. You can plug all your monitors in. You can also daisy chain devices. There's all these drawings in the spec of a projector plugged into a GPU and a projector plugged into the projector and another projector plugged. I'm not sure any of this ever existed. I never saw daisy chaining, but I definitely saw the MST hubs because we were using them for a while to do stupid things. Yeah, so this is an actual picture from the spec. One thing is weird are these branch devices. You have multiple sources possibly being able to take multiple paths through some kind of network to get to multiple syncs. So, I don't know. This is kind of like IP video. It's not exactly IP, but it is a network. And that's a real topology from their spec. And another crazy thing it did is DP++. And what DP++ was is the idea that certain DisplayPort sources can run in a backwards compatibility mode with a passive adapter. And the problem with the passive adapters is they look exactly like the active adapters, except they say DP++ on them. So this caused endless confusion as we first started to deal with DisplayPort. And what's cool about these DP++ adapters is they take your fancy AC coupled DisplayPort signal and they instruct the GPU to just switch into legacy TMDS mode, and you can then send regular old HDMI signals out of your fancy new GPU using this adapter, but only at single link resolution. So you could do 1920 by 1080, but you could never get to 4K with this. So the number of times we had a random passive adapter plugged into an output of a server saying, I can't get 4K to work, I can't get 4K to work. Why can't I get 4K to work? Well, it was never really supported in the higher resolutions. And it was all these random DP++ adapters that mostly only worked with certain AMD GPUs anyway. I don't think this was particularly widely adopted, but also it was not useful to us because when we got to the point of using DisplayPort, we were generally using 4K, so we were really just disappointed that 4K wasn't working. We didn't know that we were being saved money by buying an adapter that cost $2 instead of $8. So at one point, I did design this DisplayPort to HDMI adapter, but I was too lazy to build it. It says, I can't believe it's not a VFC card. This was supposed to be an active adapter, and it was based on a Parade Semi DisplayPort adapter on a chip, which is a thing that exists. Like, you can just buy the chip, read the documentation, and build it yourself, which is always really comforting to me. But actually, adapters, this is based on an image I sent to a coworker. Unfortunately, it's unreadable in this, but I created a DisplayPort adapter tier list because when you're digging through the bins at work, there's good adapters, and then there's the ones that you should probably just throw away. I like to call out the Club 3D ones. These are great. I think they're BizLink's consumer division. They make one of the chips that do the DisplayPort conversion. They're also pretty solidly constructed, easy S tier. I think Excel was an A one. We had good luck with those. Plugable was B because they're missing a G. They couldn't even spell pluggable right. Cable Matters is kind of in the middle of the pack. And so the StarTech.com one, that might have been a passive adapter, but like we had 3 of those and we could never set our Unreal machines into 10-bit when we had that adapter. So like, for some reason, the quality on these varied wildly. Other fun things about DisplayPort. DisplayPort features a locking connector, and the DisplayPort specification has an optional latching mechanism, which, I mean, it's kind of sad it's optional, but I think most of the nicer cables feature it. And, you know, right there in the spec where it says member use only, I just found this on Google. I'm not a member of Visa, sadly. And, yeah, the pull force is 49 newtons, which is about 11 pounds. And there's other fun connector facts. There's a proper orientation for the button and the notch. The button should always be on the side opposite of the notch, and the button should always be oriented to the left and up. So if you have any device that in this normal orientation, the button is upside down or to the right, somebody is not following the ideal specification for DisplayPort. And that latching performance, you know, 49 newtons, is based on this EIA spec. And I wanted to find this spec, but I didn't want to pay $70 for it. So instead, we're going to do a little science experiment. For this science experiment, I think we're going to need our lab coat. Can we just adjust the legs so it's not tippy? We've just moved it so many times. I'm sorry, microphone. And you can never be too safe. So the technology I have designed for this experiment is, that's perfect. Yeah, if we can just, nope, lock that part. We will, careful, we will turn this 90 degrees. And we will increase the height a little bit because the apparatus is a bit taller than I expected. So yeah, we have a typical graphics card from 2006 and a fish scale, which is absolutely NIST certified. And we've got this bag with a DisplayPort cable attached to it. And if Miles can get me the Rect energy drink, is it an energy drink? We're not sponsored by Rect, but I think this is probably the best use we could find for this.
Don't try it.
We tried, it tasted like somebody sucked the fun out of a Red Bull. So I have not done this experiment. So I really don't actually know what's going to happen here. And I have to make sure it doesn't hit the table. So yeah, we were doing an over-under on how many Recs we thought it would be. My guess is 11. So 3. Just under a pound, based on Google, not actually weighing it. 4. And I guess it's possible that we could see that on the camera. I don't know. 5. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't quite hang the way I expected. This way, it will face forwards. We're on 4 or 5. 6, 7. Yeah, if you're in the front row, I wish I could pass out like a raincoat or something like Gallagher. 9. This is, a 9. So, anyway, that's Rect 2020 for a color space. And, I guess I missed that slide. Anyway, I think that Nerd's Rope is the perfect representation of DisplayPort, because while it's a single cable, all your data is sent in these little packets. And if anybody, I think this is the best one. I'm sorry. These don't fly great. Oh, yeah. These don't fly at all. Tavia might need to pass these out to you in the back. Like, yeah, they just don't weigh enough. That was a new cable. That was a cable I found in a drawer at home. But it wasn't a sketchy one. So I want to talk about the differences between these while we enjoy all our crazy candies. SDI, single-ended, single transmission line, self-clocking, scrambler, relies on this like weird legacy blanking non-image signal stuff. Fine. HDMI, it's differential, not single-ended, 3 transmission lines and a dedicated clock line. There's no scrambler, but there is TMDS. It's an asterisk there we'll get to. It still has that weird blanking timing stuff. Like, we're not able to get away from that. And this is supposed to say DisplayPort, but it says HDMI again. We got 4 lanes. That's one more than HDMI. Self-clocking. LVDS with a scrambler. Really complicated. Timing that emulates that weird blanking mode. As a tool for people to use when I explain to people who are trying to decide how they want to wire something. SDI is good at long distances. It's good when you want to think about a single simple cable. It's field terminatable. You can get a tool and you can snap ends on it. That's really awesome. You cannot do that with HDMI or DisplayPort, not even a little bit. And it's limited to professional devices, which makes you feel good when you use it. HDMI is pretty distance limited, but there's a lot of fiber options that are pretty readily available. This crazy 19 conductor complex cable. It's not easy to work with, not easy to fish through holes. It's very easy to get bent and damaged. You pay HDMI per connector for licensing. And there's zillions of devices making these chips, zillions of companies making devices with these chips. DisplayPort is royalty free. You have to pay for the spec, but they're not going to charge you per port to put it on your device. So that is kind of interesting from like a hardware hacker point of view. But I don't know, I like DVI. It also has this complex locking cable mechanism that's good for 9 rects. We'll translate that into pounds later. That's probably about 49 newtons. It's less electrically resource intensive. And there's tons of features, options, and weird modes, which, you know, who knows when you're going to need a DisplayPort repeater or a hub. So the one thing that's kind of funny is that we're looking at the differences between HDMI and DisplayPort, but I purposely stopped at HDMI 2.0. With HDMI 2.1, they added the scrambler in, and they added the fixed rate link, which is a packetization scheme. So everything that made, not everything, but like a lot of the things that made HDMI better for our industry than DisplayPort got put in 2.1. And one of the things that I was doing a lot of research about is like, how would somebody make a DisplayPort matrix? And a lot of it had to do, like the reason there are so many HDMI matrices is that up until HDMI 2.1, HDMI is pretty much a fire and forget protocol. If you lie to the transmitter once, it just starts sending 4K 60 HDMI down the wire. You can bus switch that. You don't need anything complicated. The monitor is never going to talk back to you. You don't need to check in. There's no like anxiety about bedtime, nothing complicated like DisplayPort has. We've sort of added all that back into HDMI 2.1, so you might find a couple 4x4 or 8x8 DisplayPort matrices, but we're never going to end up with an HDMI 2.1 or above matrix that's like, you know, half my height, has 96 connectors, and takes 208 volts like a certain Extron product. And you're not going to find that for DisplayPort either, because in order to manage that much bandwidth and all those connections, you would need a really, really, really expensive FPGA. And at the point you're doing that, you just have to ask yourself, well, if you had a box that turned DisplayPort into some sort of magical IP-based signal like SMPTE 2110, and you could just plug it into an existing 100 or 400 gigabit backbone switch with terabits of bandwidth in its backplane, you've already solved all the problems that you would have tried to solve using HDMI or DisplayPort and building a matrix, and you didn't have to build a matrix. So in a weird paradoxical way, the reason DisplayPort matrices don't exist is they're too difficult to build, and HDMI matrices weren't too difficult to build. And now, in the future, as we move towards 8K and newer signals, both HDMI and DisplayPort matrices are too complicated to build. So maybe we can finally switch to IP. There's the chart. Anyway, questions?
We have a couple from the community online, I believe.
I bet.
Yes, indeed. Okay.
Do we want to take the online one?
We do have a question.
Oh, okay.
We got someone online asking, this is from Scaredyfish. Do you recommend DP to HDMI adapters over DP to HDMI cables?
Never use the cables. The adapters are usually made by reputable companies. I have seen the cables. The cables usually don't work. They're usually passive cables. I guess I've seen a few that have the converter built in, but I'm super suspicious of them. I know they were using them for like Encore stuff for a while to do like effectively like somehow turn it into DVI, but yeah, no, don't use the cables. Get the adapters, get good adapters, and get good cables. Makes it easier to troubleshoot anyway. Let's get him a mic. Perfect.
So thank you for this. There were a couple places where you mentioned how 8-bit per channel color was kind of re-encoded into 10 bits in these various standards. Now, I thought the standards can also support actual 10-bit
they can
per pixel. Did it go into 12 bits at that point?
So the way they start doing multi-bit color is they pack multiple pixels into groups of 5 pixels worth of data, 5 symbols. So they're taking 8, 16, 20. They're basically just spreading it out more. And they want to make sure that they don't end up with like empty ones. So they'll do like 3. I remember it was in groups of 5. They'll do groups of 5, 10 bits, and then they'll fill it with the first pixel. And if they're only doing 10 bits, they'll add another pixel to fill more of it. But then if they have to split it, they'll just start the next group of 5 with the partial one and then continue filling it. They don't want to leave blanks because that would cause balancing and wandering problems. So they can do it, it just got really complicated. And that was added with a subsequent version of, I think it was 1.3, when they added some of the HDR stuff into HDMI.
Thank you.
Sure, one in the back.
A comment question.
We have somebody from the chat saying, I don't remember if Michael talked about specs for EDP, the internal video link that laptops use. I'm just wondering if they have any general thoughts on that.
I did not talk much about EDP, but that's mostly because I don't make laptops yet. So I don't have a lot of thoughts and feelings about it. But my understanding is that it's pretty similar to DisplayPort from a structure point of view.
Awesome. Anyone else? One over here.
A couple in the back.
So how does USB-C fit into this whole?
Gee, if I were to do a fourth portion of this presentation, it would probably be about USB-C. So DisplayPort can act as an alternate mode for USB Type-C, which means when you establish a link, then you desire that type of connection, it will switch over to generating DisplayPort packets. Thunderbolt works differently than that. It's not running an alt mode. It's actually tunneling the DisplayPort packets through the Thunderbolt link. So even though those cables look exactly the same, depending on if you have a little lightning icon on your port or not, you get totally different behavior. But generally, when a USB port is operating in DisplayPort alt mode, my understanding is that it's the same protocol. And you're just changing pins around. But you need a chip to do that, because there's not enough wires in there.
Just to ask kind of a rudimentary question, you mentioned you buy the adapters, but then the cable's separate. Can you clarify what that means exactly on like the port shape or the port spec for both ends of the adapter?
Yeah, so there are cables that have a DisplayPort UFP, that stands for upstream facing port. DisplayPort cables are directional. You can't just reverse them. I probably skipped over that part. So you've got the upstream facing port is DisplayPort, but the downstream facing port, the DFP, is HDMI. That would allow you to plug your regular TV or broadcast equipment into your GPU. There are meter-long cables that have those same connectors on them, but I've just generally thought they're kind of sketchy. I'm sure there are ones that are great, but I don't know. Club 3D, sponsor me. Anyone else?
I was just curious about who are the commercial entities behind HDMI and DP? I mean,
so the commercial
is SMPTE, right?
The commercial entity behind HDMI is the Consumer Electronics CEC, CES, CEA, the Consumer Electronics Association, CEA. So new HDMI specs get shown off at CES. DisplayPort is done by Visa, and Visa are the computer people. So there's a bit of a weird turf war there too between the entertainment people and the computer people. And I guess one of the things I forgot is that like in the very, very first version of DisplayPort, they didn't add any copy protection, which is one of the reasons that all the TV and media people took one look at it and said, nope, we're not doing this. They of course added it in like DP 1.1, so it still has all the copy protection features that require it to exist. So another question up front.
Just quickly before Looper, are these? It seems like they're getting kind of maxed out as far as their ability for matrices or handle more and more bit rates for the given connector type. So they may need to change the connector type or.
I think there's a lot of smart people who are going to figure out how to stuff more bits down the same wires. For HDMI 2.2, which was announced at CES this year, they've got new Ultra 96 cables. I think they're moving on to the whole nitrogen-filled. They're making really fancy twisted cables in order to push more and more bits. The other trick they haven't done is they could go use phase amplitude modulation. So instead of my eye patterns having an upper and a lower, they can have 4 different voltage levels, which means you can cram 4 bits where you were previously cramming 2 bits. And PAM modulation is what they do in a lot of the high-speed Ethernet stuff now. So again, in that industry, the expensive modules for cables is kind of normal. And we expect these twin-ax cables to be really expensive because of all the circuitry on either end to make the modulation work. You would need to start making active HDMI cables that support phase amplitude modulation. So we'll see if in a couple years they beat 96 gigabits. I would also say that they're running out of things to put in these cables. The Ultra 96, I think, gives you 8K 144 every color. Like, I don't know what else I would ask for. Like, at some point, I guess 16K, 32K. I guess, yeah, you just dream bigger. It's kind of crazy, but I do feel like HDMI really jumped the shark with 2.1. They took everything that made HDMI HDMI and went away from it, and made it very similar to DisplayPort. DisplayPort probably has a lot of room to grow. They'll probably continue expanding that protocol in new and exciting, crazy ways. And it was already impossible to make a matrix, so they're not going to make anyone too mad. Yeah. 5D video, smell. Oh, okay, you got the mic?
Oh, yeah. Just jumping off of, I think it was Connor's question about the companies or entities behind HDMI and DisplayPort. I had always heard that DisplayPort was originally developed by Dell, or maybe they funded it, but then maybe they gave it to Visa.
There's
what, do you know the
definitely,
story? I don't know.
Organizations and alliances. If you look at like the signatory pages for any of these bodies, it's made up of like Apple, Dell, Lenovo. Like everybody who works on these standards works for these huge companies. A lot of the research and development, you may be totally right, are done by these companies. The whole like mini DisplayPort thing, I think Apple contributed that because they could not stand the idea that a cable could lock. Yeah, so yes, that is how a lot of these standards bodies get done, and I can only imagine what that's like.
We have another question from the chat.
Okay.
It's unrelated, I imagine, but how long until USB-C type connector and Thunderbolt are no longer capable of serving their present function as technology advances?
I mean, basically the same thing. If you're willing to accept that the cost or complexity of those go up, it's probably possible to stuff more data down those links. And I think the real question is, can we imagine a purpose that needs more data, and then can the various people on these at these companies and on these committees figure out ways to give us that data? I think watching the Ethernet world and how all these high-performance supercomputers are interconnected, how every generation it's still doubling how much bandwidth they can shuffle between machines and memory. It seems like it's always possible to do more, but you're definitely paying for it. You're paying for it in power, you're paying for it in complexity, you're paying for it in money. But, I think 5 years ago, what we were able to do with Thunderbolt 4 would be pretty, or with 400 gigabit Ethernet would be pretty unimaginable. So I think as long as someone perceives a market for this, they will figure out how to make newer and better versions of Thunderbolt, to support the latest iPhone 37.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Kohler. All right. So we have one more talk. I know that was a long one, but we're just going to power through. So we'll just do a quick 5-minute bio break, get something to drink, and then Chris Murray is going to take us home. And then we go to Santa Monica Brew Works, and the event really starts.
Tavia Mora. Tavia. Tell me when, Damien. I'm on. We need 1 second to test sync for the stream. We need 1 more minute, please. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Sync test. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Thank you all for sticking it out. We hope that you are absolutely oversaturated with information. That's the goal with these things, you know. Just bombard you with so much information that you don't retain any of it. But we got some good content out of it, so that's what matters. But no, thank you so much. Our last presenter, we've worked with for many years. He's been involved with some of the most innovative productions in both live event and virtual production over the last, I don't know, decade or more. First with Lux Machina. Maybe before that, I didn't know you then, but your bio for me started with Lux Machina and then Seismic and now 180 Studios and some incredible stuff they're doing, which he's going to tell you about. This is Chris Murray.
Hello. I don't have anywhere near the same amount of energy as Michael Kohler. So take that in mind, but I will make up for it by by being very quick. All right, so about me. Been working in the industry for a very long time. I've generally found myself at the precipice of a lot of creative visual displays and usually new and unique workflows. I kind of found my groove around projection mapping on massive castles all over the planet, and projecting on water inside of theme parks and doing weird stuff on theater shows and award shows. Pretty much anywhere that things shouldn't be happening, I was trying to do them. Yeah, and so eventually I ended up finding myself with some of my friends at Lux Machina, co-founded that company with them, turned that into a big virtual production effort where we built stages all over the planet and pioneered a lot of the virtual production workflows. At least we felt like we were doing it then. And then I'm going to shame myself a little bit because this photo is absolutely abysmal. I'm always finding myself on the opposite side of a camera, and so these things just, they never materialize. This thing's got to be a decade old, so feels like an obituary. So I'm sorry. Hopefully this is the last time that we see this thing. I'm sure I'll try and get in front of a camera at some point soon. Anyway, so this is some of our experience then, basically working through all the kinds of things that I described. Now I'm at a company called Seismic that I co-founded with my business partner, Phil Galler, who many of you know, who also came from Lux. And we found a lot of holes in the industry with a lot of the workflows that we were trying to build. And it seemed like no one was trying to solve those things, and so we kind of went out on our own to try and do that. And so some of those things that we've got are Filament, which is the conglomeration of Fs we got here, which is a version control system, an asset management system built for digital creators first. So similar to something like Perforce or GitHub for developers, this is meant for creators, people that are working with digital assets, digital environments, visual effects, marketers, those types of folks that are building things, visual things, video games, that type of stuff. That's what that's working towards. Shale, which is a review and approval platform, trying to lower the barrier to entry for people to actually provide meaningful feedback for things like environments, assets, you name it. We want to make it as simple as using Google Maps Street View for navigating around 3D environments and providing annotations, comments, and stuff, and getting communication back to a team for people to work on stuff. Granite is a universal control platform for orchestrating large systems that you might find on a virtual production stage, where you're trying to orchestrate many dozens of machines to do the same thing simultaneously. We're building a platform to try and make that easier. And then Quartz here in the bottom right is a digital multi-viewer that's software defined, that basically incredibly flexible, works at the speed of hardware, but with none of the constraints of being locked to an FPGA where things like rotation become difficult or rendering things in 3 dimensions is difficult. Those are things that we can do. Cool. So here, what am I talking about here? This is a bit of a joke, just so don't come at me. Trying to go a little bit higher level than where Michael Kohler was at before. HDR generally is like a conglomeration of things, right? But the reality is a lot of people feel like it's magic. They feel like it just makes the monitors better. They feel like it just makes the displays brighter or whatever, right? And all of the things that are wrong with whatever the current technology is, HDR will make it better, which obviously isn't the case. HDR really, in my opinion, is a collection of standards tailored for specific uses in specific industries that help solve problems in those specific industries. And in my opinion, we should be thinking about them as tools in the toolbox that we can use to solve the problems that we have in our creative productions. And so what do I mean by creative productions? These are sort of some of the things I mean. They don't necessarily fit into the mold of a broadcast show. They don't look like a digital cinema projection inside of a movie theater. They don't look like connecting your Blu-ray player to a TV. It's not like, it's this weird nether space where we're trying to do these really complicated things to bring these massive creative visions to light using technology, but it's not a large enough of a niche for anybody to truly care about as like a first-class citizen, right? Like we have to beg, borrow, and steal from all these other industries, and we piece all of these things together in order to make these magical things happen. But it's only because there's hundreds of thousands of technicians globally that are coming and understanding how all of these pieces come together, and they're burning the midnight oil, trying to learn everything, or in Michael Kohler's case, downloading every snippet of a spec sheet to try and understand how all this stuff works, because in order to do things like this, it's really complicated and at times very, very technical, and there's so much minutia lost in thinking that things should just plug together simply, and they don't, because they don't support the same standards, or they don't support the same things. They weren't manufactured at the same time, you name it. But yeah, so I already got ahead of myself and started talking about some of the problems. But so generally in the landscape today, most things support HDR, pretty much everything. Cell phone, cameras, displays, most major codecs that you encounter, it's all there in some way, shape, or form. The reality is there's incompatibilities between all of these things. Not everything speaks the same language. Broadcast space has got a collection of HDR standards. Yeah, I mean, you get the drill. Content creation workflows are still lacking. A lot of these pipelines still rely on metadata exchange for things to do the right thing. And that's sort of a problem. It brings the barrier to entry up. Like, people just don't want to engage with it because it just feels like there's too much to do, or there's too much to learn, or too much to understand, or whatever. There's a huge perceived complexity problem. Got ahead of myself, sorry. Metadata itself sometimes gets in the way. We want to be able to just describe how the signals work. It's almost like the EDID problem in some cases. You just want to be able to tell this GPU to output a specific signal with specific characteristics and not have to negotiate with a monitor. The same sort of problems are happening in the HDR space. Certain monitors, certain displays, certain projectors, LED processors, you name it, they only want to do something with HDR when they're being told specifically in the metadata exchange that that is possible. The problem with that is a lot of the workflows that we were building, especially around this creative space where media servers drive the majority of the visual elements on these stages, or wherever it might be, theme park, you name it. Like, media servers are generally the core of this ecosystem, and so that you have to interact with the OS, and most of the OSs don't actually implement things in the right way or fully, or it's really complicated for applications to tag or developers to tag their application in the right way, that something like Windows might understand that this thing was meant to be HDR, or a certain flavor of HDR, and that the pixel information should be known to be relative to a certain brightness value or something like that. And what happens is people that try to enact these workflows, that interact with these systems, they just run into these problems that they can't understand because they're not the actual developers building it. And there's not a lot of handles that people are building into their software, into these frameworks, to actually make it so that the user can troubleshoot their own problems. But yeah, so a technique, and one that we employ a lot, is treating SDR pipelines as though they are HDR, where we are encoding the information as we want, as we expect in an HDR way, treating the connection layer as effectively just a bit stream. And so we decide, okay, is this 8-bit, is this 10-bit, or is this 12-bit, or is this 16-bit? And then we are effectively feeding that pipe with the information that we know, so long as the equipment on the other side of that is something that we can also control and say, hey, on this input, this video signal that says it's Rec 709, because the software we're interacting with can't actually encode the appropriate metadata, it's something else. We know exactly what it is, and we want to do that, right? And so at Lux and at Seismic, a lot of what we do is piece together a lot of pieces of equipment that we like because it gives us these controls, but even still, there's a lot of the equipment that's out there that just doesn't really give you the flexibility. So we keep having this pain. Anyway. Another point that I want to make is that not everything needs to be HDR. And so part of my point before, where we can treat the SDR pipe as an HDR pipe and just feed data and do the appropriate thing on both sides of it. On these creative productions, not every client is capable of producing HDR content. They don't have the wherewithal to build it, or they don't have the time, don't have the capability, whatever it is, right? Like if the content is not actually meant to be useful in these ways, we shouldn't force it to be. And forcing it to be, in many cases, actually is worse than not doing it. And I'll explain on the next slide a little bit more. But for instance, like HDR content won't be enhanced with 8-bit signals, and the inverse is also true. This will probably be the deepest I go in terms of having anything that's complex mathematics, but really what I'm showing here is a Barton ramp, which shows, well, it's a few things. There's a Barton ramp, and then there's a couple of different signal types at different bit depths. And so like the long flat ones, those are BT 1886, which is like a typical SDR encoded signal. And they're going at different brightnesses. And so the one that is leftmost in the left graph is actually a 100 nit signal at 10-bit. And so that actually beats a 10-bit PQ signal in terms of having a better step size. But as we go out beyond that, towards the right, we start to step outside of the thresholds, and now we'll start to see visible banding. Whereas the green line, that's all the way to the bottom left portion of this, that's a 12-bit PQ signal. So in this case, like picking a 12-bit PQ signal would be better than pretty much anything else here. But like there's decisions here where SDR or BT 1886 encoded 10-bit image in many cases, especially if it's a 100 nit, potentially even 200 nit, would outperform a PQ signal, a 10-bit PQ signal that was expressing the same amount of bits. And I'll give an example here, which is if you were to send 100 nits, or max 100 nits over PQ at 10-bit, half of the code values that you would have are unused. So that thing that you felt that you should have had, about 1,000 values, it's half. But I think a lot of people don't think about HDR in that way, that it still, at the end of the day, converts back down to a bit stream, and it is fixed. Like the pipe in this case, there's some newer standards that are coming that will make that more flexible, but right now it is fixed. And so if you're not using the bits, they're effectively thrown away. And so there's a lot of productions out there where it makes sense to think about being efficient with the bits you have in order to have the best level of quality signal or content or whatever, depending on the type of content or depending on the type of client or the type of production this is. Those things could actually make or break how the client feels about how this looks to them. If you're effectively throwing away half the bits because you felt like making the HDR decision was the right one for them, when the reality was going in a different direction might be the better one. That said, 8-bit content, we should stop that. Like if we can, we should stop it. I think at this day and age, pretty much everybody knows how to make higher than 8-bit content, and I think we would all be served, and especially in the creative spaces, for pushing our clients to break beyond those. Anyway, so I'll give you some examples of some of the complexity that might come along with some of these types of productions. And I'll start with something I think is maybe a little easier to understand, which is like a traditional keynote where high-end corporate client, they've got a big giant presentation where they're trying to convey information about maybe their products, their offerings, their software, you name it. A lot of those graphics, a lot of people spend a lot of time poring over them. There's a lot of gradients. Gradients are very difficult, as everybody in this room, I'm sure, knows. Once the client sees banding, it's a problem, right? And like they become transfixed on it and they can't break out of it. And so trying to engineer these pipelines in ways that they can build content for that tries to alleviate those quality constraints is really the goal that we have when we're trying to do these things. An example of this sort of some of the complexity that we engage in these environments is in this top graphic here. You can see that there's a mixture of different media. We've got LED walls, multiple types. We've got light orbs that are hung on motors that can move up and down, but they're effectively lights. And then we've also got like LED strip battens that are the vertical elements. Those are also lights. Lights driven by video in most of these cases, but like we have to engineer solutions where the content can move between these things and build a cohesive image, which is difficult to do. Part of which we end up doing a lot of calibration processes where we profile things, lights, monitors, LED walls, projectors, you name it, in order to like actually make it so these things can have a cohesive visual representation, to where if somebody's trying to drive content from one sort of visual element that passes across all of these things, and we've mapped them in software across all of this stuff, that the end result actually looks cohesive. And so we've been building those internally. We're intending to build a product out of that next year to actually help alleviate this process, because it feels like this is a major concern. I think still in the industry is it's still very difficult to make it easy for mixed media to look and feel the same in the same environments. But yeah, so moving on to virtual production, where everything's high performance, everything's high quality, everybody's conscientious about the HDR-ness of the pipeline. Everybody's pining over the individual bits, in the individual hues, and trying to make sure that they're all represented correctly. The biggest constraints that I think we have in this space, again, coming back to the earlier point, is we have all of these cinema cameras in this space that have their own log encoding schemes that have to encode that signal onto SDI lines, or in certain cases like red, they can actually output 2110, but the metadata doesn't necessarily come along. And then we need to pair it with monitors that can be able to reconstruct the signal, which usually means if you're working, you're putting a LUT box in the middle, or your Sony camera has a Sony monitor because the Sony monitor can understand the Sony's log encoding. Or you end up with specialized monitors that have those things built in, but those things are problematic. And so in the bottom graphic, you can see, and this is House of the Dragon Season 1 that we did a long time ago now. It feels like forever. But the bottom graphic here is like a representation of a multi-view that we would build for ourselves with really expensive equipment, where we're taking effectively presentation switchers that are meant for the corporate AV space and using them as a multi-viewer, because a typical multi-viewer couldn't do the types of complexity that we needed to be able to do. There's 40-ish signals represented on this page. Some of them are log encoded camera feeds. Some are Rec 709 reference cameras. Some are compositing feeds coming off of compositing machines. Some are the LED, like the virtual production LED and display cluster machines that have a bespoke color space because we're trying to use the most efficient, or we're trying to have the most efficient use of the bits as possible. And so we're profiling the displays, we're building specific color correction matrices or 3.1D LUTs or 3D LUTs, depending on how we can interact with the type of LED tile. But still, like it's very difficult to care a lot about the signal path and then be able to look at it on a monitor, especially a monitor that's conglomerating many signals simultaneously, and have that look appropriate so that when a DP was to look over your shoulder and point at a monitor and say, what the hell is that? Why does it look like that? Because people want to be able to walk up to a monitor, know that it's color calibrated, know that they can make a creative decision, and that the thing that they're looking at in front of them when they walk, the 25 feet away back into the volume or whatever it might be, that the change that they just made was going to be reflected in the environment they just saw. And so we found that it was really important to build these types of displays, but it came with a lot of caveats in terms of having to explain and over-explain and make sure that when somebody who was a creative stakeholder was coming over to be like, no, don't make creative judgments based off of this thing. This is our spaghetti monster for solving our problems and making sure that this system is humming. But yeah, we basically said enough is enough on that. Sorry, these are out of order. My bad. Yeah, so we said enough is enough with that. We started building a product called Quartz. Quartz is a Linux-based software-defined multi-viewer based on technologies like RiverMax, CUDA, OCIO from day one. It was basically part of our MVP feature. So like OCIO color management is just a part of the framework. We needed it. It's software-based, so we've got a lot of flexibility. We can 3D render, we can 2D render, we can decide at any moment that we want it to be utilizing other protocols without necessarily going and re-engineering an FPGA or something like that. We're expecting to have this at Q4 this year. So part of what you can see here is about, the bottom left image is about 260-ish gigabit of traffic multi-viewed in one monitor. Each of those monitors exists on a canvas. The canvas can effectively be unbounded. The canvas itself is only limited by the viewport that looks at it. So there's a pretty interesting proposition there that I think some of you might be interested in. It also comes with waveforms, scopes, ability to measure adjacent 2110 signals or PTP signals to validate, are these things actually in sync with each other? Yeah, so I think this is the thing that we've been working on for a bit. We feel like this is a huge deal for us. But yeah, so some of the other things that we were solving in these spaces, especially around plate shoots, doing driving plates and stuff like that, trying to find a common language with the people that we were working with. In a lot of cases, they're cinematographers, DPs, production designers, directors who had specific language in terms of how they wanted to communicate with us. And so we started building our own shaders inside of PIXERA quite a while ago. Thankfully, that's something that we can do in their platform, where we built a lot of color controls. And so being able to have somebody say, hey, we want this to be a quarter stop lower, and we could just type in negative, or we could subtract 0.25 from our exposure slider, and there was no miscommunication about what was happening, or somebody trying to do math on a calculator to turn that into the multiply that it eventually is really empowering for speed. Being able to talk to people in color, temperature, and tint, where it's precise figures, where somebody with a colorimeter or a spectrometer can measure it and say, hey, this is off by this, and we can type that in and get the direct result was a huge game changer for us. and same for saturation, contrast, etc. We try to build all of these with a mindset of like the visual effects supervisors that we would be engaging with who might try to grade something on set. And so we built them around a similar philosophy that Nuke was building their tools, or the ASC CDL, so that the controls that people are expecting in the visual effects space, because we often found ourselves at the precipice of like many different groups coming together, like production design, visual effects, the literal directors, like we were just in this weird pressure space. So we tried to make the communication as easy as possible. Still not perfect, it's almost impossible to be, but we found that it helped a lot. Some other stuff that we built to kind of help us out, which we think maybe this is something that PIXERA should just have, but the ability to colorize any image through the PIXERA pipeline so that we could understand over broad swaths of the environment what were the HDR values, were the values what we expected, and could somebody look at that and know this is actually HDR or not. And so we built an array of tools to help us visualize that. Things like zebras on peaking values where we can set the specific peak. We can clip out specific range. So in the case here, we're basically just saying anything that's SDR, remove it, just so that we can look purely at what values might enter the HDR domain, values above 1, et cetera. And so things like this, I think, are very powerful, or can be very powerful when you're trying to troubleshoot problems or just validate that the pipeline is actually working as intended. Okay, sorry. So my unsolicited advice, I really want us all as users to demand more flexibility out of the products that we're engaging with, and we should be trying to coerce the people that we do engage with already to make their stuff more flexible. And I think we should stop using the stuff that is inflexible. I think it's the only way. I think as much that can move to software over the next decade, we should try and do it. I think the era of everything being a tiny little box that converts something to something else can go away. Like we're entering like a new era where we're going to amortize the costs that have already been engineered from high-level networking that currently exists in data centers and HPC and has for decades. Like we can now afford in this weird niche creative space that we have, where it's cheaper now for us to buy network switches with the capacity that rivals the HDMI routers and stuff that we're actively using at a cheaper cost. And so like there's almost no excuse other than it's new and it's fresh right now, and a lot of us are going to have to sink our teeth into it and really learn what it's like to rely on networking every single day, because I think we haven't. It's been very easy for us to go to Michael's point, grab a crimper and fix an SDI cable on the spot, and nobody is going to be fixing a DAC or an AOC cable on the spot. But I think that's okay, in my opinion. I think metadata generally, like as the ecosystem, should set defaults, but everybody, like manufacturers, everyone, should be building their products with the idea that a power user might say it is wrong, and I know what it should be. And it not be locked behind buying some special remote or entering some engineering code to get into some deep menu somewhere. It just doesn't fly, I think, in this industry. Like this stuff needs to be accessible. And so, but I think like we're all going to have to pressure people to give us these controls. And generally, I think color management is so much more important than I think people realize. And I think anything that's software currently should be just figuring out how they're going to embrace OCIO, in my opinion. Okay, and so my big takeaway is a thing that we already touched on. I think we need to continue to think about these things like HDR and all these competing standards as tools in the toolbox. I don't think there's going to be a perfect one. I don't think somebody's going to go make some perfect niche thing for our specific part of the industry that solves all of our problems. I think we're all going to have to collectively figure out when it's best to use what where and get better at communicating with each other about the new cool stuff that we figured out. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Murray or Frank?
From the old friend.
So back to that toolbox image. For someone starting to navigate this environment, where do you think a good entry point is for learning how to communicate producing HDR content for content creators, how you would communicate that to them?
I think the important thing when it comes to like content creation, from a content creation standpoint, is thinking more about the information as like data. And so I think an easy thing or like an easy starting point to think about is SDR 0 to 1, values above 1 HDR, values above 100 we can encode in PQ. We shouldn't worry about that for now. And generally, I think if people can start thinking about encoding into those numerical spaces or, in orders of magnitude of those spaces. So like for us, we generally work in 0 to 100. It's how a lot of the rendering engines want to deal with HDR, just because they have a legacy of SDR being 0 to 1, and it was just easy to tag on more. So like I think starting there and thinking about the data itself, I think also understanding how OCIO works like foundationally is like most content creation platforms outside of like some are starting to support OCIO. So things even like After Effects, for instance, somebody could go get the ACES config from the Academy Software Foundation, pull that into After Effects and start to understand what these color spaces mean, how data moves to that system, what a config, like what the YAML looks like and how people might config those things, to be able to start to understand how the data works. And I think once you understand how the data works, whether or not it's passing over HDR10 or HDR10 plus or HLG or whatever, it doesn't matter, because the interesting thing about display referred like HDR standards is that they're meant to be a representation of linear light. And so if those things like are linear, we don't necessarily care what the transport mechanism is, so long as we know what the transport mechanism. I mean, that said, like I know what I said earlier, where we do care what the transport mechanism is, because sometimes it's more efficient to get certain bits or get more bits in certain cases. But generally, I think if you know what something is and you can describe it with a pipeline that understands the appropriate transforms to do those things, you're going to get to good results. That said, with virtual production, doing something like just going and grabbing the ACES config, just like straight out of the box, without understanding how they're treating certain things. You care, in virtual production, in my opinion, you care more about creating linear light than you do about creating a grade. And I think a lot of people get lost thinking that the content on a wall needs to look cinematic because they're used to seeing it that way, when the reality is it needs to look like reality. And then we're doing that cinematic approach in the same way that we would if it was normal footage recorded on a camera that comes post-camera. And so I think that's maybe my 2 words of advice for that.
Ames?
Chris, thank you. Nice job.
You're welcome.
This is super quick. I'm confused. Is it the color tools? Is it a plugin for PIXERA, or is it its own show control, own render engine, or
Which
either
thing?
or?
Are we talking about OCIO?
Yes.
So OCIO itself is like an open framework that's
I'm so
Quartz.
sorry. Yes.
So Quartz is a standalone product. Yeah, it's a basically software runs on Linux, interfaces to RiverMax. It's powered by CUDA and Vulkan, and written from the ground up from us.
What are your thoughts about this new ASC initiative, STEM 3 VP? Is that going to solve any problems?
I don't know. I'm not a part of it, so I can't speak to it at the moment.
Hold on. Just as far as not all problems, but will it address what he's talking about? Trying to predefine a color pipeline for virtual production.
I think that a high-end facility like a Lux or an Ant or an Amazon or a Fuse they already have the tools that are necessary to do what STEM 3 is going to prove. STEM 3, if anyone isn't aware, follows STEM 1 and STEM 2, and it's basically standard test evaluation materials. STEM 3 is all about virtual production. Basically, you can go to the ASC website as of this week, I believe, and you can download about 1 terabyte of data that includes a short film that was directed by Jay Holben, and you can download the load that was used to create that short film, as well as various test materials, some of which are again, like any high-end facility is already going to have their own variants of. But anybody in the world can download this stuff for free, put it up on their wall, point a camera at it, and if it looks right, it's probably right. It's the theory.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Anything
All
else?
right. Anybody?
We good?
Looper.
This might relate to those standards, but I have this general idea that in standard or common workflows for HDR that say a value that's at 1.0 is like pointing a camera at a piece of white paper under this kind of standard indoor lighting condition.
Sure.
And then everything in between 1.0 and higher values could say like one of the brightest values if you pointed a camera at the sun, let's say. And so is that a good starting point? And is that relating to like these standards or your color profile or?
Yeah, I think it was what I was describing. I think there's some people that think 1.0 should equal 50 nits, and I think there's some people that think 1.0 should equal 100 nits. I think, in my opinion, the 100 nits makes a lot more sense just moving forward. I think it maps cleaner into an HDR workflow, and I think no one's really going to get hung up on that. So as far as it matching like the anecdotal sheet of paper, I think more importantly the measurable 100 nits I think is what I would do. And like for us when we're profiling volume to build correction matrices or something like that, we're validating that there's a linear relationship between the values that we're measuring and what we're expecting. And so we'll build test patterns where we know what the value is. It's a value of 1.0, or it's a value of 10, or it's a value of 100, and we know that we should measure 100, 1,000, et cetera. And so I think that is like kind of the first problem to solve. I think for yourselves is starting to figure out and understand like how you're going to measure stuff, because I think that's very much a part of this process.
Cool. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chris, one more time. Closing words, thank you all for coming. Really it means so much that you take a whole day out of your busy work lives to come here. And I want to give a special thank you to the production team, specifically Ryan Jones, Tavia Mora. They have been busting butt for like 2 weeks doing this. Abby DeLeve from the office, Miles pitched in, and then our new hire, Alex Harrison, came in. And then, of course, all of our partners. Panasonic's been here all week. Damien, Neil, the rest of you guys, thank you so much. Yeah, so we're done. This was a big day for us. We'd love it if you'd be willing to share in a photo up front. And then after that, we are going to cut everybody loose. We're going to open up a tab and order some like apps and salads and Detroit-style pizza at Santa Monica Brewworks. It's up the road on Colorado. We'll probably grab some Ubers or something. It's probably a 15-minute walk if you want to get your willies out because it's been a lot of sitting today. But that's where we'll be headed for some suds. But yeah, would love if you would join us for a photo. And then maybe if you have the wherewithal, grab your chair on the way out. So thanks again, everybody, for coming. And we'll be sending you an email. You guys all have tickets, so we'll send you an email so you know how to get in touch with us. And we'll take the photo right here in front of the screen.